Chapter 387. Even the Sea King was elected by the Magi and the wardens in secret. There was no doubt that the core power of Braavos belonged to their council. Before Gerald Dane entered the Sea King's palace as the Dragon Queen's envoy, there were two different voices in the council regarding the Dragon Queen's attitude. Two voices, two factions. Well, it was not the enemy or the friendly. Everyone regarded the Dragon Queen as the enemy of Braavos. This position was clear. The difference was how deeply Braavos should be involved in the Allied army. Braavos, who opposed slavery, must not join the alliance, or they would not be able to explain to the people and slap their ancestors in the face. The founder of Braavos swore that no man, woman, or child of Braavos would ever be a slave, nor could they participate in the slave trade. This was the first law of Braavos, engraved on the arched bridge across the Long Canal. In the council formed by the Magi and the wardens, some radicals believed that the Dragon Queen should be treated as an enemy, supporting all her enemies and opposing all her allies. Even if they did not join the Alliance and the United Nations in name, they should do the same thing as the United Nations, blocking Slaver's Bay and the Dragon Queen's sphere of influence, such as Dragonstone Island. Another group did not object to the radicals' hostile attitude towards the Dragon Queen, but they thought that Braavos did not need to be so obvious. First of all, the Dragon Queen may not be able to pass the Alliance. If the Alliance destroyed Slaver's Bay, even if the Dragon Queen did not die, she would not be able to threaten Braavos' invisible position as the world's overlord. Secondly, the Dragon Queen had only abolished slavery in Slaver's Bay and had not challenged the throne of the world's overlord. Perhaps she was as stupid as the Targaryens of the past. Even if she had enough power to dominate the world, would she be satisfied as long as she sat on the Iron Chair? After all, the Dragon Queen did not take the initiative to declare war on Volantis, Queers, Zingis, Lys, and other cities. Instead, it was the slave-trading forces that united against her. Finally, the Dragon Queen had a dragon, and only a dragon could deal with a dragon. The most important thing now was to unite the Volantis people to hatch the dragon and realize the dream of their ancestors for centuries. If Braavos hatched a dragon, not only would it be invincible, but it would also have the opportunity to go one step further, from an invisible overlord to a real overlord. However, the visit of the preparatory White Knight was like a gust of wind that stirred up the lake water, causing the hearts of the members of the council to become restless. Even on the flat ground, great waves were stirred up, not to mention that the Dragon Queen was using all her strength to stomp on their hearts. Do it or not? This was a problem. What was he doing? What else could he do? Of course, it was something that all qualified emperors would do in ancient and modern times. Yes, Xiangyu did not do it, so he was unlucky. It was precisely because Xiangyu did not do it and declined that all the emperors of the Celestial Dynasty learned from it, and even treated him as a negative example. In this way, they were completely free from the reproach of conscience when they acted. This was the magnanimity of an emperor. They said it as a matter of course. Even the historian and the common people thought so. The people of this world were a little more simple. In more than 8,000 years of history, there was only one rat chef. In other words, they were in the era of etiquette still existed before Song Xianggong and had not yet evolved into the Gui Guzi era. The people of Braavos were very hesitant about whether to do it or not, and the absolute majority of people were inclined to not do it. The Dragon Queen seemed to be much more shrewd. She did not go to the Ocean Palace at all. She could not do it even if she wanted to. The people of Braavos were actually greatly relieved. However, they could not help but feel some regret for missing such a good opportunity. With conflicted feelings, the doctor and the guards followed behind the Sea King fleet and quietly came to the Moon Basin. They did not decide what to do, but only planned to adapt according to the Dragon Queen's ideas. Fatty Bersaglio brought them the latest evaluation of the Dragon Queen, a 20-meter-long paddling longboat with a purple hull, a purple wooden building, purple paddles, and purple sails. On the second floor of the ship, a warm and comfortable hall of more than 40 square meters was brightly lit by tallow candle chandeliers. More than 20 middle-aged and elderly people in dark blue, dark purple, brown, black, and other dark clothes sat in a circle, listening to the fatty in the middle of the circle. Unfortunately, she may have a small amount of Targaryen's mad blood, but not Targaryen's foolish blood. She is very ambitious and confident in the power of dragons. It is very likely that she will not be satisfied with only being the Queen of Slaver's Bay and the Westeros. Bersallo said solemnly, "Damn it." A thin-faced doctor lamented. She knows the relationship between the faceless and bravos, but she is not as respectful to the House of Black and White as ordinary people. Perhaps it is because she has escaped an assassination, or perhaps she has mastered witchcraft and is confident that she is not afraid of the threat of the faceless. Bersallo continued, "Very bad." A silver-haired, purple-eyed, middle-aged man shook his head. His name was Copernicus Arathorn, a Valeglia from Volantis. When Dany Rise was 4 years old, she had followed Sir William Darry to visit Copernicus's father. Dany Rise's identity in Volantis was Layla Arathorn, nominally Copernicus's cousin. However, 12 years ago, the Arathorn family was not prominent and did not have the qualifications to become a doctor or an Iron Vault guard. At least, Copernicus's father was just an ordinary real estate developer in the city, and the whole family relied on a street of shops to make a living. The faceless that was released by Dany Rise sent a message that the assassination was not a complete failure. At that time, the Dragon Queen was injured, but she used a mysterious witchcraft to turn the tables and seriously injure her, Bersallo explained. So, the news from Volantis is true. She has the complete inheritance of the Great Wizard, and she has more talent than the previous Great Wizards? A doctor asked. A kind person also knows witchcraft. Did you find out her background? A doctor with a walking stick asked. The doctor's position was equivalent to a counterfeit version of the Hand of the King. He did not have as much power as the Hand of the King, but he was also not like the Hand of the King, whose power was completely dependent on the king's trust. He had a bit of the taste of the Great Ming dynasty. A kind person could not see through her at all, and only gave an evaluation of illusory, bottomless. Bersallo shook his head. This is troublesome. Everyone sighed. Dany Rise hopes to cooperate with us. In the next 5 years, we will purchase food from the world. Then, Bersallo told them about the purchase of food. Damn, she wants to learn from us. After knowing the news of the deviants, she wants to take advantage of the long night to harvest the world's gold and even world hegemony with food. Immediately, someone reacted and cursed. Maybe. Bersallo smiled in a relaxed tone. This is good news for us. We can make money, and we can also hurt her vitality. That's right. Everyone laughed cheerfully. The doctor's manager laughed for a while, and then said worriedly, "Deviants are not equal to the long night. Her ambition is destined to fail. But this behavior in itself also shows that she has the heart to dominate the world. A dragon with ambition, this is very worrying. In fact, she has not hidden her ambition for the Free City. Other than finding the Iron Treasury to be the middleman to buy food, she also wants to buy a ship to go to the East Sea and bring the barbarians to the land of strife." Bersallo said with a serious expression. "What? She wants to attack Tyrasai and Mill?" The doctor's manager exclaimed. "Genius. She is indeed a genius." Copernicus had a sudden realization. I was wondering why the Alliance was so eager to make a move. The vanguard had already left Volantis and entered the Valyrian Avenue, heading towards Materis. She was still wandering around aimlessly. So she was planning to attack the Alliance's home. You are saying that she wants the barbarians to attack the city of Third Daughters to attract the Alliance's main force and relieve the pressure on Slave Bay? A guard asked in shock. Yes, Copernicus said with certainty. Think about it. When tens of thousands of barbarians enter the land of strife, what will the city of Third Daughters fleet do? Go home and chase the barbarians away. Everyone was deep in thought. We can't sell her a ship, the doctor's manager said coldly. Bravos is not the only one selling ships. I rejected her and even threatened her, but she was firm. Everyone, tell me, how should we deal with this? Bersalo asked. It is not how to deal with this, but how to deal with her. She is now in Bravos, under our bows and swords. She is the source of all trouble, the center of all evil. End her, and the last Targaryen. And the peace of Bravos will be eternal. Copernicus stood up and waved his hands, shouting loudly. Boom! The doctor's manager slammed his walking stick and shouted angrily. No, we have sworn, the Sea King has sworn. Copernicus clenched his teeth and looked at his colleagues around him. He scanned their faces one by one, carefully calculating the number of people who looked at him. 15 professors, 8 guards, plus the key-keeper Bezalo, 24 people. 22 opened their eyes and nodded at me. Only 2 closed their eyes. Let's do it. In a flash, Copernicus made a decision. I'm sorry. The future of Bravos cannot be destroyed in the hands of our generation. He unbuttoned his collar to let his rapid breathing become smoother. Clang! Copernicus pulled out the assassin's sword from his waist and pointed it at the doctors and guards. Every word he said burned his heart like charcoal. I'm sorry, I've revolted. Yes, this is a coup. Now, the council will be taken over by me, Copernicus Erason. Copernicus, what do you want? The doctor's manager asked. I want you to immediately abolish Felico-Antarian's position as the Sea King and elect me as the new Sea King. I also want to immediately take over the Sea King's purple sail fleet. I want to end the evil mother of dragons for Bravos. Copernicus was sweating profusely. His cheeks were as red as a steamed crab shell, and he was dizzy. After reading the lines on the script, he seemed to remember something and shouted, "Those who are willing to join me, stand up." Immediately, 2 doctors and a guard stood up with complicated expressions and walked behind Copernicus. Thump, thump, thump. Powerful footsteps were heard on the wooden stairs. A group of armored warriors with bows and swords on their waists rushed into the True Dragon Resort one after another amidst the exclamations of the crowd outside the building. After taking down the dozens of dazed assassins on the first floor, they rushed up to the 3rd floor without stopping and surrounded the Dragon Queen, Jero, the Sea King, and the Chief Swordsman. The warriors were like tree trunks in the forest, and the arrows were as dense as tree branches. The 150-square-meter restaurant that was converted into a conference room was tightly surrounded by 200 soldiers in purple armor and purple capes. God of 1,000 faces, The Sea King Felico's lips trembled as he glared at the soldiers in purple. What are you doing? I'm sorry, Your Majesties, this is a coup. Chapter 388. The old Sea King's face was pale as he shouted at the 2 high-ranking officers of the purple-robed army. Cantona, Keen, why are you here? Without my orders. Why are the purple-robed army acting on their own? Although the Sea King was chosen, he was not a puppet. The strongest naval force of Bravos, the Purple Sail Fleet, was under the command of the Sea King. The people of Bravos worshipped purple. So the Purple Sail Fleet had deep purple hulls and light purple sails. Even the officers of the fleet wore purple leather armor, plate armor, and capes. Their swords, scabbards, and hilts were all made of red sandalwood. The purple sail ships had 2 military forces, the navy and the cavalry. The cavalry was a marine force that was modeled after the heavy armored knights. They could ride horses and kill, as well as fight 1 against 10. They were called the Purple-Robed Army, and were the direct subordinates of the Sea King. They were similar to the Royal Guards, and were the most loyal subordinates of the Sea King. "Sorry, Your Majesty," Keen with a typical evil face turned his head and sighed. "We can't let the Mother of Dragons leave. Let the God of 1,000 Faces take you sons of bitches away." The old Sea King, who did not believe the God of 1,000 Faces, cursed. He forced himself to stand in front of the Dragon Queen and shouted, "Who dares to make a move? She is my guest, a guest of Bravo's. I made an oath with the Keykeeper to ensure her safety during the negotiations. Do you want to ruin the honor of Bravo's and the reputation of the Iron Treasury?" Copernicus squeezed through the crowd and stood in front of the Sea King. He said in high spirits, "Brother Felic, you are no longer the Sea King." Copernicus had changed out of the dark blue woolen coat he wore on the purple ship. He was now wearing a silver dragon-winged helmet and silver plate armor. On his chest was a golden glaze inlaid with a roaring titan, the symbol of the Sea King. There was a small silver dragon clasping a cloak made of silver thread on his shoulder. On the cloak, there was a black trapezoidal tower with a silver dragon coiling in the middle. This was the emblem of the Arathorn clan. "Copernicus, it's you?" The Sea King was shocked and angry at the same time. He scolded, "You're just a new low-level doctor. Why are you wearing the Sea King's armor?" "Hee, you still don't understand?" Copernicus was so excited that he could barely contain himself. His purple eyes climbed up the blood web that looked like branching branches. He patted his chest and sneered. "You and the Council's appeasement policy towards the Mother of Dragons made some people with lofty ideals very dissatisfied. A group of like-minded companions launched a coup under my call. At this point, we have already taken control of the inactive parliament. Now, we will abolish your identity as the Sea King and return everything to the right track." "Are you crazy?" Brother Felic's face was pale, and his body was swaying. He shouted in disbelief, "Bravo's has been founded for 974 years and has gone through 45 Sea Kings. There has never been a Sea King who came to power through a coup, not even," he said bitterly, "I am the only Sea King who was betrayed by the Purple Robe Army." "I'm sorry, Your Majesty." Keen's stiff cheeks showed some shame, but he quickly became firm. "All the guilt and shame will be borne by us, even if we will be spit on by future generations for millions of years. But for Bravo's, for world peace, for the millions of kind people in the 9 city-states, all of this is worth it." "I'm sorry, everyone." Danny supported herself on the table. Her face was pale, and she looked disgusted, as if she was about to vomit. "I didn't want to disturb your coup. After all, it's a military coup in Bravo's. It's rare to see such a thing in 1,000 years. But you, ugly man, your words are so disgusting that I can't help but throw up my dinner last night. Danny, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. You've grown so much." Copernicus turned his gaze to the Dragon Queen and said with a complicated expression, "Although this coup started because of you, don't worry. Come with me to the Sea King Palace. I swear to guarantee your safety." Okay, words are like the wind. These days, swearing is equivalent to fart. Who will believe it? You finish the coup first, then we can talk about our business. Danny leaned back in her chair and said lazily, the Dragon Queen's indifferent attitude made Copernicus and the Purple Shirt Army nervous. Did she have the confidence to escape? In the face of such an inescapable trap, even the gods couldn't escape. Where did her confidence come from? Copernicus looked left and right worriedly, but he didn't find any flaws. He became more and more anxious. "Danny, words are like the wind. They don't seem to have any effect on you. We can only let the swords— Shut up, the old Sea King roared. If you want to touch her, you have to step over my dead body. Keen tried to persuade him. Your Majesty, the old Sea King Brother Felic interrupted him and said coldly, Don't call me your Majesty. I don't have many days left to live. Before the disease takes away my last breath, I can't let you traitors take away my glory. Without hesitation, Copernicus waved his hand and said, Kill. The purple shirt army hesitated. Kill him. We are rebels. If we don't kill the previous Sea King, what kind of rebels are we? Copernicus roared out, Kill! Kill! Cantona and Keen saw the determination and will to die in Brother Felic's eyes. They no longer hesitated and shot out arrows while loudly giving orders. So. Over 100 purple-armored soldiers shot out their crossbows at the same time. The narrow space was filled with arrows, and the candlelight under the chandelier flickered. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The chief swordsman stood in front of the old Sea King to protect him. The thin sword in his hand released a silver sword net that sent 20-30 arrows flying. The rest were stuck in his body, and the Sea King behind him was unharmed. The hedgehog-like chief swordsman turned his head and said to the stunned Sea King, Many apologies, Your Majesty. This minister is incompetent and can't protect. Before she could finish her sentence, Water Dancer's tall body fell to the ground with a loud thud. Blood then spread across the floor. You really— The old Sea King's finger trembled as he looked at Keen Cantona and the other familiar faces, finally landing on Copernicus' gloomy face. Good, very good. I'll wait for you down there. He seemed to have understood something and was finally freed from his confusion. He revealed a smile and turned to look at the expressionless dragon queen as he said, Sorry, I never thought they would be so ruthless. They actually played. Chi. Copernicus' expression changed as he quickly stepped forward and fiercely waved his sword. Chi, the Sea King's bitter smile remained on his face for an eternity before he rose and fell, rolling on the ground. He died with his eyes wide open. Chi. The headless corpse was still standing there as the shriveled neck weakly spat out blood mist. The hall was as quiet as a tomb as the air was filled with blood and fear. Huff, huff, huff. The sword just now seemed to have used up all of Copernicus' strength. He leaned on his sword as his face was filled with blood and twisted into an evil spirit. He coldly stared at the stupefied dragon queen. Die here, or follow me to the Sea King Palace. Just like the chief swordsman who had been protecting the Sea King, Giraudain immediately pulled down his mask after the incident. He held a sword in his right hand and an oak chair in his left hand as a shield as he stood in front of Danny. Clap, clap, clap. Danny was still sitting on the high-backed chair. She gently clapped her hands and praised, You even killed the Sea King. You have guts, I'm convinced. Jaime Lannister should be laughing out loud right now. Finally, there's someone worse than me. Humph, the one who killed Brother Felic was you. You and Giraudain plotted against His Majesty the Sea King and the chief swordsman Kaluo. You were arrested by me and the two squadron leaders Cantona and Keen and imprisoned in the Sea King Palace's dungeon. The 15 assassins downstairs are your accomplices and witnesses to this matter. Furthermore, you have a criminal record. The people of the Seven Kingdoms know that you violated the rights of the guests in the old town, burned the City of Learning, and slaughtered the scholars. The 9 free trade city-states, the cities of the Jade Sea, the Westeros, and even the entire world will believe us. Copernicus laughed sinisterly. Clap, clap, clap. Danny gently clapped her hands again and nodded. Brilliant, a very brilliant method. However, I have a question. When you started the coup, did you have the support of the Black and White School and the Iron Treasury? After taking you down, I will convince them. Copernicus licked his lips and said confidently, Sigh, why do I always meet traitors and traitors? Have I been eliminated by the new era and become the conservative Duke Song? Danny looked up at the ceiling and sighed. Who is Duke Song? Copernicus asked blankly. Duke Song Xianggong. Who? Forget it. Copernicus shook his head and said in a taunting voice, You like to mess with people you shouldn't mess with, and you like to put yourself in danger. Who can you blame for this kind of thing? Danny's face turned dark as she shouted, Jialuo, let's go. Wah Hong Long. Before Copernicus and the 200 purple-robed soldiers could react, the wooden floor under the Dragon Queen suddenly cracked open. The Dragon Queen, who was sitting on the chair, and Gerald Dane, who was standing beside her, fell down. There's a tunnel. Copernicus cried out in shock. The experienced Keen and Cantona were shocked, but they didn't panic. They immediately ran to the tunnel, and after taking a look, Keen urged, Someone, go down, immediately jump down. Dong dong. The purple-robed soldiers were well trained. Immediately, 4 or 5 soldiers pulled out their daggers and slid down the tunnel. The sound of metal colliding with the tunnel below was heard. I'll go too. Keen's heart was uneasy. Seeing that there was a little brother exploring the way, he also jumped down and entered a dark and narrow tunnel. It seemed to be a slide made of copper that slid down a slope. After 4 or 5 meters, it turned into a corner. It was a brick tunnel that had the smell of rotting vegetables and water. It fell down vertically. Pudong, pudong, pudong. A cold and dark pool. No, Keen recalled the terrain of the Green Eel Inn. The north side was a river. This was the canal that ran through Bravos. The copper slide just now was connected to the garbage channel of the inn. Thinking of this, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. There were several warships on the canal. All of them were their people. They surrounded the Green Eel Inn tightly, making it hard for the other side to escape. Voila! The river suddenly stirred up, as if a whale was swimming through the river. What was that? Keen gave up the idea of floating to the surface. Instead, he dived deeper into the river and swam in the direction of the current, because he suspected that the abnormality at the bottom of the river was related to the Dragon Queen. He couldn't let her escape. The cold river water seemed to have become warm. While Keen was surprised, a grenade exploded at the bottom of the river in front of him. He didn't know what a grenade was. Scarlet-red dragon flames boiled the river water, and large amounts of steam mixed with the red flames shot up. The river water mixed with the high temperature, steam sucked Keen into it. Just like in the market, a live chicken was thrown into a machine filled with boiling water. Pressing the switch, it wildly stirred. Suddenly, Keen turned from a live chicken to a dead chicken without feathers. He went with the flow, becoming one of the thousands of floating corpses. Chapter 389. Moon Pond. Inside the purple boat, there were 15 professors and 9 guards of the Iron Vault, including the fat Bersalo. They were still sitting in a circle, but their posture had changed. 3 of them were still sitting on chairs facing the center of the circle, but the other 21 people, including the head of the professors, turned their chairs around, facing the window with their backs facing the center of the circle. At the same time, they covered their faces with a veil. That was not a shroud to cover the bodies. They were not dead. They were just using this method to protest against the rebel army led by Copernicus, which violated the sacred oath. What took you so long? The veil on the professor's face floated up a few times due to his breathing. His anxious voice came from below. Brother Felix, His Majesty must die tonight, and the Purple Army will not be able to do anything to him. A professor, who was also wearing a veil, sighed. Will there be any accidents? Although Dany Reese is reckless, she has turned misfortunes into blessings time and time again. Even the assassination of the City of Knowledge could not take her life. Maybe, sigh? The professor said worriedly. Bersallo pondered for a moment. His breath blew the veil on his face and said, "The last time the City of Knowledge was too careless. They thought that the poison and the arrows in the next room could solve the problem, so they only arranged a team of 10 to guard the door. Who would have thought that Barristan had tile steel armor and rushed out while carrying Dany Reese? We learned our lesson this time and sent 200 elites, all armed with crossbows. Even if Dany Reese and Gerald Dane were both wearing tile steel armor, even if Gerald Dane had his Uncle Arthur Dane's sword skills, he would still die." "It's best not to kill her," a guard hurriedly said. "We need her secrets, the inheritance of the great wizard Valeglia, the secrets of dragon hatching, the skills of dragon taming, and even indirectly controlling her 4 dragons. For dragons, with them, Bravos can rule the world, not financial rule, but a real throne." He emphasized, "Don't worry, Copernicus understands the importance. He will try his best to capture Dany Reese." Bersallo said, "I'm not worried about failure. The worst-case scenario is that the woman will resist, and then Copernicus will kill her directly. Then the Megalosaurus would come for revenge. We have the Dragon Slayer crossbow. It's not a bad idea to be a dragon slayer. The key point is that she did not go to the Ocean Palace as planned. Instead, she publicized our oath to negotiate with her. How will the citizens and the world view us?" A doctor said. The doctor's director pondered and said, "It's still Anne's original plan. Copernicus, Busby, Charlton, and John will form a temporary parliament and bear all the responsibility for the coup. He also wants to spread the news that Dragon Queen killed Brother Felix, the Sea King. He also wants everyone to understand that Dragon Queen is a threat to world peace." Well, Busby, Charlton, and Johansson did not cover their faces with veils, nor did they sit with their backs turned. Like Copernicus, they had betrayed the council. Now that they heard the chief steward say that they had to take full responsibility, their originally pale faces became even more ashen. Their mouths opened and closed a few times, but not a single word of rebuttal came out. This was a predetermined script. Since they had accepted the roles that they had been given, they had to complete the plot. Otherwise, the director and the audience would not be satisfied. "What if you fail?" Pissarro suddenly asked. "How can we fail?" Everyone said together. They were in a hurry and scrambled to say it, as if failure would really find them if they spoke slowly. "I have a bad feeling. That woman is not stupid. After the lesson in the City of Knowledge, she should not personally take the risk again." Pissarro sighed. How did she deal with the City of Knowledge? The doctor's director smiled, strangely. "She burned the City of Knowledge." A doctor with a shoehorn face said, "No, the City of Knowledge's director's office was the main battlefield, but the damage was not serious. Also, not many scholars died. Only a dozen or so scholars and apprentices died in an accident. Hyder's Tower of Babel was undamaged. Moreover, she did not kill Stannis." The doctor's director laughed in a deep voice. "What do you mean?" The shoehorn face was puzzled. The scholars and Hyder were involved in the change in the City of Knowledge. If Dany Rise was replaced by any other Targaryen, the City of Knowledge, Hyder, and the old town would not have survived. They would have been burned to ashes by the Megalosaurus. As long as the City of Knowledge violated the rights of the guests, even if the mystic dragon burned all 200,000 people in the old town to death, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms would not say that the Targaryens were cruel. They would only blame the old town for its crimes. However, Dany Rise almost let her mortal enemy go for nothing. There is also Stannis and Jon Snow on the Great Wall. They have an irreconcilable blood feud with the Targaryens. She only needed to ride the dragon down and spit out a mouthful of dragon flames to resolve any grudges. However, she still did not make a move. What does this mean? She is stupid? The shoehorn face said. Perhaps, but it is more likely that she has awakened the Targaryens' sacred blood. The doctor said, Sacred blood? I only know that the Targaryens have mad blood and foolish blood. Why is there an additional sacred blood? The shoehorn face was so shocked that the scarf on his face almost fell off. Have you forgotten about Saint Baelor? Saint Baelor. Bissaro muttered softly. After a while, he said in shock, could it be that Dany Rise is the same as Saint Baelor, a devout believer of the seven gods? She wants to use love to influence the enemy? The muscles on his face contorted as he said with great difficulty, Strictly speaking, it is love and faith. A shrewd look flashed across the doctor's eyes. He said confidently and proudly, there is a saying in the Westeros. Every time a Targaryen is born, the gods will flip a coin to decide whether he is great or mad. Which side of the coin do you think Dany Rise belongs to? Sir, I have to say that I have never thought that Saint Baelor is great. If madness is like a coin with two sides and two forms of expression, then Saint Baelor and Aerys are two different sides of the coin. There is no difference in essence. They both belong to the Mad King coin. The shoehorn face twitched as he expressed his disagreement. You are right. The doctor nodded in agreement. In order to hatch the dragon, I have studied the Targaryens for more than 30 years. In the end, I discovered one thing. Their bloodline is engraved with a madness that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. The so-called sacred blood and foolish blood are the children of the mad blood. With the mad blood, they have evolved all kinds of strange personalities. However, we do not need to understand how the mad blood evolved. After all, we are ordinary people. How can ordinary people understand lunatics? We only need to understand that Dany Rise also has the mad sacred blood similar to Saint Baelor. This explains all of her actions in the Westeros. Oh, I have also studied her actions in the Westeros. It is difficult to understand. The change in the City of Learning, the wandering of the river, the expedition to the Great Wall, the duel with the deviant ghosts. She does not have the temperament of a king, nor is she decisive in killing. If it was me, I would have attacked the King's Landing, burned the Red Keep, killed Lannister, and then attacked the Eyrie to kill Aeron's seed. Then, I would have killed Stannis anyway. If I met him, I would have killed him with a mouthful of dragon flame and left him for winter. Sigh, now I understand. She is like the Holy Mother of the Seven Gods. She seems to have the Holy Mother Dany disease of insanity. Bersalo said in realization, when she dealt with the Gith in Slaver's Bay, she was ruthless. None of the virtuous, great, and good lords who fell into her hands survived. What do you mean? The shoehorn face said. The doctor said, she does have the mad sacred blood, but the mad sacred blood does not mean that she is stupid. Just like Saint Baelor, he is not stupid. If she did not kill those great slave masters, how would she anger the people? How would she control the 3 cities of Slaver's Bay? Just like now, isn't she also preparing to buy a large amount of food in an attempt to make a fortune in the long night? Sigh. The mad blood of the Targaryen family is so changeable, yet Sir Steward was able to study it so thoroughly. Admirable, admirable. The shoehorn face sighed in admiration. Humph, otherwise why would I be the steward? And you are just an ordinary doctor. The doctor nodded proudly and said, so, do you understand? Even if the probability is 1 in a billion, that woman. Sigh, she escapes again. We do not have to be too worried. After all, this is a coup. The Sea King sacrificed his life for her, and the council is also imprisoned by the rebels. How innocent are we? How innocent is Bravos? Even holy Danny could let go of the city of knowledge and Thean Byra. Why would she target us who are innocent? Then what about us? Busby, who was not wearing a veil, could not help but ask. Busby, don't you have any self-awareness? Before the steward could speak, another guard shouted, If you are not willing to sacrifice for Bravos, why did you apply to become a doctor? Why did you join the council? Busby's expression was contorted. Countless MMP floated in his heart. The doctor's steward comforted him. Don't worry, I am just taking every conceivable possibility into consideration. I will not really let her escape. The Dragon Queen has escaped. Don't let the Dragon Queen escape. A commotion suddenly came from the other side of the moon pond. The information in the words shocked everyone on the ship. I will go and take a look. Fatty Bersallo lifted the veil covering his face and ran to the side of the ship. He was as agile as a skinny monkey. Rumble! A thunder-like sound came from the faraway canal. The bottom of the river was bright red, as if 1,000,000 candles had sunk into the water. The river water was like boiling water in a pot. White steam covered the surface of the river as it splashed 7 to 8 meters away. One could clearly see a bright red pillar of fire amidst the steam and splashing river water. It was like a sword or a blade. It was 10 meters long and pierced the sky from the bottom of the river. The river god wielded the flaming devil blade and slashed across the surface of the river. Water splashed everywhere, steam boiled, and cries shook the heavens. Rumble! Another Galen warship with a purple sail and a purple shell flew into the air as the flaming sword pierced through it. The flaming devil blade slashed across the bottom of the ship like a welding torch slashing through a thin steel plate. The blade parted in the middle. Goodbye. The ship that was sliced in half was set ablaze. The sailors who fell into the water were hit by steam, boiling water, or the flaming sword. Their cries were as shrill as ghosts. The people on the shore, who were watching the Dragon Queen, ran and shouted. However, they could not stop the devil god's devil blade from advancing. Forward! Rumble! The fourth warship was parted in the middle by the blade. The hull was sliced in half. That was right. This was the fourth ship. The speed of the devil blade at the bottom of the river was shocking. It split a warship with one slash. After the slash, the flaming sword disappeared for a moment. Then it lit up at the bottom of the next warship, rose, pierced, and parted in the middle. Devil dragon. Bersallo's teeth chattered. The devil dragon is at the bottom of the river. The devil dragon is here. Fatty shouted crazily when he saw the red light at the bottom of the river moving swiftly toward them. Chapter 390. What's going on? The commotion on the river outside was getting louder and louder. The professors and guards in the purple boat could not sit still anymore. One by one, they rushed out of the cabin hall. Oh my God! The professor's face was contorted as he said in fear. A fire-breathing sea monster rushed into the river and into the canal. What sea monster? It's the devil dragon. It's the devil dragon. Bersallo shouted as he stomped his feet. The devil dragon. Why did it dive into the water? Everyone was shocked. Legend has it that the devil dragon will dive into the sea to catch sea monsters and devour them. So it's true. The professor recalled the books he read about Valeglia, and his face turned pale. Is Danny Rise dead? She should be dead. The devil dragon will only take revenge on us if she's dead. Johansson asked anxiously. If she was not dead, the rebels would become scapegoats and die. He did not want to die. Maybe, while Bersallo was hesitating, the boat suddenly shook a few times. A silent undercurrent rippled on the calm moon pond. Oh no, the devil dragon is here. Run, run! With a roar, Fatty transformed into Bolt and rushed to the side of the boat near the dock. He jumped down like Meng Zotzi. His body was twice the size of a normal person, but he was as agile as a fat toad with a big belly in the water. Run, run! Bersalo did not forget about his companions. He turned around and shouted as he paddled. The professors and guards on the side of the boat were stunned. They did not know what was going on. In just a few minutes, more than 10 purple sail warships on the river were cut in half and burned on the river. Bersalo suddenly realized that the dragon queen knew about the purple boat. She knew that the counselor was on the purple boat in the moon pond. Before he left, he told the Sea King personally. She must have heard it too. Damn it! Boom splash! While he was thinking, a water column exploded on the side of the purple ship. The 20-meter-long ship started to shake violently like a fallen leaf in a bucket. The falling water was like a heavy downpour, drenching more than 20 Bravo's bigwigs on the side of the ship. Hiss! In the middle of the water, a ferocious black dragon had roared at the sky. It was filled with anger and cruelty. "M.O. Dragon!" Bersalo shuddered violently and changed from paddling to diving. He lowered his head and disappeared into the water. There were no more splashes or sounds of water. Traitor! The devil dragon opened its mouth wide and let out a hoarse and deep voice. It was as cold as the 9 nether abyss and as rough as glass shards being crushed by a stone roller. Like a typhoon, the bamboo curtains and veils on the cruise ship were rustling. But what made the people of Bravos even more frightened was that the mystic dragon was speaking. They understood that the devil dragon was talking to them. The demonic dragon spoke. The water dripping from his hair slid down his cheeks, but the doctor didn't notice it at all. He turned his head and looked around in confusion, hoping that his companions could tell him if he was hallucinating. This doesn't make sense. This isn't magic. I've never heard of a demonic dragon being so cunning. It hid in the river and burned the boat. How could it accurately find us? And it can even speak. Shoehorn face frantically kowtowed to the ground, as if trying to wake himself up from his sleep. It was indeed unscientific that Blackie could speak, but it was very magical. On the day of the devouring rat chef's divinity, Blackie could use words to convey information. But its words were very strange. It was like a foreigner could speak. The Chinese who had never learned a foreign language couldn't understand it at all. But the Chinese didn't understand foreign languages, and they couldn't say that foreigners were learning to bray like donkeys, right? Blackie was in such a situation. It spoke the ancient language of the last era source language, the language of the children of the forest and the ravens. That's right, the ravens used by the people of this world to send messages. The big black ravens were also intelligent creatures, magical beasts, but no one knew that the ravens could speak or that the raven screams were in source language. Other than the children of the forest, humans couldn't understand it at all. Not only couldn't they understand it, but human vocal cords also couldn't support the pronunciation of source language. No human had ever spoken source language. Danny couldn't understand it either, but the dragon spirit state was very special. She didn't understand the sound, but she understood the meaning. Source language was also called the language of the earth. In the last era before the long night, the children of the forest used this language for millions of years. It wasn't just the children of the forest. Most intelligent creatures with spirituality could speak source language, with the long night as a symbol before the first long night was the ancient era. Many divine creatures were born, including gods, children of the forest, and dragons. There were even gods who established kingdoms, such as the Dawn Kingdom of the Eastern Barren Land. The first Dawn Kingdom's emperor, the Sky Emperor, was the only son of the god, the Night Lion, Death, and the Lady of Light, the Light King before Lalo. As the son of the god, the Sky Emperor lived for more than 10,000 years. It was said that he ascended to the astral plane, or perhaps died. The Pearl Emperor, the Sky Emperor's son, only lived for 1,000 years. After that, the god's blood became thinner and thinner, and the Dawn Kingdom's emperor's lifespan became shorter and shorter. But no matter how short it was still longer than the people of today. In addition to the Dawn Kingdom of the Barren Land, the Thunder Island also established a divine kingdom. The Thunder Island Queen was the same as the Dawn Kingdom's emperor, a descendant of the gods. Even the Dothraki Plains wasn't the true homeland of the centaurs. A long time ago, the Dothraki Sea was a true inland sea, a vast silver sea. There was a legendary kingdom of the Fisher Queen related to the Anami, or the mother of the Lone River. As for the Westeros, needless to say, that was the world of the children of the forest and the old gods. At that time, the giants and centaurs all had their own kingdoms. In addition to these ancient kingdoms with names and histories, there were also countless small kingdoms established by the descendants of gods and demigods. The first era was the golden age of the world of ice and fire. The first long night was like the twilight of the gods. It destroyed all the kingdoms of the gods. The Dawn Kingdom, the Fisher Kingdom, and the children of the forest all disappeared during that period. After the long night, the second era began. It could be called the Silver Era. Well, at least it was worthy of the name Silver Era. When Valeglia was destroyed, the Megalosaurus became extinct, and the magic power faded. It became the age of scrap metal. The protagonists of the second era were humans belonging to Valeglia. The gods were hidden, and humans officially stepped onto the stage. The dragon and magic civilization created by the people of Valeglia almost surpassed the gods and the first era. But Dany was born at the end of the second era, an era when the great calamity was about to occur. The third era would be started by her generation. They would either take the path of technology, steampunk, or continue on the old path of magic, a more systematic and advanced magic civilization. Or they would combine magic and both. Or the world would end in the long night, and there would be no third era. All right, I digressed. Before the long night, Blackie's dragon egg belonged to the life of the previous era. It was only at the end of the second era that it was hatched by Dany. If not for the fact that the era was different and the world's laws had changed, it should have been able to speak the source language the moment it was born. The source language was like an instinct engraved in the bloodline of the ancient Megalosaurus. Until the time with the rat chef, when the growing divine power finally broke through the restraints of the rules, the black dragon could speak again. Stumbling, he could only say the word Dany. Yep, Blackie could only call Dany by her name now. Although it broke the rules and could speak the human language, it did not inherit the ability of the source language from its bloodline. Its dragon egg had been completely petrified, and its current physical body was reforged by Dany with flames. Dany should find a child of the forest for it to be its teacher, but at this time, she did not know that there was such a language as source language in the world. She thought that Blackie was speaking the dragon language. At first, she was excited and prepared to learn the dragon language that was more fundamental and could communicate with the Sea of Magic from Blackie, who knew that half a month had passed since they returned to Slave Bay from the Long Night Fortress, and Blackie could only call her Dany. This made Dany furious. I didn't expect you to be so stupid, Blackie, to think that I kept boasting about you as a top student in the rocket class. But a good teacher should not be left out. She could not give up on Blackie just because he became a bad student. Dany began to teach him the common language, and Valeglia, finally it could speak. Since it could not speak the dragon language, it could learn the human language. Crows could also speak the human language. Megalosaurus could not be worse than ravens, right? It turned out that the reason why Blackie was regarded as a top student by Danny when it was young was really because Megalosaurus are stupid. It was set off by Little White and Little Green, two more stupid dragons. Compared to humans, Megalosaurus learned languages too slowly. Blackie could only remember 1 or 2 words a day when it was taught in the dragon spirit state, and then it would forget them the next day. In fact, Danny really misunderstood Blackie. Blackie was not stupid at all. Instead, after obtaining divinity, it had the potential to surpass human wisdom. But it was only 2 years old. With the lifespan of Megalosaurus, at least 200 years, it was still decades away from adulthood. When Danny was 1 or 2 years old, she was not as smart as it was. Although Blackie did not have the wisdom to speak at this time, it could let Danny use its mouth to speak. In the past, when the main soul and the big black dragon spirit were together, she could only passively accept the sensory information of the Megalosaurus. For example, she could borrow its ears to hear, borrow its eyes to see, and borrow its nose to smell. But she could not directly control its limbs. Now, with the complete green prophet meditation ring and the second soul, Danny had evolved. With the second soul and the big black dragon spirit, she could control the movements of the Megalosaurus to a limited extent. For example, at this time, in the dragon spirit state, Danny used Blackie's voice to speak. "How ignorant you mortals are!" Danny's version of Blackie shook its big head, broke the wooden wall with its wings, and squeezed its upper body into the cabin. The huge paddling boat was obviously tilted. One side was tilted up, and the other side was sinking. The chairs, tables, and even the people of Bravos lying on the floor were slowly sliding to the side where the black dragon was crawling. Crash, ping, ping, bang, bang. The sound of porcelain bottles and teacups breaking could be heard, but everyone's mind was already controlled by the mystic dragon, and they could not perceive the situation around them. "Demon dragon, I have something to say, dash." The head doctor hugged one of the pillars and cried out in pain. "No need to quibble. I am the dragon god, omniscient and omnipotent. Accept the divine punishment of justice." Danny roared through Blackie's mouth. The Megalosaurus had a large lung capacity, and the sound wave mixed with the smell of sulfur was like a gust of wind, messing up the wet hair of the doctor. Everyone could not help but squint and groan. Blackie's thunderous voice was like the waves, spreading hundreds of meters away. Not to mention the doctors and guards on the boat, even the onlookers and soldiers near the shore were shocked. "I'm innocent, I'm innocent, I'm innocent." The doctor's face was pale, and he was almost scared out of his wits by the majestic dragon roar. Could it be that Danny Lilith's Megalosaurus had really become a god? Otherwise, how could it speak? Chapter 391. "I am innocent. I was coerced by the rebel army. The head of the academicians wailed. "Dragon god above, have mercy, have mercy, please mercy." "No, Mare, sigh." Danny controlled Blackie's throat and used Smog's tone. She dragged out his voice and spoke in a low and evil tone. Yes, his ferocious dragon face even revealed a smile that sent chills down one's spine. It was said that at the moment before death, time would slow down extremely, and one would recall their past life in an instant. The head of the academicians did notice that time had slowed down. He could clearly see streaks of red light gathering at the entrance of the Megalosaurus roar tunnel. They condensed into form, and the dragon flame was spiraling towards him in a cone shape. But in this long time, there were no images of his past life flashing through his mind. There was only one thought that haunted him. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I should never have used the thinking of a normal person to predict the actions of Danny Rise, who had awakened the mad blood. She might have treated the City of Knowledge and Mother Theonbella, but she might not treat the mother of Braavos because she had the mad blood. Those whose actions are unpredictable are considered mad. I have studied the history of Targaryen and dragons for 30 years. I am definitely a world-class Targaryen expert. To think that I would make such a mistake. Boom! The scorching dragon flame was like a waterfall falling from the 9 heavens. It instantly filled the large cabin and burned more than 20 struggling academicians and guards into boiling oil. SSSS. Blackie roared towards the sky. Before the archers on the pier could get into formation, it pushed the burning purple ship away with its wing joints. Its body leaned back and crashed into the moon pond. The lake-sized moon pond rippled. An undercurrent rushed towards the downstream of the flooded town. The spire of the tower and the roof in the northwest direction had ripples. Demon Dragon is in the moon pond. Release the arrows. Quick, quick. Archers, shoot it dead. At this moment, Fatty Bersallo had already struggled to climb up to the pier. As he ran for his life, he waved his arms and shouted at the archers. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of archers rained arrows on the moon pond's surface and shot into the purple ship that was engulfed in flames. Unfortunately, Dahe had swum out of the estuary and entered the bay. A quarter of an hour later, he jumped out of the sea under the cover of the night and returned to the sky above the Green Eel Inn. At this moment, more than a dozen blazing warships were floating in the canal beside the moon pond. The sky was dyed red, and the small square beside the dock was in a state of chaos. Cries and shouts shook the heavens. The purple-robed army also pushed the dragon-slaying crossbows and barged into the nearby hotels and inns. They occupied the advantageous terrain and set up a defensive line. The soldiers were shouting anxiously, and the shop assistants and merchants were cursing. It was a mess. In fact, when Copernicus led the hundreds of purple-robe army soldiers into the villa, the spectators outside had already noticed that something was wrong. The prediction melon was too big for him to handle, so he prepared to flee back home to seek refuge. The scene of the purple sail fleet being cut up and set ablaze by the flaming demonic sabers also proved their conjecture. However, it was impossible for the purple shirt army to crowd the streets without any defense against the megalosaurus. As a result, a large number of tourists, merchants, and residents were driven out of their houses, causing the situation on the streets to become even more chaotic. Just as the purple shirt army was busy setting up a formation, and the ordinary people were fleeing in all directions, Blackie arrived. However, Blackie did not dive down to spit out dragon flames, as the purple shirt army had expected. He was afraid of arrows. Since he could not spit out dragon flames, he could only attack with his mouth. Roar, a terrifying dragon roar, was the opening speech. In an instant, the noise within a radius of a few kilometers seemed to have been paused. The millions of Braavosi people, outsiders, and merchants below were all silent as they stared blankly at the sky. The black dragon was flying at a height of about 500 meters. Under the deep night sky, they could not see it. However, Blackie's nostrils and throat seemed to be on fire. From time to time, he would spit out a string of flames, illuminating the nearby sky and his huge body. I am the eldest son of Dragon Mother Dany Rise, the Black Abyss, Big Black. Blackie's deep and rough voice echoed in the night sky, drifting with the wind within a few kilometers. Not to mention half of the city. At least the residents of Flooded Town could hear it. Then they began to tremble. The demonic dragon could speak. I am the guardian of justice, the spirit of the sky, the dawn of dawn. However, this was my previous identity. Now everything has changed. The despicable people of Braavosi betrayed the sacred oath, violated the rights of the guests, and attempted to murder Queen Dany Rise, the princess of Dragonstone, island born of the storm, the great torchbearer of freedom, the Queen of Slaver's Bay, the Calixi of the Great Grassland, and also my mother. At this point, his tone and tone had changed. Previously, he was only majestic and domineering. Now, he had become sinister, cruel, and bloodthirsty. It was as if every word from his mouth carried the most vicious curse, causing the listeners to lose their courage and their souls to fall into purgatory because of the sins of the people of Bravosi. At this time, here, I will become the wings of death, the destined destroyer of the world, the terminator of all things. Unstoppable, undefeatable. Today, I am the great cataclysm. Roar. The dragon flames burned the clouds like fire, igniting the sky above flooded town. Then, the black dragon flew away. He left, Big Black, the wings of death, left by the canal. Half of Arya's body was soaked in the cold water. Oh, right now, she was not Arya, but Cat. After meeting the mother of dragons, she did not even leave the garden before breaking up with her master and senior sister. After leaving the true dragon garden through the back door, she became the fishmonger's helper again. Cat. Yes, the kind person let the faceless trainee develop the idea that the Dragon Queen is Stark's mortal enemy, and then let her go. An enemy like the Dragon Queen was too scary. The trainee had to seize the time to improve her cultivation. Cat, where did you go? And why are you standing in the canal? Fishmonger Brusco roared from the boat. Brusco was a fisherman nearby, and also Cat's current boss. He had 2 daughters and 3 sons. I went to the Green Eel Inn to see the Dragon Queen. Cat opened her eyes wide and looked around in the sky. I was worried that the mystic dragon would come down and burn the city. Didn't you hear? He is now the wings of death, the great cataclysm, the terminator of all things. I was afraid of being killed by the mystic dragon, so it was safer to stand by the river. Dad, let's go down to the wings of death. Sounds scary, the skinny sister Tilia said with a sobbing tone. It's just as safe on the boat. If the mystic dragon comes, jump into the river, her brother said. The mystic dragon can dive. Did you see what happened to the Sea King's purple sail fleet? The mystic dragon breathed fire from the bottom of the river and burned them in half. The river is shallow. The mystic dragon can't swim over, Cat said proudly. That makes sense. Brusco quickly rowed the small wooden boat to the shore, and when he was about to jump into the river, he suddenly said, "There's no need to stand in the water. It's too cold. Wait for the mystic dragon to come." Ugh. Kitty looked down at her wet, gray linen clothes and shuddered. She felt that she was an idiot. He reached out and pulled Cat onto the boat, and her sister Bria handed her a blanket and said in surprise, "I never knew that the mystic dragon could talk. The stories were all lies." Cat wrapped herself in the blanket and said doubtfully, "The Megalosaurus can't talk, the dragons of Valeglia, and the dragons of the Targaryen family can't talk either." "But you heard it, the wings of death, what a scary name," Tilia said in fear. "Sigh, the mystic dragon is already scary. Being able to talk only makes him scarier. But now, the scariest thing is not the mystic dragon, nor is it the Dragon Queen, but the Sea King and those purple shirts. What did they do?" Brusco said with an unpleasant expression, "Dad, did the Sea King really go back on his sacred oath and violate the guests' rights?" Bria said with a trembling voice, "The mystic dragon can lie?" Brusco stared at his eldest daughter. The old fisherman expressed the general opinion of the people of Bravos. The mystic dragon must be telling the truth. Ugh, this is the first time I've seen the mystic dragon in my life, and it's also the first time I've heard the mystic dragon speak. I don't know if he's lying. Bria mumbled. Then she said thoughtfully, but from his tone, domineering, cruel, and terrifying, he doesn't seem like a liar. Dragon. Yes. Cat nodded. She also felt that the mystic dragon, who was so powerful, would not lie. Moreover, She saw with her own eyes 200 purple shirts rushing into the inn, and then the mystic dragon began to burn the fleet in anger. More importantly, Kat participated in the negotiation process and knew that the Dragon Queen had reached an agreement with the Black White House, which meant that she was sincere in negotiating with the people of Bravos. So, what the mystic dragon said was true, and the people of Bravos violated the sacred oath and the guests' rights. Kat's gray eyes flashed with disgust, and she could not help but think of another person who violated the guests' rights, Waldfry. Thinking of this, Kat began to have a strange sense of identity with the Dragon Queen, and her hostility was not so strong. She even began to wonder if she should eliminate Stark's enemies after learning the faceless skills. Ugh. At this time, Dany was honored to be on Arya's assassination list. It was the name that she would mutter every night before she went to bed. Arya called it the night prayer, and every time she finished it, she would add a sentence at the end: "All mortals have to die." Dragon Queen Dany Liz was just added, and she did not sleep tonight, so she did not have time to curse. The mystic dragon flew away, and he didn't destroy Bravos. Brusco stood on the bow, tiptoed, and looked around, but there was no trace of the mystic dragon in the night sky. Toot, 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 toot. Suddenly, the sound of a short horn came from the entrance of the canal, completely conveying the anxious mood of the person who blew it. What does this mean? Brusco was puzzled. Bravos was a water city, and the canal from the southern continent ran through the whole city. But in addition to the canal, the city was also scattered with channels like a spider's web. Brusco steered the boat and hid in the narrow channel on the other side of the flooded town, which was separated from the canal by a town. After a while, the purple shirt army rode along the stone path on the shore, and as they ran, they shouted, "The Sea King has ordered all fishermen of Bravos to bring fishing nets to the Purple Harbor immediately. Remember, bring more fishing nets to the Purple Harbor. Those who disobey will be punished with 20 lashes, and those who complete the mission will be rewarded with 10 silver coins." Why should I bring fishing nets to the Purple Harbor? Brusco was confused. Dang, dang, dang. Soon, the sound of a gong came from the channel. Then, the voice of the mayor of the flooded town was heard. "All registered fishermen of the flooded town, bring all your fishing nets to the Purple Harbor immediately and rescue the Purple Harbor." Chapter 392. In flooded town, 70 to 80 small wooden boats gathered at the Seabird Pier at the corner of the canal. In the dark, moonless night, a group of fishermen hung fishing lanterns from the poles at the bow of the boats. In the vast night, the lanterns glowed faintly like fireflies. The cold wind of early winter blew, creating layers of waves on the surface of the river. The faint light from the lanterns spread out on the surface of the water, as if countless stars were reflected on it. John, Jack, Ross, Brusco. On the pier, a loud tax official stood on a stool and read out a series of names loudly. Most of the time, every time a name was read, someone below would raise their hand in response. If the person did not arrive, the tax official would also use a pen to mark the name on the register. Finally, the loud man waved a stack of parchment papers in his hand and shouted at the brightly lit river, "You are all registered fishermen. Go to Purple Harbor immediately and bring all your fishing nets." "Syndicate, what are we going to Purple Harbor for? Tell us clearly." Brusco stood at the bow of the boat and shouted, "Yes, yes. If you don't say anything, what are we going to do there?" "We don't know at all." The fishermen who were called out all agreed. These fishermen, like Brusco, lived in flooded town and made a living by catching fish in the canal. "Sai, you saw it earlier, right? 2 devil dragons dived into the water and burned all 15 purple sail ships in the canal. Just the number of casualties is over 500. The loud syndicate sighed. Then why did the Sea King violate the sacred oath? In the next few thousand years, Brother Fellic, The Sea King will be as famous as the Rat Chef. Even I feel embarrassed for that old man. Some fishermen were very dissatisfied and actually called the Sea King Old Man. How can a small fisherman like Ross interfere in the government's affairs? Syndicate reprimanded angrily. All mortals will die. I'm not even afraid of death. What can the government do to me? A small old man with disheveled hair in ragged hemp clothes said stiffly, with his neck straightened. Hearing that all mortals will die, the angry tax official who was about to teach the unruly commoner a lesson immediately shrank back. Fuck, that old bastard Ross is actually related to the Black-White Academy. I can't afford to offend him. I have to remember this in the future. With that thought in mind, Syndicate raised his voice and spoke in a loud yet gentle tone. The mystic dragon is burning the Purple Harbor. He has already burned 70 to 80 ships. Other than the warships, there are also large ships. Many of the ships were filled with goods. It was too tragic. No matter what the Sea King did, we can discuss it tomorrow. The most important thing now is to stop the mystic dragon and help Bravos reduce their losses. It's just like in the early years of the Qing dynasty. If you shout in front of the Jianghu people, Father of Heaven and Mother of Earth, fight the Qing and restore the Ming, everyone will know that you're a member of the Heaven and Earth Association. If you bare your forehead, put your palms together, and say, Amitba, your neighbors will think you're a monk. If you shout, Oh my God, or Jesus, and then cross your chest, everyone will think you're a Christian. All mortals have to die had a similar effect. At the very least, this person believed in the God of Thousand Faces and had dealt with the priests of the Black and White House. As for Purple Harbor, there were 3 major docks in Bravos: the Square Dock, the Purple Harbor, and the Old Clothier's Dock. The Square Dock was a customs dock located behind the munitions factory. All the ships entering and leaving Bravos had to dock there for the Sea King's customs officers to board and inspect the cargo. The Old Clothier's Dock was in the southwest of the city. It was simple, crude, dirty, and messy. It was a dock specially for foreign merchants. The Purple Harbor was located in the north of Bravos, under the dome of the Sea King's palace. Only the natives of Bravos could use it. The mystic dragon went to the Purple Harbor. The fishermen were shocked at first, but then they felt that it was only natural. The mystic dragon had said before that he would transform into the wings of death and bring a catastrophe to Bravos. The flooded town was definitely not as valuable as the Purple Harbor. The Purple Harbor has been set ablaze by the mystic flame. The sea is burning. The mystic dragon is very vicious. He specifically targeted large ships and warships. Ships with a capacity of more than 800 tons, the invincible Purple Sail Fleet, are almost completely destroyed. As Syndicate spoke, his voice choked and tears flowed down his cheeks. Hearing that the Purple Harbor had suffered such a huge loss, the fishermen who were originally dissatisfied with the Sea King's betrayal of his oath fell silent with worry. No matter how shameless the Sea King and his family were, they were still their king and country. No matter how reasonable the Dragon Queen and the Mystic Dragon were, the target of their revenge was still their own family. Roth rubbed his messy white hair and sighed helplessly. He asked, "What's the use of fishing nets?" "You can cast layers of fishing nets near the dock or warships to stop the Mystic Dragon from approaching." Syndicate quickly said, "That can't be, right? The Mystic Dragon is ferocious. It can spit fire and dive. Our fishing nets are not prepared to catch large sea fish. If they can't even catch whales, how can they stop the Mystic Dragon that is 10 times stronger than whales?" Brusque doubted. Of course they can't stop it, but if there are enough of them, they can wrap around its wings, neck, and legs, at least for a moment. Then, while the Mystic Dragon is struggling, our warships will approach and kill it with the Dragon Slayer crossbow. Syndicate said, "Soon. Hundreds of fishing boats sailed out of the river and along the bay, heading towards the Sea King's palace in the north. Well, except for the flooded town, fishermen from more than a dozen islands nearby had all come. In the eyes of the White Dragon, hundreds of boats and hundreds of fishing lights were like a group of wishing boats, slowly drifting towards the Purple Harbor. Yes, Whitey was here too. Dragonstone Island was less than 1,500 kilometers away from Bravos, a 4 to 5 hour flight. Blackie was the only megalosaurus that had entered Bravos from the main gate. The ring-shaped mountain range could stop ships and waves, but it could not stop the megalosaurus. Whitey did not take the route of the Titan. He quietly entered Bravos from an altitude of more than 10,000 meters. After dark, he quietly landed in the sea west of the flooded town. The lower city of the flooded town was submerged by the sea. Only the half-sunken tower and the top of the dome were above the water. Whitey hid near the buildings that were above the water. After Blackie sent Gerald to the Green Eel Inn, he also lurked there. When Copernicus was killing the Sea King, Whitey sneaked to the Green Eel Inn's garbage channel that was connected to the bottom of the river. Danny was just a spiritual projection, and her real body was not there at all. The main purpose of the Megalosaurus was to save Gerald. As for the dozen or so assassins downstairs, they were just handymen and knew nothing. Gerald did not tell them his real identity when he hired them. The secret passage of the slide was not complicated. The garbage channel was ready-made. It was connected from the movable floor to the copper pipe that led to the garbage entrance on the second floor. Gerald Dane could build it himself, and the craftsman did not know about it. As soon as he fell into the water, Whitey found him. Then the White Dragon carried the reserve White Knight and quickly dived upstream of the canal. After leaving the warships, it flew into the sky and hovered as a reconnaissance aircraft, with the help of the double dragon spirit. Although Blackie was at the bottom of the river, he knew the situation above the river like the back of his hand. He accurately located each warship and began to kill. The flooded town was not far from the Purple Harbor. After leaving the canal, they would reach the periphery of the harbor 3 or 4 kilometers north. The fishermen did not find the Mystic Dragon before, and did not know that the Mystic Dragon was wreaking havoc in the Purple Harbor. The main reason was that they were afraid of being affected by the Mystic Dragon's anger. Like Brusco, they hid in the small canal in the city. Their vision was blocked by the island and the tall tower. In fact, when the boat sailed out of the harbor and entered the bay, they could vaguely see the fire in the northeast. The Purple Harbor, which was once clean and tidy with orderly rows of ships, seemed to be being dragged into a fiery hell by the Mystic Dragon. The fire soared into the sky, thick smoke filled the air, and the air was filled with a choking smell. The fire spread for 4 or 5 kilometers, and the semi-arc wharf below the Sea King Palace was all set ablaze. Passing hundreds of broken ship shells that floated on the river like dead leaves, the fishing boat gradually approached the wharf. Kitty even saw countless crew members and merchants struggling on the deck and on the wharf. They cried inhumanly, cried for help, and cursed in despair. They cursed the Mystic Dragon, the Dragon Queen, and the Sea King, and the council that caused them to suffer an unexpected disaster. Although the Mystic Dragon came and went freely in the Deepwater Harbor and the dragon flames were not extinguished, the chatter in his mouth did not stop. Every time he continued to spit fire for more than a minute and set a large number of ships on fire, he would hide at a safe distance and stick his neck out to take a few breaths of fresh air. At the same time, he would roar a few times with a thunderous voice. He recounted the agreement and oath between the people of Bravos and the Dragon Lady, as well as the betrayal of the oath by the Bravos' Purple Shirt Army, the Council, and the Sea King Palace. The Sea King Palace represented the government of Bravos, as well as the violation of the rights of the guests. Then he announced his identity, the Wings of Death. and the meaning of the wings of death. Awu, I am the wings of death. The world trembles because of my torture, and the sinful Sea King palace collapses. In my anger, in the end, the bravos that betrayed the oath will be destroyed. In my shadow, everything will turn to ashes. In my demon flames, the impurities will be cleansed. As a matter of fact, when Brusco's fishing boat rushed over, he just happened to see the mystic dragon, Dan, and I, showing off. Gods, the wings of death is too scary. The Purple Harbor is finished. We can't save it. The cat was carrying a bundle of fishing nets, her gray eyes full of fear. In view of the possibility of not returning from this trip, Brusco left his son and daughter in flooded town and let the cat he hired die with him. Brusco frowned as he observed the situation at the harbor. The fire was indeed terrifying, but the harbor had originally been designed to prevent the fire from spreading. Otherwise, if one of the wooden sailboats caught fire, wouldn't it ignite the nearby ships and burn the camp for 800 miles? He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We can still save it. There are 700 to 800 ships in the Purple Harbor. The fire looks scary now, but in fact, only 100 ships on the periphery are burning. If we're lucky, maybe half of them can be saved." It had to be said that the fishing net really stopped the megalosaurus. When Blackie spat fire to burn the ship, it had to swim in a backstroke position, relying on its tail to swim quickly to the bottom of the ship. During this time, it retracted its wings to its left and right ribs to maintain balance and spit out dragon flames from its mouth. In other words, it couldn't dive too deep. Otherwise, the dragon flames would lose their lethality and wouldn't be able to burn through the thick and sturdy bottom of the ship. Therefore, layers of fishing nets were placed around the ship to entangle its body. If Blackie had Smog's physique and had a few hundred tons of strength, it could even smash through steel and iron pillars that were as thick as a person's arms. It could also withstand the toppling of mountains. The fishing nets were just willow catkins that it encountered when running by the river. They would confuse its eyes, but they couldn't stop its pace. Unfortunately, Blackie's current weight was only half a ton. It couldn't break free from the layers of fishing nets. After burning 17 or 18 small fishing boats and having half of its body caught in the fishing nets, Blackie dived into the deep sea. After reaching a safe distance, it leaped into the air. "Ignorant ants, you don't know who you've angered." After saying this, it ran away. Chapter 393. It felt like a long time had passed, but the dragon flame demonic blade that pierced through the bottom of the ship did not appear again. Kat asked anxiously, "Did the demonic dragon leave?" Well, Aria was lucky that the wooden ship she was on did not become one of the dozens of fishing ships that were engulfed by the demonic flame. There were too many fishing ships on the sea. 2,000 to 3,000 fishing ships were scattered around the Purple Harbor. Even if there were no fishing nets, there were too many of them. Blackie could not burn all of them. "He'll come back. Didn't you hear what he said? He's enraged." Brusco gulped and said worriedly, "I don't know what other evil tricks he has. Anyway, Bravos is in big trouble. What is the Sea King thinking? Why would he violate the oath and violate the rights of the guests?" In the end, the poor fisherman, who was a little cunning, could not help but complain about the government. The fisherman who had a job that was not dangerous and could earn 10 silver radiance coins resented the government's treachery. The big merchants and moneylenders who had docked their ships at the Purple Harbor were so angry that their lungs were about to burst. "What do you mean? Why did we, the people of Bravos, violate the sacred oath and violate the rights of the guests?" Someone shouted at the closed gate of the Sea King Palace. Well, the square between the Sea King Palace and the Purple Harbor was crowded with panicked people. There were some lucky sea merchants whose ships were engulfed in flames, and they were anxiously urging their sailors to put out the fire. There were also some unlucky ones whose entire fortune was among the more than 200 ships burned by the demonic dragon. At this moment, they were paralyzed on the ground, wailing loudly. There were also sailors who escaped from the dock area and the crew of the Purple Sail Fleet. Some of them only had their faces blackened by the smoke and were looking for water. Some of them were drenched and luckily escaped the disaster. They were lying on the stone slabs and gasping for breath. There were also injured people who were burned by the fire, exposing their charred and wet wounds. Their companions were shouting for the healers. More people carried wooden buckets and stretchers to the dock to stop the fire from spreading and save the crew in the fire and in the sea. Bam, bam, bam. After yelling and cursing for a while, the doors of the ocean palace remained shut. No one answered. Some of the sea merchants could not hold back their anger and kicked the thick oak door. "Sea King Brother Felix, come out. Come out and give the dragon queen an explanation. Come out and quell the mystic dragon's anger. Brother Felix," the merchant shouted loudly. Well, they didn't know that old Brother Fry had died a long time ago. At this time, the government officials in the Sea King Palace did not know about the plan of the guard and the doctor. They really thought that the Sea King had done something that angered both men and gods. Hearing the curses of the citizens outside the door, not only did they not dare to go out to appease them, they even had a guilty conscience. They tightly shut the door, worried that the angry citizens and merchants would rush in and tear them apart. Of course, the leadership of Bravos was not limited to the dozen doctors and 9 guards on the purple ship. In fact, there were hundreds of key keepers in the Iron Treasury and more than 1,000 shareholders. The 9 guards were only representatives chosen by them. Even if the Black Dragon's dragon flame almost wiped out the entire council, it could not completely paralyze the administration and military command of Bravos. However, it would take time to elect a new Sea King, a new council, and even a new leadership. Tonight was destined to be chaotic. As for the fake Sea King Copernicus Eraldson, ever since he failed to capture the Dragon Queen and caused the deaths of the Sea King, the doctors, and the guards, he had lost control of the Purple Army. In fact, he had never really controlled the Purple Army. Leading Bravos with the identity of the Sea King had become an extravagant hope. Forget about the Sea King. He just wanted to save his life. If we can't compromise, why should we give her an explanation? We haven't lost. Bravos has a stronger fleet than the Alliance, and more wealth. We can attack Dragonstone Island, hire mercenaries to conquer Slave Bay, form an alliance with the Iron Throne, and even join the Alliance. There are too many ways to deal with her. Why should we surrender and apologize? In the upper reaches of the canal on Spring Island, 8 kilometers southeast of flooded town, in an inconspicuous gray stone house, Copernicus waved his arms and shouted loudly, hoping to arouse the fighting spirit of his new colleagues. Well, in just 1 or 2 hours, his fake regime had been successfully established. It wasn't a fake regime. The rights of these acting doctors and guards had been tacitly approved by the shareholders of the Iron Treasury. In terms of functions, they were not much different from the legitimate counselors. However, the temporary counselors were only responsible for dealing with the crisis of the Mother of Dragons and had to be dismissed immediately after completing the task because they did not have the qualifications to become doctors and guards. A doctor required sufficient knowledge and management wisdom, but more importantly, their family had the qualifications of a doctor. Just like the noble titles of Westeros Lucian, who was killed by Dany on Dragonstone Island, his father, Damian Lannister, was the acting mayor of Casterly Rock City. However, Damian belonged to a branch family, and before the main family of Tywin died, he could never become the guardian of the Western region or the Duke of Casterly Rock. Bizarro's fat face was full of helplessness and said, "Your Majesty, the loss of the Purple Harbor is too great. It's beyond what we can bear. More importantly, the Mystic Dragon can speak, and before we could mobilize public opinion, the negotiation was announced loudly by it. What a loud voice. Almost half of the city's residents and merchants know about it. Even the merchants of the Old Clothes Merchants' Wharf know about it. Copernicus, Your Majesty, you must deal with this matter as soon as possible, or else the reputation that the Iron Treasury has built for thousands of years will be finished. A square-face acting doctor with a firm expression said in a deep voice, "If the news spreads, the Iron Treasury's reputation will definitely decline worldwide, and this is something that the shareholders cannot tolerate." The acting guards also echoed. Copernicus's eyes flashed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, Bravos is the strongest country in the world and the head of the 9 free trade city-states. If we really surrender, what will the people of the world think? In the future, will the Iron Treasury still have the confidence to say to anyone that the Iron Treasury cannot be defaulted?" The square-face acting doctor gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, we don't have to surrender to that woman if there's a possibility of victory. No, as long as we can guarantee that Bravos will not suffer more losses, we can declare war with her." A brown-skinned old Jujesnai nodded and said, "Yes, the Purple Harbor was burned, and thousands of purple-shirt soldiers, local merchants, and sailors were burned to death. How deep is the hatred? If we can get rid of that Deathwing." At this point, the short and fat old man said with lingering fear, "Deathwing is too scary. Killing it should be a higher priority than Dragon Queen. Otherwise, even if we kill Dragon Queen, Deathwing will still be haunting Bravos like a nightmare." Everyone heard him. He called himself the eldest son of the Dragon Mother. How can a son not avenge his mother? The old man had the blood of the Jujesnai tribe, but he was a true Bravosian, and his ancestor was one of the moon chanters who founded Bravos. Yes, Deathwing is a terrifying enemy that far surpasses Dragon Queen. I never thought that the mystic dragon could be so smart, able to talk, dive, know how to change strategies, and know how to avoid dragon-slaying crossbows and fishing nets. It's smarter than humans. Everyone agreed. "Your Majesty, in Valeglia's time, the Arathonians were nobler than Targaryen. You know what's the situation with Deathwing?" Fatty Bersalo asked solemnly. "My family is only a side branch." Copernicus said with a conflicted expression, "In Valeglia's 6,000 years of history, there have been tens of thousands of megalosaurus, but I'm not sure if a dragon has ever spoken. You should ask the Materis about this. They secretly joined the alliance and obviously have ulterior motives towards Dany Rise. In fact, the secret that Dany Rise obtained the inheritance of the Great Wizard was also leaked by them. Perhaps there are direct descendants of the 14 Fire Peaks in Materis, and they know more secrets. The secret of Deathwing can be explored in the future. I just want to confirm if the Bravos garrison can stop the mystic dragon from attacking again," the square-faced acting professor said. Copernicus nodded and said, "Yes, of course they can. Dragon-slaying crossbows are a regular weapon in Bravos, and over the past few hundred years, we have accumulated thousands of them to guard against threats from the sky. Also, the news from the Purple Harbor said that fishing nets can indeed trap the mystic dragon underwater. And we don't lack fishing nets. It's impossible to kill Deathwing, but after blocking attacks from the sky and the water, Deathwing can't do more damage to us." But Deathwing said before he left that he was enraged. "It seems like he's going to go crazy." The short and fat Jujesnai said worriedly, "Let him go crazy. I don't believe he can be that arrogant. It's just a young dragon that's not even 3 years old. Is it that amazing that he can talk?" Copernicus pulled his bow tie and said loudly, "Of course, it's amazing. The first time we heard him speak about Deathwing, we were scared to death." Everyone nodded silently. "Let's hope so." The mystic dragon had disappeared for a long time. From the time he left with those harsh words to the time the fire in the Purple Harbor was under control, it had already been 2 hours. While everyone was filled with anticipation, debating whether the mystic dragon had run out of tricks or had given up on punishing bravos, Cantona led a large group of purple-robed soldiers back from flooded town. While maintaining order in the harbor, Captain Cantona's eyes were filled with the will to die. He stood in the middle of the crowd and forcefully admitted to the coup. But for the peace of the 9 free trade cities, Cantona and I have supported Sir Copernicus' coup, taking control of the council and overthrowing Brother Felic. Right now, His Majesty Copernicus is the new Sea King of Bravos. The citizens of Purple Harbor were filled with anger when they heard this, cursing Cantona and the purple-robed army loudly protesting. Not long after, the officials of the Sea King's palace also received the news of the coup. The thick doors opened, and the old Sea King's palace steward walked out alone. He faced the people in the square with tears in his eyes and a choked voice. Bravos did not throw away its honor, nor did it violate the rights of its guests. Sea King Felic and Chief Swordsman Kaluo sacrificed their lives to protect Queen Dani Liz. They fulfilled their duties as hosts and did their best to protect their guests. His Majesty Sea King fulfilled his oath and defended the honor of Bravos. The citizens around the square were filled with righteous indignation as they excitedly shouted, "Long live Sea King Felic! Oppose the coup and disarm the purple-robed army." What's the use of saying this now? The Dragon Queen doesn't care if we have a coup or not. The mystic dragon's revenge will not be delayed because of a coup. The unkempt fisherman Ross said with a sigh. Arya was sleeping on the fishing boat beside them. She rubbed her eyes when she heard this and looked up at the sky in a daze, saying, "Has the mystic dragon left? There are crossbows and fishing nets. What can the wings of death do?" The sky. Look, there are meteors in the sky. Meteors are falling towards the Purple Harbor. Chapter 394. Bravos was made up of hundreds of small islands, surrounded by a group of wall-like islands that firmly protected the lagoon in their arms. Only the Titan's narrow gorge could be seen. This ring of mountainous islands blocked the storms and tsunamis from the narrow sea in the west and the trembling sea in the north for the people of Bravos. At this time, it also blocked the view of the Bravos fleet for the Dragon Queen's ship. There was no moon tonight. Under the dark night, a 30-meter long flat-bottomed cargo ship was quietly parked in the northeast direction of the ring of mountainous islands. It was separated from the Ocean Palace by a 10-meter-high craggy hill and a 7 to 8-kilometer-wide lagoon. It was not a remote place, and most ships sailing to Iban Island in the east used this route. But very few ships docked here. They're here. Dani stood at the bow of the ship, and her sight seemed to penetrate the mountains and see the Ocean Palace in the distance. It's late at night. There are only some government officials in the Ocean Palace, and the families of the guards and doctors are scattered all over Bravos. They won't be hurt too much. Geralt said. In the past 3 or 4 hours, his hair and underwear had been dried by the charcoal fire on the deck. I'm just imposing fear. No matter what, the 2 dragons can't destroy Bravos. Dani sighed. Will the people of Bravos be afraid and give in? They will definitely be afraid, but they won't really give in. The long night is coming, and a short surrender is enough. Geralt's purple pupils contracted, and he hesitated. The people of Bravos think that the deviants and the long night are not directly related. Yes, the deviants have existed for many years. They have always been in the land of eternal winter and have never really disappeared. But this time is different. The dragons were hatched by me, and the deviants went south to the Great Wall. These are all signs of great changes in the world. And I have personally contacted the deviants. They are testing the strength of the Megalosaurus and me, just like understanding the enemy's intelligence before a war. There is no doubt that this winter will not end easily. It is the long night. Gerald's strong jaw muscles slowly relaxed, as if he had accepted the cruel reality helplessly. After a while, he said dryly, "What should I do next?" "When Bravos is defeated by me, you take the fleet to the East Sea to pick up the barbarians. Here it is. Do you see it?" Danny stretched out her right hand and pointed at a blurry dark red light spot in the dark sky. "Is that a meteor?" What the Brusco was complaining to the fishermen nearby, that the treasurer had paid the promised 10 silver radiants so that he could go home. Seeing the cat stomping the small boat up and down, he couldn't help but get angry. But the moment he raised his head, he also saw the meteor that was getting brighter and brighter. It was bright red, like a red sword, cutting through the sky with the force of thunder, like the punishment of the heavens. Rumble. Gradually, there was no need for Er's reminder. Thunderous explosions came from above the dock. Everyone looked up and was aghast. Everyone frantically fled. "Meteor! A meteor is flying over!" Thousands of people shouted in fear, but they still couldn't suppress the meteor. The roar of the falling meteor was like a tornado blowing in their ears. Meteor, falling towards the Sea King's palace. Er's face was distorted as she screamed in horror. But in the end, even she couldn't hear her own screams. There was a flash of red in the sky, and then there was silence. The sky, the earth, the sea, and the wooden boat were shaking violently, but no sound could be heard anymore. Or rather, their ears were filled with the sound of the huge explosion, and no other sound could be heard. Boom! The majestic Sea King's palace, made of marble, was like fresh cow dung that was hit by a stone. When the bright red meteor fell, the solid stone walls had no resistance, and large pieces of broken stone splattered everywhere. Visible to the naked eye, the tall stone palace that used to overlook the purple harbor burst into pieces in the red light and smoke. The stone dome and walls burst into pieces, the stone foundation burst into pieces, and the stones fell in all directions like a storm. The boulders were as big as carriages, as big as millstones, as big as a human head, but most were smaller than a fist. The edge of the square was also affected. Within 30 to 50 meters of the palace, there were almost no people standing. Wails and cries were everywhere, and corpses were piled up everywhere. After a full minute, recovered her hearing. Looking at the Sea King's palace that had almost completely disappeared, she was in a daze and almost couldn't believe it. The 20-meter-tall circular dome was built on a hill that was 10 meters higher than the dock. It covered an area of more than 400 square meters and was made of white marble. It faced north, and the Purple Harbor dock in the north. This was the place where the Sea King held court. Now the palace in the east had completely disappeared, leaving behind a steaming crater of unknown depth. The remaining walls in the west had collapsed outwards. Oh gods! Is this the punishment of the gods? Did the meteorite fall on the Sea King's palace? Brusco knelt at the bow of the ship, holding his head and wailing. Punishment! Repeated the word in her mouth. Suddenly, her gray eyes bulged and her body shuddered. Her horse-like face was pale as she screamed, "Mystic dragon! This is the mystic dragon's punishment." The wings of death plucked a star from the sky and threw it on the Sea King's palace. Mystic dragon? Brusco was stunned. He looked up at the empty sky. There is no mystic dragon. The mystic dragon's flying speed was not as fast as the meteorite. At this moment, Blackie was still on its way to the scene of the show. On the day that Danny took down Dragonstone Island, Gerald Dane had just arrived in Bravos. He did not immediately go to the Sea King's palace to seek an audience with the Sea King. Instead, He did 3 things in advance according to Danny's request. First, choose a safe place for negotiation, a hotel or hotel by the river or the sea. Second, renovate the hotel and build a secret passage that could quickly reach the bottom of the river. Third, hire a ship from Dorne and purchase a batch of supplies. A certain number of round-headed iron pillars of about 500 pounds and a certain number of barrels of kerosene of 100 pounds were to be transported to the outer sea of Braavos by cargo ships. As the world's top trading city-state, Braavos Commercial Street could easily provide the above goods. These arrangements were just in case. If the people of Braavos were willing to negotiate honestly, then she would not initiate a conflict. If the facts proved that human nature could not withstand the test. For the first time, Danny even sincerely admired Xiangyu. How many tyrants and political dignitaries could abide by the rules and maintain their honor in the face of Liu Bang, who had entered their territory? As for Copernicus's coup, sorry, she was not stupid, and she did not have the blood of madness. This kind of trick was completely useless against her. Whether or not Copernicus's coup had the tacit approval of the Iron Treasury and the government, it was a fact that Braavos had attacked her. However, Danny did feel sorry for the Sea King, Brother Felix, and the chief swordsman, Quiro. Those 2 were definitely innocent. They had kept their oath and fulfilled their obligations as hosts to the guests. Unfortunately, politics was so dirty. No matter how noble a character or great honor was, it would be tarnished in the face of politics. The only thing she could do was to position the meteor fall as far away from the Sea King's palace and Brother Felix family as possible. After being blocked by the fishing net, Dahe and Little White went to the cargo ship docked in the trembling sea. Little White put Geralt on the deck. With the cooperation of the Dorne sailors, Dahe grabbed the chain at the end of the iron pillar and began the second act of the fake meteor fall. Well, the first act was dedicated to the people of Zingis. It failed. Dahe hovered in the air for more than an hour and stopped at an altitude of about 35 kilometers from the ground. This time, Danny did not give Dahe the coordinates. Instead, under the second dragon spirit, Dahe and Little White could sense each other. Little White locked on to the target and dived vertically. At the same time, Dahe accelerated with the round-headed iron pillar, Dahe, Little White, and the Sea King's 100-beast garden. The 3 of them were in the same line. In theory, the round-headed iron pillar should fall in the 100-beast garden and kill the thousands of rare animals collected by the Sea King from all over the world. In the end, it was much better than the last time in Zingis. The iron pillar did not break. It only deviated less than 100 meters from the target and hit the east side of the main hall where the Sea King hosted the court meeting. As soon as the round-headed iron pillar was thrown, Dahe began to hover and dive. After flying for more than 15 minutes, it appeared again in the sky above the purple harbor. At this time, a long time had passed since the meteor fall. The people of Braavos had recovered from the shock. Some were busy rescuing the injured. Some went into the 10-meter-deep crater to check, and some stood in the square and wailed for their families. Even more people, after regaining their senses, immediately left the cursed land by boat. Then a familiar, horrifying voice sounded in the sky. This is the dragon god's forbidden curse. Meteor fall. I pick up the stars with my left hand and put my right hand down. When I put my palms together, heaven and earth tremble in my palm. I am the light messenger. I am the vanguard of justice. I am the prophet of fate. And I am also the wing of death. It is not my intention to bring death and fear. But if I want to make the world cleaner and holier, I must cleanse the filth and decay. Oath breakers, this is only the beginning. Tremble, cry, wail, and repent in pain. Dahe's loudspeaker came online. Danny used his loud voice to say, to spread endless fear and despair on the heads of the people of Bravos below. Then, with a roar, he ran away again. But this time, no one really thought that the devil dragon had left. The devil dragon went to the sky to get the stars again. Everyone screamed in fear as they fled the Purple Harbor in a panic. In the halls of the Sea King's palace that were not affected by the meteor, a large number of maids, guards, and officials escorted the family of the old Sea King to the canal. They took a small boat and left the island that was targeted by the devil dragon. They were wrong. The second meteor did fall 2 hours later, but it did not fall on the empty Sea King's palace. Danny's second target was the munitions factory. It was located on a reef island at the entrance of the Great Lagoon. The island protruded like a fist on the surface of the water. Although it was not big, it was the station of the Bravos city fleet. It was also the shipbuilding center of Bravos. To be honest, the second meteor fall was not as shocking as the first one. It fell on a shipyard and smashed a 7 to 8 meter deep crater. More than a dozen shipwrights on night duty were killed, 2 docks were destroyed, and several ships under construction were destroyed. But the fear that it brought to the people of Bravos was no less than the first one. Even the death of 100 Sea Kings could not shake Bravos' position as the overlord of the free cities, but the destruction of the munitions factory, even if the ships and shipwrights left the port immediately, the shipbuilding industry of Bravos would suffer irreversible damage. Chapter 395. At dawn, a thick fog covered the lagoon like a blanket. The visibility of the human eye was only a few hundred meters. Before the people of Bravos could wake up from their nightmare last night, something even scarier happened. The third meteorite landed in front of the Titan, splashing water dozens of meters high. It missed, but the Devil Dragon's goal was clear. He wanted to destroy the Titan. In terms of symbolism, the Titan was to the people of Bravos what the Statue of Liberty was to the Americans. In terms of national security, the Titan guarded the only entrance to Bravos. Without the Titan fortress, its defense would be reduced by half. Also, the canyon was too narrow. If the Titan collapsed, the falling rocks would definitely block the entrance. The fourth meteorite was not a meteorite from the sky. The 2 dragons each carried 4 or 5 barrels of kerosene filled with linen and threw them on the Titan's head from a height of 500 meters. This time, they did not miss the target. Half of the Titan's body burned. The high temperature did not kill many guards. When the meteorite fell into the sea and splashed water, 99% of the guards in the Titan fortress had evacuated. Only a small group of death squads remained on the Titan's shoulders, head, and mouth to control the dragon-slaying crossbows. The Titan's chest and head were mostly made of bronze and boulders. It would not be melted by the kerosene barrels, but the high temperature still changed the Titan's face. From a tough guy who stood tall and roared angrily, he became a down-and-out old man with droopy eyelids, a crooked nose, a slanted mouth, and a wrinkled face. Bronze deformed under the high temperature. At this time, the sky was bright. Countless foreign ships left the old clothes merchant's dock and rushed out of the canyon. There were also countless foreign sea merchants who rushed into the iron treasury. They took their deposit certificates and exchanged them for gold. They also canceled their personal accounts in the iron treasury, planning to leave Bravos forever. Then small wooden boats with families moving appeared in the canals of Bravos. On Spring Island, in an inconspicuous gray stone bungalow, a large round table was set up in the living room. Old man Jujesnai's hands were trembling as he held the parchment. His sallow face was distorted. Suddenly, he put down the parchment and pointed at the Sea King Copernicus, who was sitting at the head of the table. He roared, "Take down this traitor who has disrupted the court and tarnished the honor and reputation of Bravos." Copernicus's face was as pale as a corpse. Fatty Bersallo rubbed his face tiredly and said dejectedly, "Copernicus, it's your turn to sacrifice yourself for Bravos. Copernicus, we will remember you." The deputy counselors looked at Copernicus with sincerity and tears in their eyes, but Copernicus was so touched that his face was contorted and his lungs were about to explode. "Your Highness the Sea King, you have 2 sons, 3 daughters, a mother who is almost 60 years old, 4 brothers, 1 sister, and so many cousins that they can occupy an entire street." The square-faced, middle-aged man said stiffly, "Sigh." Copernicus felt as if all the bones in his body had been sucked out. He slumped into the wooden chair, looking dejected. "Give me a bottle of sweet sleeping flowers. I'm afraid of pain." Sweet sleeping flower was a poison that could cause a painless death. "Be brave, your majesty." Seeing that Copernicus had compromised, Fatty Bersallo was invigorated and comforted him gently. "You are the main culprit, the source of all evil, and the starting point of all disasters and curses. You must endure the curses of the people, the whipping of the mother of dragons, the roasting of the devil dragon's devil flame. Only then can the people vent their anger, restore the world's trust in Bravos, and calm the anger of the Dragon Queen. It will also allow Deathwing to complete his mission of cleansing the world of evil and become the guardian of peace and justice once again." Copernicus's facial muscles were so twisted that his facial features were almost dislocated. "Bersallo, my mother of the devil dragon." The people of Bravos raised their flag and surrendered to the devil dragon. The devil dragon soared in the sky, and more than 10 strong horses followed him, running on the ground, waving a huge peace flag in his hand, a colorful striped flag. "Great big black dragon god, Your Excellency Deathwing, the rebels have been taken down. The filth has been cleansed, and justice has been served. Mercy, mercy." The knight shouted as he ran. Danny did not intend to pay attention to them. In the original plan, at least 40 iron pillars and 200 barrels of kerosene should be thrown out of the ship. Now, it was not even 1/10 of it. How could she show them mercy? But after a while, even the kind man, the fat Bersallo, joined in, holding a peace flag, shouting to the black dragon in the sky, "The rebels have been killed. Please negotiate." She had to give face to the Black White House. Otherwise, this conflict could really escalate into an all-out war with no bottom line. She had to admit that Danny was very afraid of the Black White House, especially after confirming that the faceless ones of Bravos were not concentrated in the Black White House. Her fear deepened a step. No matter how much she practiced magic and martial arts and how much devil flame she had, she could not hurt the invisible enemy. But the enemy in the dark could see her every move, every friend. Fortunately, the Black White House, like her, was in a very awkward situation. The faceless ones could not do anything to the Dragon Queen, but the Dragon Queen could threaten the foundation of the Black White House Bravos. Above an arch bridge spanning 2 islands, Big Black descended to a height of 200 meters, hovering above the knights, and said with a rumbling voice, "What do you want to say?" "I am busy looking for the next punishment point." Bersallo and the others were shocked when they heard this, because the mystic dragon was flying along the Sweet Water Canal in the direction of the Purple Wind Island. The Sweet Water Canal was the lifeline of the people of Bravos. The canal was built of limestone and bricks, supported by a stepped bridge below, like a viaduct in a modern city, spanning over the city, providing the people of Bravos with clear, drinkable fresh water. The fresh water came from the southern continent of Ursos, the spring lake in the mountains, across swamps and shoals, all the way to the mouth of the Bravos Canal dozens of kilometers away. The whole of Bravos, from the beggars to the Sea King, from the dock workers to the guards of the Iron Vault, all depended on this canal to sustain their lives. Because the seawater in the canal was not drinkable, and the water in the canal flowed from the swamps. Drinking it directly would cause diseases, so it could not be drunk without boiling it. The mystic dragon was going to attack the Sweetwater Canal. Moreover, the poor used buckets to draw water from the public fountain, while the rich built pipes directly to bring the water into their homes. In other words, the rich could find their homes by following the pipes. Among them, the Purple Wind Island was the place where the pipes were densely packed. This meant that the rich gathered in the Purple Wind Island. Damn it! How could the mystic dragon be so smart and so cunning? How could he let people live? Great BB, please have mercy, we have something to say. Fatty Bersalo put the peace flag in his hand aside. His hands formed a trumpet around his sausage mouth, and shouted with all his might, "Please pause and listen to me. The insane, unethical, insidious, greedy, bloodthirsty, without honor. Copernicus has been arrested by the Revolutionary Army this morning, and his puppet regime has been overthrown. Many of the Purple Shirt Army who started the rebellion have also been arrested and detained, waiting for you to exercise your authority to wash away the sins of the world and give them justice. Bravos is treacherous. I can no longer trust you." The mystic dragon shook his big head and said with a loud voice, "I am willing to endorse the second negotiation and swear in the name of the God of Thousand Faces. The Black and White House and Bravos will live and die together, share honor and disgrace together, and will never allow Bravos to break its oath and lose its honor again." The kind voice was calm, but people could feel the determination in his words. The Faceless One and Bravos will live and die together, and to destroy Bravos is equivalent to waging a life-and-death war with the Black and White House. Good. The Faceless One's reputation is known all over the world. Since the Black and White House vouches for Bravos, I am willing to inform my mother of your request for the second negotiation. Blackie announced loudly, so that the residents and merchants on the nearby islands could hear his voice. Ah, the nightmare is finally over. The people of Bravos, who had been frightened all night, wept with joy. There were also foreign merchants who were worried. I hope the Black and White House won't go back on their word. Otherwise, Bravos really can't stay anymore. The Black and White House, the nest of the Faceless One, don't you believe in their reputation? In today's world, even the Iron Treasury can't be trusted. A group of killers, you want to die. How dare you speak ill of the Faceless One? If you want to say it, you should say it quietly in front of so many people. Don't be silly. His companion dissuaded in a loud voice. The people around them looked at them strangely. Blackie flew up into the sky and disappeared in the dense fog. Under the guarantee of the School of Black and White, the news that the Bravosi officials were going to negotiate with the Dragon Queen for the second time quickly spread. The people of Bravosi had mixed feelings. There was anticipation, worry, fear, and resentment. They didn't know whether to hate the mystic dragon or the Dragon Queen, or the government that went back on their word. Only the government made a decision for them. The coup leader Copernicus Arathorn and the traitor Cantona of the Purple Shirt Army were arrested, detained on the deck of the Purple Ship, and paraded along the canal. Many heralds, on horseback or in boats, ran through the streets of Bravos, announcing to the people that the rebellion had been quelled and the puppet government had been overthrown. It seemed to be hinting that everyone should hurry up and throw rotten eggs and rotten vegetables. Anger, fear, hatred, disgust, and other negative emotions seemed to have found a channel to vent. The people flocked to the canal, and some even followed in boats, cursing and throwing rotten tomatoes along the way. When the foreigners on the Old Clothes Merchants' Wharf heard the roar of the Black Dragon, they also had mixed feelings. Some of them were relieved. Their ships and goods were saved. Some of them were disappointed. Damn it! Why are the people of Bravos so cowardly? Our alliance army of hundreds of thousands is marching towards Slave Bay. What are you afraid of? At worst, We can join the Alliance army and fight the Mother of Dragons to the end. At least we can use the flesh and blood of Bravos to block the Mystic Dragon's meteor fall for us. It would be even better if we could keep 1 or 2 Mystic Dragons at bay. Especially that Deathwing, it's too scary. The Old Clothes Merchant's Wharf, Laurel Winds Bridge. Father, are we leaving Bravos immediately? The bald black girl Ko-Jia asked her father. This, Kuhulu, who was wearing a yellow and green feather cloak, was hesitant. I believe in the Dragon Queen's reputation. As long as the negotiation is successful, the Mystic Dragon will definitely not wreak havoc in Bravos. In fact, last night, Big Black, Deathwing had already shown mercy to the foreign merchants. Otherwise, the Old Clothes Merchant's Wharf would have been burned to the ground. But now, I don't believe in the Bravos. Roar, a nightmarish black figure swept across the wharf. I am the holy light. I am the messenger of justice. The negotiation has been completed. I am no longer Deathwing. The Holy Megalosaurus said. Chapter 396. At this moment, death and fear have left me. I am the holy light, the holy dragon of light, the messenger of the sun, the vanguard of justice, the torchbearer of freedom, the eldest son of Danny, Liz. I am also the great guardian of light of the 7 gods' church under her command, the great mighty dragon of heaven. He's not called Wings of Death anymore? Kuhula's black face twitched. Holy Dragon of Light doesn't seem to match his shiny black skin. Wings of Death is more suitable. Although his skin is black, his heart is holy and bright, just like the people of the Midsummer Islands. Black girl Ko-Jia looked up at the sky, her eyes blurred with admiration. That's true. Looking down at his black, jade-like skin, Captain Kuhulu couldn't help but nod in agreement. The people at the docks were shocked and in an uproar. The holy dragon of light in the sky continued. The Black White House lives up to its name. Under the leadership of the High Priest of the God of Thousand Faces, the negotiations have been completed in front of the Black White House. Finished so quickly? Black Girl was shocked. Sigh, after experiencing the pain brought by Wings of Death. How could the negotiations not be fast? Even if Dragon Queen proposed an unfair treaty, Bravos would have to agree immediately. The Black Captain sighed. The radiant Holy Dragon's majestic voice reverberated throughout the Old Clothes Merchant's Wharf. There are only 4 conditions. First, the Dragon Queen will deposit the gold from Slave Bay into the Iron Treasury, and the Iron Treasury will charge a 13% service fee. Kuhulu was confused. This is too reasonable. The people of Bravos took the initiative to admit defeat, so Dragon Queen should take the opportunity. Second, Dragon Queen will buy at least 50 million gold royals worth of grain from the Iron Treasury at 130% of the current grain price. The delivery will be completed in 5 years. Holy Dragon of Light threw another bomb into the crowd at the docks. 50 million? Oh gods, how much is that? How much grain? Is Dragon Queen crazy? The merchants cried out in shock. Wings of Death, why is Dragon Queen buying grain? A brave sailor climbed up the mast and shouted at Black. Whoosh, Big Black swooped down and whizzed past the sailor's head, causing the crowd below to cry out in alarm. Then the Black Dragon began to circle around the large ship and roared, Seaman, what did you call me? I am the Holy Light. I am the Holy Dragon of Light, the emissary of the sun, the vanguard of justice, the torchbearer of freedom, the eldest son of Danny, Liz, the great guardian of light of the Church of the 7 gods of Slave Bay. Could it be that you want to awaken Deathwing? Blackie's loud and sonorous voice slowly became low, and the already dark sky seemed to be even more cloudy. No, Holy Light, spare my life. Holy Dragon is merciful. I was wrong. The sailor hugged the mast and howled. The warm liquid soaked through his gray linen trousers and dripped onto the deck from the sky. It then drifted into the mouth of the first mate who was looking up at the sky. No, mercy! The holy dragon seemed to have truly transformed into a demonic dragon. It extended its claws, and when it swooped down at a low altitude, it pinched the sailor between its claws. Katja! The masts on the top floor were all broken. The sailor who was held in the demonic dragon's claws was scared out of his wits and could only use all his strength to howl loudly. You have awakened the wrath of the sleeping dragon. I will punish you. The demonic dragon said fiercely. The sailor peed, and shit flew everywhere. His consciousness was blurred, and he could only remember to howl. The demonic dragon is going to eat people. The sailors and merchants at the dock cried out in shock. His Blackie's roar was like thunder, and it was frightening. Seaman, you have two choices. Either answer one of my questions, or I throw you from the sky into the sea. The demonic dragon doesn't eat people. A sailor at the dock said disappointedly, Damn it, lower your voice. That's not Deathwing, not demonic dragon. It's Holy Light, the Holy Megalosaurus, the Holy Dragon of Light. Don't call the wrong name. His companion said nervously, I have a riddle. Listen carefully. The Holy Dragon Big Black's voice rumbled. It's fat and fat, doesn't like to clean or bathe, and everyone says it's lazy, sleeping after eating and drinking. What is it? The sailor rolled his eyes and screamed involuntarily. Pig, pig. The sailors, merchants, and citizens at the dock stamped their feet and beat their chests. They wanted to shout out loud and show the holy dragon their wisdom. Stupid pig, you don't even know this. The holy dragon Big Black snorted and threw the sailor from the sky. He was about 50 meters away and fell near the ship while screaming. Immediately, the sailors on the same ship jumped into the sea and pulled him up to the deck. He's still breathing. Seeing the sailor's eyes roll back and his chest rise and fall violently, the people on the ship sighed in relief. I am the dragon god, and my words are like a mountain. If I say I'm no longer Deathwing, then I'm no longer. As for food, the holy dragon Big Black sighed. The people were surprised. Did they hear the sentiments of bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind? Then they heard the holy dragon Big Black start to talk about the appearance of deviant ghosts at the Great Wall and the coming of the eternal night. Is that true? The people at the dock were stunned, as if they had seen a crazy dragon. With the way the devil dragon and the holy dragon changed identities back and forth, it did not seem excessive to call him a mad dragon. Could it be that it was the same as the mad blood passed down in the Targaryen ancestors, that the eldest son of the dragon mother had also inherited her mad blood? Through Big Black's eyes, Dany saw the reaction of the people below and muttered in her heart, could this be the legendary great calamity of the world? Everyone's clear minds have been clouded by the calamity aura and become stupid and dull. However, she had already expected the reactions of the people, so she deliberately used this as a pretext to make a fuss and made up an eye-catching legend of the holy dragon and the sailor. Too many shocking events had happened in Braavos in the past 2 days. If she talked about the eternal night in a dull manner, the people's attention would be taken away by more exciting melons. For example, the death of the Sea King, the coup in Braavos, the annihilation of the Parliament, the Devil Dragon's disappearance, the Devil Dragon's words, the meteorites falling from the sky, the fire of the Purple Harbor, the Black and White School's attack. It seemed that these melons were bigger and sweeter than the illusory, eternal night. After all, everyone had listened to the prophecies of Yasuo, Ahai, and the eternal night for thousands of years, and they were numb and tired of it. Therefore, she should use a more exciting and more legendary story of the Holy Dragon's riddle to promote the eternal night. mentioning the hot search terms sailor, holy dragon's face, riddle, and pig could also spread the news of the eternal night. The holy dragon Big Black began to cosplay as the Buddha in Journey to the West, and its voice was like the morning bell and evening drum, with a strange sense of mercy and compassion, echoing in the new fields of tens of thousands of people at the docks. I am the dragon god, and I have crossed the timeline and seen the future where there is no place for you. Bravos and all the other cities in the world will be covered in ice and snow in the eternal night, and the people will starve for thousands of miles, and the city will be like hell on earth. This is the secret of heaven. This is fate, and those who reveal it will be punished by heaven. However, I am the merciful holy dragon of light, and I can't bear to see the people of the world suffer. Today, I am willing to bear the calamity of 10 fates, and I advise everyone to put down the golden dragon and become farmers, pick up the hoe and plant sweet potatoes. 7 gods above, good indeed, good indeed. Silence filled the docks, and no one spoke for a long time. Only the melodious sound of the bell came from the distant tower, and made the atmosphere inexplicably sacred. The black dragon in the sky seemed to be covered in a layer of holy golden light, and its body also became so huge that it covered the sky, as if a merciful God was looking at them from the heavens. The people of the other world, who were facing the Buddha for the first time, didn't know how to react. They looked at each other, and their eyes were blank, and they didn't know what to do. There was an indescribable sense of absurdity and warmth in their hearts. Will there really be a long night? Kuhulu suddenly shouted, Laurel Wind! Big Black Dragon's eyes narrowed, and he quickly recognized the familiar black captain below. He circled above Laurel Wind and changed his tone and tone again, from the Buddha to smog, and his voice was low with a hint of evil. It's Captain Kuhulu M.O. I remember you. That year, in Kuhulu, I drew a picture of you. Big Black said with an evil voice, and his cadence was like a poem. It was as if he was reciting a poem full of emotions, which made the bones of the people below go soft. Father, the holy dragon recognized us. Black girl Jia screamed crazily. Kuhulu's face was also red, and he was dizzy as if he was drunk. He had never been so proud of being recognized like this, and he wanted to announce to the world, "Did you see me? Holy dragon of light, wings of death, BB, you recognize me. Stop running ships. Go home. The long night is coming. My eyes can see through time and space, and I can see the dark power stirring in the land of eternal winter." Big Black sighed with a melodious tone. Then he raised his body, and his voice spread in all directions. The third treaty, Bravos will rent 80 large ships of more than 400 tons from the Mother of Dragons at cost price for 2 years, and the Mother of Dragons has the right to renew the lease. The fourth treaty, the Mother of Dragons and Bravos will jointly acknowledge the rebellion of Copernicus Arathorn, and all the sins will be blamed on her. The Sea King Brotherfelik did not violate the oath, and also followed the tradition of the guest's rights, and tried his best to protect the guest, the Mother of Dragons. This is a sacred contract witnessed by the gods. Good, good. After saying that, the black dragon circled in the sky, flicked his tail lightly, and broke through the thick fog, disappearing into the horizon. Hey, don't go, I haven't. Kuhulu suddenly came to his senses, and reached out to grab at the air a few times, and muttered regretfully, I didn't even have time to answer. Why did the holy dragon leave? Just these 4? So simple. Jia had a strange expression. What are the people of Bravos thinking? The Mother of Dragons didn't make any unfair terms. Why did they have to make such a fuss? Just the loss of the Purple Harbor alone is more than 5 million gold royals, right? The black captain shook his head and sighed. It has nothing to do with the terms. The Mother of Dragons is standing against a collapsing wall, and those who are hostile to her can't help but want to push down the wall and kill her. If not for the treaty of ceding land and paying reparations, I would suspect that she is deliberately fishing. It was not that Bravos did not pay reparations, but they said it in a different way. Otherwise, why would the Dragon Queen agree to the fourth clause and acknowledge the Copernicus coup? Acknowledging the Copernicus coup meant that Bravos did not violate the oath and did not violate the guests' rights. In the future, when faced with the world's criticism and ridicule, the people of Bravos would have a reason to loudly declare that they did their best, that they did their best to fulfill the oath, that they did their best to protect the guest, but that there was a traitor in the family, and they could not do anything. The money that the people of Bravos gave the Dragon Queen to keep her mouth shut was the 80 giant ships, each with a load of more than 400 tons, equipped with 4,000 experienced sailors, and 80 captains familiar with the trembling sea, the narrow sea, and the summer sea. And the 80 ships were not empty. They were all filled with supplies: wool, cotton, barley, cheese, butter, sausages, animal tendons, horseshoes, more than 40,000 tons of supplies. And all this only cost the Dragon Queen 200,000 gold royals. The 200,000 gold royals were not paid to the people of Bravos, but the wages of the 4,000 sailors and the 80 captains for the next 2 years, as well as the maintenance of the 80 ships. In addition, there were some small conditions, such as giving Gerald a tile steel sword, or asking for a dragon egg. No, it was sent to Volantis. But the people of Bravos promised to buy a stone egg for Dany in the future. Chapter 397. The second negotiation took place in front of the Gate of the Black and White House. Little White put Gerald Dane on the island, and Dany did not show up. Then Blackie informed Bissarro and the kind man of the new negotiation location. They were a little shocked. They did not expect the Dragon Queen to go to the Black and White House. The three quickly reached 4 agreements. The first 2 were very fair. The gold royals from Slave Bay would be deposited into the Iron Treasury, and the handling fee would be reduced from 5% to 13%. The Iron Treasury would act as a middleman for the grain, and the price of grain would rise by 30% above the highest price, which was the Iron Treasury's commission. Of course, they could earn more or less. It all depended on the Iron Treasury's methods. They only needed to give enough grain to the Dragon Queen 5 years later. Dany did not expect to receive any grain. The long night was coming. Who would sell the life-saving grain? The Iron Treasury would encourage the people of the Western Continent to grow grain in the next 5 years. Just like Guanzhong buying deer to defeat Chu, Dany's goal would be achieved. As for the benefits, it would probably only give Dany peace of mind. Knowing that the long night was coming, she would do her best to save people. Not mentioning how much she could save, she had a clear conscience. The last 2 terms were the result of a compromise between the 2 sides. The Dragon Queen received a large fleet for free, a ready-made fleet, and tens of thousands of tons of supplies. Bravos tried to reduce the risk of breaking the oath and violating the guests' rights. At the same time, they received the Dragon Queen's forgiveness. She would no longer send her eldest son to fall from the sky and chat about daily life in the sky of Bravos. At the end of the negotiation, the people of Bravos escorted the leaders of the coup, including Copernicus and Cantona, who were bruised and covered in dirt, to let the wings of death judge them. They would be sprayed with dragon flames to vent for the Dragon Queen. Dany refused. Mother said that this is the internal affairs of Bravos. She will not interfere. And Copernicus's father, old Arathorn, once invited her to a meal, so she has to forgive Sir Copernicus. If possible, let him continue to be the Sea King, Dahe said in a rumbling voice as it flew in the air. Copernicus, who had been ashen-faced, immediately came back to life. He knelt on the ground and thanked the Dragon Queen for sparing his life. He also talked about his friendship with little Dany when he was young. They had a meal together. Finally, He made a sincere promise that as long as he was the Sea King, he would strive to maintain the traditional friendship between Bravos and Targaryen. Even Jarrow Dane was disgusted, not to mention Bersallo and the kind man. After signing the agreement, Big Black flew to Slaver's Bay, Little White returned to Dragonstone Island, and Gerald Dane would lead the fleet to the East Sea. That night, Dragonstone Island, in the drawing room at the top of the stone drum tower. It was a circular room with 4 tall, narrow windows facing east, west, north, and south. There was a strangely shaped, long wooden table in the room. A detailed map of the 7 kingdoms was carved on the table. It was almost a miniature Westeros of the same scale. The map table was 15 meters long. At the location of Dragonstone Island on the map, there was a seat overlooking the entire map. Aegon had sat here to think about his plan to conquer the western continent. That's more or less it. Dany sat at the head of the table and told Barristan what had happened in Bravos. There were only the 2 of them in the huge room. Dany was still a spiritual projection. In reality, Barristan was alone. Can Big Black really speak? Barristan thought carefully for a while, still in disbelief. After swallowing the rat chef, his vocal cords seemed to have evolved. Not only can he speak, but he can also produce complex and varied tones. It's very strange. Dany thought about how she used Big Black's mouth to switch between Smaug, the holy megalosaurus, and the Buddha. She could not help but laugh strangely. I'm afraid that the people of Bravos will not give up on revenge. White Knight said worriedly, if they want to take revenge on me, they will have to survive the long night first. Dany sneered. Barristan thought for a while and said, since Big Black can speak, let him walk around the City of Knowledge and the King's Landing. In the past 10 days since we took down Dragonstone Island, the City of Knowledge has not stopped. Almost every day, there are messenger crows spreading rumors about you to the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. Today, they say that you violated the rights of a guest. Tomorrow, they say that you studied evil blood witchcraft and are a witch. The day after tomorrow, they say that you inherited the mad blood of King Aerys and are the Mad King II. The old knight carefully observed Dany's expression. Seeing that she was only smiling and not angry, he continued, the day after tomorrow, they say that you are full of lies and that you are trying to use deviant ghosts to distract the nobles of the 7 kingdoms, so that the Iron Throne will overlook the fact that Targaryen has returned to the Westeros. Yes, Barristan informed the City of Knowledge and the 7 kingdoms about the deviant ghosts, but no one believed him. Some scholars in the City of Knowledge even claimed that the Dr. Barristan of the Great Wall was a fake, and that the real doctor was killed by you during the rebellion in the City of Knowledge. Yes, that fake doctor was actually Scholar Ymont in disguise. Ugh, they can even say such things. The City of Knowledge is completely shameless. Dany's mouth twitched. Sigh. If the City of Knowledge violated the rights of a guest is proven to be true, not to mention face, even survival will become difficult. They dare to send messenger crows to Dragonstone Island and speak ill of me to my face. Dany asked suspiciously. Not at all. Barristan suddenly laughed. Your Majesty, you have no idea how much the people of the 7 kingdoms love you. If the City of Knowledge makes any strange movements, countless messenger crows will immediately fly from all over the 7 kingdoms to report the rebellious actions of the City of Knowledge to you. Oh, what do you mean? Dany was interested. The second day after you left, Count Duran Baraman of Sharphorn City of Marsail's Cape came to Dragonstone Island, intending to pledge his loyalty to you. There was only a narrow waterway between Dragonstone Island and Marsail's Cape, known as the Throat. The Throat was the exit of Blackwater Bay. If she could obtain the loyalty of Sharphorn City, then Dany might be able to seal off the Throat and prevent trade between the King's Landing and the other side of the narrow waterway. And Baraman of Sharphorn City was not only a noble, he was also one of the few direct vassals of Dragonstone Island. Did you forget that at the Great Wall, Stannis' army had a blue swordfish flag? Dany said hesitantly. The blue swordfish was the insignia of the Count of Sharphorn City. Yes, Count Doran's uncle joined Stannis' army and went to the Great Wall, but this does not affect Sharphorn City's loyalty to you. I don't want his loyalty. The more territory, the greater the responsibility. Dany said, I understand. Barristan nodded. Other than Count Doran, there were many other nobles who sent letters to discuss their loyalty. The King's Landing, Hedgian, Dorne, the Valley, there might be spies from the Iron Throne among them, but you did not intend to conquer the Westeros immediately, so I rejected all the nobles' offers to pledge their allegiance. I also explained your plan to them, one by one. You will not fight for the Iron Throne before the next summer. Also, if someone really ends the long night, you will also pledge your allegiance to him. Dany waved her hand. I will not pledge my allegiance. The Duke of Dragonstone Island will be passed to my descendants. She did not even want the Iron Throne. How could she become a vassal of the Westeros? Speaking of descendants, Barristan asked hesitantly, since you know that the kingdom needs descendants to inherit it, why did you reject Count Sitiga's marriage plan? I feel that Aerys Sitiga is not bad. He is capable and good-looking. His family background is also worthy of you. Most importantly, he values honor and is a qualified knight. Just because his name is Aerys, he was eliminated in the first round. Dany gave a strange smile. This reason is too... Barristan's face twisted. I'm afraid Count Sitiga will not accept it. If I have to satisfy every vassal, then why should I be a queen? Sitiga is different. Barristan emphasized. Do you think I will sacrifice myself for Sitiga? Your Majesty, no one can force you to choose Sir Sitiga. Don't worry about this. If the long night cannot pass, there is no point in having 4 generations under one roof. After the long night, I am still young and have plenty of time. After that, Dany asked again, what's the reaction from the King's Landing? On the 3rd day after we took down Dragonstone Island, Kevan Lannister returned to the King's Landing and quickly took control of the Imperial Conference, replacing Cersei as the regent. He is currently trying to reach an understanding with House Tyrell. At the very least, the food from Riverbend is being transported to the King's Landing along the Monday River. The High Court doesn't believe in the other ghosts. Dany frowned. Whether they believe it or not, the King's Landing is short of food. As long as the High Court wants to continue playing this game of power with Lannister, they can only transport food over. Otherwise, Tommen's rule will collapse, and the Tyrells' previous investments will all go down the drain. After a pause, Barristan continued, actually, this is good too. Food is finally circulating in the 7 kingdoms. If the High Court is short of food, they will at least hurry up and plant another batch of food. Dany sighed. Now I understand why the Great Sparrow did not keep her promise and only bought 500,000 gold royals worth of food from the Free Cities. Continue. What else did Kevan do? He personally went to the great Cathedral of Baelor to meet the Great Sparrow and persuade the church to support Tommen's rule. Dany nodded and praised. Not bad. He really cleaned up the mess that Cersei made, with the army and food from Riverbend and the church's support. If not for my sudden appearance, Tommen's throne would have been secured. Your Majesty, Kevan also considered your influence and sent a letter to Dragonstone Island as soon as he arrived at King's Landing. Barristan said strangely. Oh, Dany's interest was piqued, and she quickly asked, what did he say? First, he promised to redeem Sir Rake. Yes, 5,000 gold royals, not one less. He also acknowledged Targaryen's ownership of Dragonstone Island. No matter who sits on the Iron Throne in the end, Dragonstone Island will always be the land of the Targaryens. Then, on behalf of Lannister and the Iron Throne, he accepted your promise to end the other ghosts as king. He also promised that after the chaos in Tywin is quelled and the sea route to the north is reopened, Casterly Rock will ship a batch of supplies from Lannister Harbor to the Shadow Tower. If you don't block the sea route, you will also ship a batch of refugees from King's Landing to the Great Wall as night watchers. But he asked you to abide by the oath you made at the Great Wall. You will not take the initiative to become enemies with any noble or king who supports the Great Wall. In other words, you can attack the West and the areas under King's Landing's control. He has a good plan. He used this method to buy time and stabilize the chaotic situation in King's Landing. Dany sneered. Barristan nodded and sighed. I can see his purpose. He even knows that we can guess his purpose. But if you break the oath, he will only be happier. No matter how many messenger crows the City of Knowledge sends out, there are only a few nobles in the Seven Kingdoms who believe that you violated the guests' rights. Even Kevin said in his letter that he and Lannister both thought that the City of Knowledge was lying. In fact, the people of the Seven Kingdoms can't find a reason for you to go against the City of Knowledge. But the oath on the Great Wall is known by too many people. If you really become an oath breaker, all your enemies will be overjoyed. Why should I break the oath? The one who ends the long night is king. If they can't do it, it will be useless even if Lannister can build an iron bucket. If they can do it, let them be king. Dany said with a faint smile. King's Landing was a huge problem. One touch, and you would get shit on your hands. She didn't even want Sharphorn City, which was next to Dragonstone Island. So why would she get involved in that mess? Besides, even if Lannister was better at killing than Arya and really ended the long night, it didn't mean that Dany would give up on the blood feud between Targaryen and Lannister. Barristan suddenly became serious and said, Your Majesty, Sir Kevin is very rational. The Iron Throne and Dragonstone Island won't be in conflict for the time being. But Cersei, that crazy woman, will be released soon. At that time, Chapter 398, Barristan explained, when Sir Kevin returned to King's Landing, the first thing he did was not to rescue Cersei. First, he tried to become the regent. Then he resolved the conflict between Lannister, Tyrell, and Dragonstone Island, and then the conflict between the Iron Throne and the Church. Only after he stabilized his power as the regent did he try to get Cersei out of the cathedral. Cersei is crazy. When she regains power over King's Landing, she may not be as considerate as Sir Kevin. We have to be careful. So what if Cersei is compared to Braavos? No matter how crazy she is, I can still make her wake up. Dany said coldly. The White Knight said, maybe not. Cersei, like Queen Marjorie, did not escape trial. She was only released on bail and will continue to be tried by the Church. Also, Queen Cersei admitted to having. At this point, the White Knight's face was full of shame, as if it was difficult to continue. In the end, under Dany's curious gaze, he stammered, Cersei had an affair with the White Knight, Osfriel, Kate, and Blake, the three brothers. Sigh, what kind of world is this? The White Knight stomped his feet and wailed. Dany was focusing on the wrong thing. The three brothers. Speaking of which, why didn't I see such an exciting scene in Game of Thrones? Was she watching the edited version of Game of Thrones? I don't remember the Kate and Blake brothers being in the plot. Queen Cersei was charged with 4 crimes. 1. Infidelity, having an affair with her cousin, Lancel, Kate, and Blake, and I don't know who. 2. Blasphemy. She ordered the Kate and Blake brothers to murder the Archbishop, who was the predecessor of the Great Sparrow. 3. Murder of King Robert. 4. Incest with Jaime, using her bastard son to occupy the Iron Throne that belonged to Theon Baela. Queen Cersei was very smart. She admitted to the first crime of infidelity, but refused to admit to the last three. Infidelity did not take her life. The church would only sentence her to be paraded through the streets. Any one of the last three could consign her to eternal damnation. However, Lancel Lannister has already converted to the seven gods. He was also involved in the assassination of the king. He has already told the archbishop all his secrets. Your Majesty, do you remember Lancel? How could she forget the one-armed hero who put a hat on Jaime's head? Dany nodded. The one-armed commander of the beggar army was the Big Sparrow he took me to see. He was a very pious and promising young man. The corner of Barristan's mouth twitched. What kind of future would a disabled person who was only 18 years old have if he was as old and dispirited as an 80-year-old? The previous archbishop was murdered because Lancel went to the Holy Cathedral to confess his sins. Cersei killed him to silence him. Obviously, Lancel also told the Big Sparrow the secret. Under normal circumstances, with both witnesses and evidence, Cersei would not be able to escape. Why did Cersei keep Lancel around and tell everyone about her bad deeds? If she wanted to silence someone, she should have killed Lancel. Killing the archbishop would not solve the root of the problem. Dany said, maybe she couldn't find a chance. Lancel joined the Congregation of the Poor and has a large army of beggars around her. It's useless. Even if there are witnesses and evidence, Cersei can easily escape the trial, Dany said with a sigh. Oh, how so? The trial will be held in the Holy Cathedral. The nobles, the monks, and the people of King's Landing will all be witnesses. Lancel will definitely testify against Cersei in front of everyone. What else can Cersei do but use force to subdue the church? Trial by martial arts. Barristan was stunned as well. Trial by martial arts was the biggest loophole in the Westeros legal system. Or rather, it was a loophole that the people who made the law deliberately left for the nobles. Even if Robert was resurrected by the Lord of Light, he would not be able to convict his wife, let alone Lancel, as long as Cersei won the trial by martial arts. Trial by martial arts was a tradition of the Undulls. The Church of the Seven not only approved of the trial by martial arts, but also created an even more sacred Tournament of the Seven, a 7-person team that would hold a trial by martial arts. They believed that the 7 gods would decide who was the real sinner. What was more hilarious was that during the reign of Meg the Cruel, Meg rode a dragon and burned the Holy Cathedral, slaughtering the monks and the church's armed forces like pigs and dogs. In the end, Meg the Cruel won the Tournament of the Seven against the Knights of the Sword, the Sons of War. The 7 most powerful and devout Knights of the Sword all died in battle, and Meg won the Tournament of the Seven. Meg did not even ride a dragon. She rode a horse in the tournament, completely following the tradition of the Church of the Seven. It was hard to imagine how crazy the Archbishop of the Church of the Seven must have been. It was obvious that the church would be slapped in the face again. Cersei had an invincible existence under her command, the complete Magic Mountain. Even Dany did not have the confidence to defeat the true Magic Mountain in a one-on-one duel, much less the Big Sparrow who was lacking in talents. Thinking about this, Dany felt that the plot of Cersei blowing up the Holy Cathedral in Game of Thrones was a little illogical. Cersei had the confidence to clear her name through the normal way, so why did she, blowing up the Holy Cathedral and escaping the trial? It meant that her crime was confirmed. It was like a person who could win a lawsuit but ran away with innocence. Could it be that Cersei had also awakened the Mad Blood? The Mad Blood was not a gene, but a virus that was hidden on the Iron Throne. Anyone who sat on it would be infected. It was obvious that before becoming the king of the Westeros, the Targaryen had been passed down for at least 6,000 years. It was obvious that during the 6,000 years in Valeglia, The Targaryens were not crazy at all. Who would dare to go crazy in the face of the powerful Great Wizard and the 14 Fire Peak families? But once they ascended the Iron Throne, almost every generation of Targaryens would have someone awaken the mad blood gene. What was the reason for this? When is Cersei's parade? Dany suddenly asked with great interest. 3 days later in the morning. You want to see it? Barristan asked with a strange expression. You don't want to see the naked Empress Dowager? Cersei was known as the most beautiful woman in the world back then. No, I don't want to see it at all. Barristan hurriedly waved his hand. It's okay. You can ride Whitey there. Wear a pair of binoculars and go quietly. Dany encouraged. The old knight's face turned red and quickly changed the topic. Your Majesty, the first batch of Dragon's Heart has been mined. Do you want to see it? As he spoke, he walked to the narrow window on the east side and pointed at a windowless stone house that was lit up. We captured more than 30 Lannister soldiers. The price was too high, 10 gold royals for each soldier. Kevin did not redeem them. Count Bronn left them in the volcanic grotto to mine the Dragon's Heart. Count Valerian and Count Sedega brought 5 blacksmiths and more than 30 blacksmith apprentices from their territories. They are forging Dragon's Heart weapons day and night. Dany's body disappeared from the throne on the map table like a phantom and appeared beside the White Knight. The castle on Dragonstone Island was built in the style of the Megalosaurus. For example, the kitchen was a dragon curled up in a ball. The smoke and steam from the oven came out of its nostrils. The hall was a dragon lying on the ground. People entered through its huge open mouth. The stone drum tower was built on top of the Dragon Mountain. It was like a megalosaurus with its head held high. The stone drum tower was the dragon's torso. The map hall was at the dragon's head. The 2 wings of the stone dragon were spread out. There was a blacksmith shop, a stable, and a warehouse. At this time, the blacksmith shop on the left wing of the stone dragon was brightly lit. It was steaming hot. The sound of hammering could be heard. Occasionally, the blacksmith's loud scolding of his apprentices could be heard. Opposite the megalosaurus-shaped stone drum tower, there was a 10-meter-tall circular stone tower. It looked like a coiling dragon coiling around a stone pillar. That was the dungeon tower. Between the stone drum tower and the dungeon tower was an arched stone bridge in the air. The dungeon tower also had lights. Sometimes there was the sound of metal wheels being dragged on the rails. The castle on Dragonstone Island was built on top of a low volcano called Dragon Mountain. There was a passage in the dungeon tower that led to the interior of Dragon Mountain. The Targaryen ancestors had also built a full set of mining facilities. There were mines, rails, and human-powered mine carts. The entire castle on Dragonstone Island was built using Valeglia's stone craftsmanship. The mining facilities were also copied from the mines of the 14th Fire Peak. It was extremely sturdy. 300 years later, it was still working well. No one knew what Targaryen was trying to dig for on Dragonstone Island. After 100 years, he had dug from Dragon Mountain to the bottom of the sea. Half of the mountain below the castle was empty. The reason why the stone drum tower was called that was because every time a storm came, the waves would surge violently and cause a rumbling sound in the castle, like the beating of a drum. Because the bottom was empty, it was like putting a bowl upside down in a basin of water. When the water rippled, there would definitely be a dull sound in the bowl. The waves were beating on the stone drum. Dany had also been to the bottom of the mine. It was mostly filled with dragon crystal and iron ore. The ratio was about 6-4, with dragon crystal taking up 60%. The amount of precious metals, such as gold and silver, was almost zero. She had no idea what Targaryen was trying to dig from the mine. She asked old Yamant, and he didn't know either. If they didn't deal with the other ghosts, Dragonstone Island had no value at all. Are there enough miners? Danny asked. Yes. Count Valerian also recruited 100 farmers on Tidehead Island. The key is that the dragon crystal doesn't need to be refined. The more they mine, the more dragon crystal weapons can be made. The blacksmiths are completely busy, otherwise they wouldn't have to work overtime. How much is the daily production of dragon crystal weapons? Danny asked again. The standard mold you designed is very suitable for making dragon crystal weapons. After the dragon crystal is melted and poured into the mold, it cools and takes shape very quickly. If we focus on making arrowheads, we can produce at least 2,000 arrowheads a day. If we focus on making weapons, we can make about 100 short swords. It's still a little low. Arrange for people to go to King's Landing to recruit a group of blacksmiths and expand the production. Dragon crystal weapons were brittle and hard, and their lifespan was extremely short. When the night came, the consumption rate would be very fast. Oh, right. Danny's heart skipped a beat. She remembered that there was a very good blacksmith in King's Landing who had mastered the technique of recasting steel swords. Do you still remember Brittany's Oathkeeper sword? Yes, the House of Starksice was recast by Tywin into 2 long swords, Joffrey's Widow's Howl and Brittany's Oathkeeper sword. Ha! The Widow's Howl. It's so fitting. Catelyn in the Red Wedding and Cersei in the Purple Wedding were both widows. They both let out the most desperate and sorrowful wails as mothers. Danny said with a strange expression, Your Majesty, you want to find Master Blacksmith Tobu Mott? Barristan asked in surprise. Tell Bronn that no matter what, he must invite Blacksmith Tobu to Dragonstone Island. I also need a set of Tidehead armor. Danny laughed. Chapter 399. Danny decided to go to King's Landing 3 days later to see Cersei's Mimi. Just as she was hesitating whether to send Whitey to be a bystander or send Blackie to chat with the people of King's Landing about the Empress Dowager's health, Marwyn, who was chewing on a piece of sour grass, contacted her urgently. Yes, it was Professor Marwyn from the City of Knowledge. He, Black Sister Larissa, and the 5th White Knight, Grey Iron, Garth Hyder were all on Old Town's grain purchasing fleet. Every night, Danny had 2 fixed tasks. First, she would give Kuei a soul-cleansing true dragon roar. Then, she would use the glass candle to search for traces of Marwyn, One-Eyed Faceless, and Jia Kuin for 3 minutes. As for the 2 Faceless, needless to say, Danny wished she could keep an eye on them at all times. It would be best if she could find all the Faceless strongholds. As for Marwyn, it was just a routine search. Most of the time, Danny could not find him because he was not online at all. Marwyn and Danny had an agreement. If there was an accident, he would activate the glass candle and contact her at a fixed time at night. After all, Hyder's grain purchasing fleet had dozens of ships, 3 million gold royals, and the magic books that Old Town had found in the City of Knowledge. If they were robbed by pirates, the loss would be huge. Her worries were not groundless. The Stone Steps Archipelago was the world's most notorious pirate den. It was the entrance to the narrow sea, which fed pirates from all over the world. Even Tywin often went to the Stone Steps Archipelago to train his pirate skills. For example, you, Lewin, had been a pirate on the Stone Steps Archipelago when you were young. Asha Greyjoy had also been on the Stone Steps Archipelago for 3 to 5 years. As soon as Hyder's fleet left the Summer Sea, they were targeted by pirates. In Old Town's Old Town negotiated the price with the grain merchant on the other side of the narrow sea and confirmed the quantity of grain. Then, the grain purchasing fleet would transport the gold over. The grain merchant would then start to distribute the grain from the small merchants and farm owners. Once Hyder's gold was transported to Myr and Pentos, the trading princes of Myr, and Pentos would also transfer the grain to the port. It was just in time to fulfill the last part of the contract in Mir and Pentos, one hand for the money, one hand for the goods. In other words, the news of Hathor transporting gold to the trading city-states had long spread throughout the Narrow Sea. Even the people of Bravos in the north knew about it. In fact, Hathor's large-scale purchase of grain had caused the price of grain to skyrocket by 5 times. During the day, Danny's spiritual projection and Jero were in Bravos. During the evening, Danny's spiritual projection and Beristan were on Dragonstone Island. At midnight, Danny's spiritual projection crossed 6,000 kilometers through the glass candle and arrived at the captain's cabin of the White Tower at the entrance of the Narrow Sea. Just like what Danny had said to Stannis that day. Unlike some kings who had too much time on their hands and could only grind their teeth to pass the time, the Dragon Queen was really busy. What's the situation? Danny's voice was erratic, like a mobile phone with bad signal. It was not just her voice. Even her spiritual projection was a blurry silver-gray figure. It was like a 150-inch 8K LCD screen playing a low-resolution VCD. This was because the distance was too far. Danny had announced that she had gone to Bravos, but her real body had been hiding in Slaves Bay to comprehend the Song of Wind. There were only 3 people in the small captain's cabin: the bull-neck Marvin, the embarrassed White Knight Garth Hyder, and the magic apprentice Larissa. Marvin and Garth looked at each other. In the end, the White Knight stepped forward and bowed. He said, "One day after leaving Sunhalberd City, there was a fast paddling ship following behind us. It was just that Hyder's fleet was too large for the pirates to handle, so they did not attack immediately. When the fleet gets close to Broken Arm Corner, more and more pirates will surround us. There will definitely be a huge battle." "How many ships do you have? How many sailors do you have?" Danny asked. "More than 100. Most of them are flat-bottomed sailing ships with a capacity of 200 tons. They are coastal cargo ships. The number of longships and warships with hammers does not exceed 10. The number of sailors is less than 2,000, the second son of the Hyder family said. "If I came to save you, there would be no way to hide the fact that Count Hyder has sided with me," Danny said with a smile. On one hand, the old man of Old Town sought refuge with the Dragon Queen to ensure the future prosperity of his family. On the other hand, he was unwilling to immediately raise his flag against the Iron Throne, especially since his lord, High Court Tyrell, was on the side of Lannister. Garth remembered his father's request and could not help but lower his head in shame. He blushed and said, "My father has considered this. He asked you to pretend to be a pirate and hijack this fleet." "What?" Danny suspected that she was hearing things. She said uncertainly, "You asked me to rob you as a pirate?" Gray iron. Garth's face turned as red as monkeys, but he mumbled, "Your Majesty, you did not hear wrongly. Everyone in the world knows that the Hyder family has ordered 3 million gold royals worth of food from the Free City. So, the pirates of the Narrow Sea swarmed over, intending to rob the ships of the gold royals. When you knew about this, you also— I'm sorry." Garth could not continue. He closed his eyes and apologized awkwardly. "Your Majesty, I'm very sorry. My father, even if he did not meet the pirates at the Stone Steps archipelago, he would have asked you to stop the fleet at Blackwater Bay." "All right, I understand." Danny ended her night's embarrassing situation at the right time and comforted him. "You don't have to apologize. Count Hyder is only protecting the peace of Old Town and the hundreds of thousands of people in Hyder's territory from being affected by the war. Your Majesty—" Garth's blue eyes widened. He was very touched. 10,000 years ago, at the end of the First Era, there was a land bridge known as the Arm of Dorne that connected the Westeros Dorne and the disputed land of Ursos together. When the ancestors invaded the Westeros through the Wall of Dorne, the Green Prophet of the Children of the Forest joined forces to cast powerful magic. They shattered the land bridge, which was hundreds of kilometers wide and thousands of kilometers long, into countless islands of different sizes, which became the Stone Steps Archipelago today. The Stone Steps Archipelago was located at the entrance of the Narrow Sea. Half of the world's sea trade ships would pass through here. With such a golden route, even Valeglia occupied one of the islands and built a free fortress Tarosai. One of the islands was called the Torture Abyss. It might not be the largest island, but it had a port comparable to Tarosai's. It was a hot afternoon at the Torture Abyss port. Blue sky, white clouds, and a warm northeast wind. Waves came from the shore, wave after wave, gently buffering the hull of the ship that was painted with a new brown paint. Woo, 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 the bugle horn sounded at the port. The sailors busied themselves in the sun. Some twisted the lock and pulled the anchor out of the sea. Some sailors pulled up the white sails under the command of the first mate. Thousands of rowers put their oars into the sea and paddled the wooden oars rhythmically to the beat of the drums. 10 gigantic warships lined up at the port. The white sails were pulled up slowly, and they slowly sailed toward the vast sea outside the port. Hiss! Suddenly, a dragon's roar shook the sky. Then, the sailors on the deck felt a shadow slide over their heads. They looked up and saw a black dragon with a wingspan of more than 10 meters emerging from the white clouds. It flew over the heads of the 10 gigantic warships, one by one. Ah, dragon, magic dragon! The sailors screamed crazily. It was unknown whether it was excitement, fear, or both. The mother of dragons is here. Quick, quick, set up the ballista. A captain on the bridge shouted hurriedly. Seeing that his subordinates were still greedily looking up at the megalosaurus, he stomped his feet anxiously and scolded, "What are you all doing? We're pirates. Someone like the mother of dragons won't even let a slave owner go. Why would she come here to look at the scenery? She's probably here to get rid of a scourge for the people. We're the scourge." Woo, woo, woo. Just then, a slow and drawn-out bugle call came from the flagship, followed by flag signal, "Do not act rashly, and do not do anything hostile. I am the eldest son of the mother dragon. Danny, rise." The black dragon's voice was loud, like a clap of thunder. It made the pirates below dizzy. "A dragon can speak?" The pirates were stunned. "I am the holy light. I am the mighty dragon of heaven. I am—" Blackie's title was now longer than his mother's. He spoke a long sentence in a dignified manner, not caring if the people below remembered it. "Is the pirate leader below Orion Vishui?" Blackie, the sky dragon, began to get to the point. At this time, the warships that were preparing to leave the bay had stopped moving. When the rowers heard the megalosaurus voice, they put down their long oars and climbed out of their cabins to the deck, looking up in surprise. "I am Orion Vishui, the great megalosaurus of the holy light, the mighty dragon of heaven. I am willing to serve Her Majesty Danny Rise. I am the illegitimate child of Tidehead Island. My father was the previous Count Valerian. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to Targaryen." On the bridge of the flagship, a young man with shoulder-length silver hair waved his arms wildly at the sky as he shouted loudly. Without waiting for Blackie to say the purpose of this trip, the illegitimate child of Tidehead Island raised his hands in surrender. Even the Dragon Queen in Blackie's mind stopped working and was stunned. On the day they left the wall, Danny had spent a night on Tidehead Island. During that time, apart from talking about her experience on the wall, she also had a short conversation with the young Count Monterey. Monterey told the Dragon Queen that he was not the only son of Valerian. He had an adult, illegitimate uncle, Orion Vishui, who was leading Circe's galleons as a pirate on the Stone Step Archipelago. He called himself the Vishui King. He also asked the Dragon Queen if she wanted to call the illegitimate uncle back to serve her. Dani declined at the time. She felt that the illegitimate child of Tidehead Island had a terrible character and looked down on him. For the sake of 10 galleons, she did not want to disgust herself by having a scum who had betrayed his former master. Circe had promoted him from an illegitimate child without a title to the Lord of the Navy. However, Orion had stabbed her in the back when she needed him the most. Not only did he fail to rescue Circe, who was trapped in the cathedral, he even led the royal fleet to escape. Even if Circe was her enemy, Dani could not like a subordinate who had betrayed his master. Just like how the arrogant Zhuge Kongming looked down on Wei Yan. However, the law of fragrance was just that powerful. Look, it had only been a week, and she was already anxiously looking for him. A week ago, the Dragon Queen, "Traitor, scram! Don't sully my eyes." A week later, the Dragon Queen, "How fragrant!" It was really fragrant. The Dragon Queen did not even need to personally appear. Her new subordinate easily completed the task of cleaning up the pirates and hijacking Hyder's fleet. After obtaining Circe's 10 super warships, Orion was practically the strongest pirate on the Stone Step Archipelago. He had originally planned to rob Hyder's fleet. He had even contacted a group of pirates nearby and arranged a time and place for the robbery. 2 days later, a terrifying piece of news gradually spread from the Stone Step Archipelago to the various cities. The newly risen pirate Dimensional Water King of the Torture Pool had submitted to the Dragon Queen. With the help of Wings of Death, he had swept through 10 nearby islands in a day. Dimensional Water King had originally teamed up with his allies to rob Hyder's fleet. The Dragon Queen had become the greatest pirate king on the Stone Step Archipelago. One Piece Dani was officially online. Chapter 400. Dani had become the pirate queen. According to the standards of One Piece, she was at least one of the Yonko, Narrow Sea's little overlord. However, she did not expand her forces. She only cooperated with King Dimensional Water to clean up the pirates who wanted to rob Hyder's grain ships. She took in 30 to 40 broken ships, 10 islands, and 6,000 to 7,000 pirates. There should have been more pirates, but Dragon Queen did not really want to be the pirate queen. She needed good citizens. Accomplices could be let go, but the leader must be punished. In the open sea route ahead of Hyder's fleet, more than 10 fleets cut across the Blue Sea and approached King Dimensional Water's fleet. According to the original plan, when Hyder's fleet arrived, they would swarm over. Most of the pirates were paddling longships with colorful shells and sails. They had different flags. The bigger fleets had more than 10 ships, and the smaller fleets had 4 or 5 ships. They were all famous pirates of the Stone Steps Archipelago. Ordinary pirates only had 1 ship. When almost everyone had arrived, a horn sounded from the Duke Tywin. Blackie came out of the clouds and swooped down from the sky. Without saying anything, it spat out dragon flames and went on a killing spree. The blue sea surface was like a flat carpet, and the pirate ship was the decorative pattern on the carpet. The dragon flame was like a red-hot sword, held in the hand of the god, cutting back and forth on the blue carpet. The decorative patterns on the carpet were cut in half by the blade of God's punishment. The black smoke, the red fire, and the blood, the wailing of the soul, and the flesh under Blackie's sneak attack. All the pirate leaders and their flagships were burned into floating torches. The pirate fleet had communicated with King Dimensional Water through flag signals. The Pirate King must have been on the flagships that sent out the flag signals, and Blackie, who was hidden in the clouds, saw it clearly. "I am the Wings of Death, the Terminator of evil, the great mighty dragon of heaven. Another long list of names was announced, not caring if others remembered it. As pirates, you have committed heinous sins. However, Mother Dragon is virtuous and is willing to give you a chance to lay down your weapons and convert to the Holy Dragon. Kneel on the deck immediately and wait for General Dimensional Water to reorganize the fleet. Long live the Mother of Dragons. Long live the Holy Light. Long live the great mighty heavenly dragon at the center of the battlefield. On the deck of the Dimensional Water Fleet, which was safe and sound, there was a hubbub of voices and cheers. However, some pirates refused to believe it. Clearly, their pirate ship did not even have 2 dilapidated ballistas. It was almost impossible for them to pose a threat to the Holy Dragon. They still turned around and fled from the battlefield while shouting, "Prepare the ballistas and bows." The demonic dragon just launched a sneak attack. Don't be afraid. Not only did he use his mouth to shout, he also used flag signals to summon everyone to fight against the brutal demonic dragon and escape from this place. Then Dahe swooped down close to the sea and approached the pirate ship from the blind spot of the ballista. The dragon flame burned through the hull of the ship like a hot knife cutting through butter. Boom! Another bonfire of smoke and blood rose from the sea. Who else? Big Black emerged from the billowing smoke on the burning ship, and the demonic shadow swept across the deck of the surviving battleships that were screaming in panic. Its thunderous roar resounded through the sky. "We surrender." After killing the bird that stood out, the remaining arrogant vultures immediately became obedient quails. Then, the white dragon that had been hiding in the sky previously appeared. Well, Little White had been helping Dahe with the map. There were 2 main reasons why the Megalosaurus was killed. First, the ballista bolts came from the blind spot of the Megalosaurus's vision. Naturally, it would not dodge them. Third, the ballista bolts were too dense. Even if the Megalosaurus saw them, it would not be able to dodge them. The second level of the dragon spirit could solve the above problems to a certain extent. Although it was not 100%, it could at least solve 70% to 80% of the problems. Little White had a panoramic view of the battlefield near Dahe and had locked onto almost every ballista under the dynamic view. It could even see some of the ballista bolts flying towards Dahe. The second level of the dragon spirit could transmit all the scenes that Little White saw to Dahe. In this way, Dahe was like Leo in the Matrix, flying leisurely. Its body swayed left and right, and it easily dodged all the ballista bolts and some of the bows. Well, there were many archers. It was impossible to dodge all of them. However, as long as it was not shot in the eyes, Dahe's scales would at most shatter, and 1 or 2 drops of hot dragon blood would spill. Well, it even imitated Smaug's evil tone. This kind of defensive power was far worse than Smaug's. Moreover, Dahe knew the distribution of firepower on the battlefield. He knew where there were more arrows and where there were fewer arrows. To put it simply, Dahe was not fighting alone. Danny and Little White were with him. One helped to open the map, and the other helped to design the tactics. Black Dragon was in an invincible state. Of course, if they were facing a regular navy, Danny would definitely not dare to be so arrogant. First of all, pirates often fought with ships. Otherwise, how could they rob? They did not have and did not need advanced dragon-slaying crossbows. Even the ballista only had 2 fixed at the bow and stern. Secondly, the pirate fleet did not have a battle formation. They were almost all in a straight line, or there was no formation at all. Therefore, during Dahe's attack, they could not support each other. When all the pirates surrendered, Little White landed and sent White Knight Barristan to the deck of the flagship of Dimensional Water King. White Knight would represent the Dragon Queen and carry out an honorable reorganization of this dishonorable fleet. Danny was not a real pirate king. Why would she need pirate followers? under the true dragon flag, there was only a righteous army, including the 6,000 Westeros Navy under the command of Dimensional Water King. All the pirates recruited from the Stone Steps archipelago would be reorganized under the leadership of the only true Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, Barristan. They would be transformed into a royal navy with great chivalry. Yes, although Dimensional Water King's fleet only had 10 galleons, there were 6,000 sailors serving on them. The number was more than the number of sailors in Hyder and Gerald Dane's fleet, because they were the Royal Navy that led the Iron Throne. Not only did they have sailors who rowed and steered, but they also had professional archers, sword-shield soldiers on deck, and armored assault soldiers. They were mercenary knights, bankrupt farmers, poachers, and thieves from the royal territory and the Stormlands. Many of them should have been sent to the Great Wall as night watchmen, but Dimensional Water King stopped them midway and made them sailors. Dany had to admit that the illegitimate son of Tidal Island was quite capable. In less than half a year, not only did he build 10 galleons from scratch, he was also able to take over Cersei's royal navy. The 10 galleons betrayed Cersei and the Iron Throne with him. From the glorious royal soldiers, they became pirates of the Stone Steps archipelago. This guy's charisma and personal ability were stronger than Song Jiang's. When Song Jiang recruited people, he often destroyed their families and forced them to go to Liangshan when they had nowhere else to go. Dimensional Water King seduced Cersei while supervising the construction of the galleons, rebuilding the Royal Navy, fighting for power with Grand Scholar Pycelle. Pycelle always wanted to stop Dimensional Water from controlling the Navy and also winning over the hearts of his subordinates. Unfortunately, Orion Dimensional Water's character was not good and could not be trusted completely. The Dragon Queen seemed to have really become Zhuge Kongming and really treated Dimensional Water King as Wei Yin. All right, the Dragon Queen was slightly better than Zhuge Kongming. At least she would not be like Kongming, who would say, Dimensional Water has a rebellious bone behind his head. He will definitely be disloyal in the future. Be careful, be careful. She even said it in front of Wei Yin. On the contrary, that night, during the meeting where all the captains were gathered, she even used a spiritual projection to disguise her true body. She pointed at the bastard of Tidehead Island sincerely and said to everyone, "This is Valerian, who has the same bloodline as my ancestor. Valerian, a loyal subject of Targaryen for generations. Sir Orion, the representative of Tidehead Island, is naturally my most trusted subject." Dimensional Water was so emotional that he shed tears on the spot. Targaryen of Dragonstone Island, Valerian of Tidehead Island, Setiga of Crab Island, and all the knights from the royal domain and the Stormlands. This scene was almost like yesterday, exactly the same as when Aegon conquered the Seven Kingdoms. We will also walk the path of glory of our ancestors. No, our goal is even greater. The Westeros are definitely not our limit. So we cannot continue to be pirates. Pirates are destroyers, not rulers. We will never be able to conquer the world. So our team must be reformed. Sir Barristan, the noblest white knight, the only grand knight with pure chivalry left in today's Westeros, will lead everyone to glory and create glory. What do you think? The Dragon Queen looked at Dimensional Water with a trusting gaze. Your Majesty is right, very right. We cannot be pirates. We are the Royal Navy under the Queen. Orion nodded. Then the Honorable Barristan, as everyone expected, became, the head of the pirates. Then the mission of robbing Hyder's fleet was handed over to the White Knight before the old knight complained with a conflicted expression. Dany gave him another less honorable mission. I am not at ease with Orion. The 10 captains on Cersei's ship, do not touch them. Choose a group of pirates who you think are the most righteous and honorable. Train them well. Then Find a chance to assign them to the captured pirate ships. They will be the captain, first mate, second mate, or navigator. Slowly dilute Orion's influence in the Royal Navy. Then, without giving the old knight any time to react, Blackie took off, and she disappeared. The pirates thought that she had left on a dragon. "I can't do it." The white knight stood in a daze, muttering in a daze. Blackie did not return to Slaver's Bay. With the addition of the Royal Navy on the Stone Steps archipelago, Whitey's mission became even more arduous. Every other day, it would fly back and forth between Dragonstone Island and the Torture Abyss. The mission of observing Mimi, the Color Queen, could only be completed by Blackie. 5 days ago, in the great Cathedral of Baylor, Stone Prison, uncle and niece sat facing each other. "I have no idea what you are thinking." Sir Kevin looked at his haggard niece in linen clothes. The sharpness in his blue eyes was slowly replaced by helplessness and exhaustion. "Didn't the scholar teach you history? Actually, even without the scholar's teaching, you should know about the rebellion of the church during Meg the first time. Meg had a dragon and an army of 100,000, but he was still badly battered by the church's armed forces. Where did you get the confidence to be more in order to defeat the church's armed forces? He rode a dragon and set the great cathedral on fire. He put a bounty on the head of the son of war at the price of 1 gold royal per scalp. In terms of brutality, in terms of strength, in terms of wisdom, which part of you can compare to him? It was not easy for Targaryen to suppress the power of the church, so that the archbishop could no longer interfere with the kingdom's political power. But you," he slapped his forehead and groaned, "7 gods above, I never thought that stupidity would have no limit. I saved 1,000,000 gold royals for the Iron Throne." Cersei retorted. Chapter 401. Compared to when Tywin was still alive, Kevin Lannister had aged a lot. He was still tall, with broad shoulders and a round waist, but his once sparse, short blonde hair had fallen off his forehead. His brother had died tragically. His second nephew had killed his father. His eldest nephew had gone missing. His niece had turned into the Mad King III. The second was Joffrey. Otherworldly ghosts had appeared on the wall. Dragonstone Island had changed owners, and the Targaryens had returned, and his eldest son, Lancel, had given up his title and fief to become the Great Sparrow's right-hand man. He had even betrayed Cersei. Even Sir Kevin, who was as steady as an old dog, felt that Lannister's rule could no longer be stable. He stroked his thick chin, his neatly trimmed golden beard, and sighed. "For a mere 1,000,000 gold royals, you released an uncontrollable beast. Look at you now. Do you still think it was worth it?" Thinking of her recent experience, Cersei's pale cheeks twisted. She growled, "I am the Queen Dowager. The Archbishop should listen to me. The Targaryens have dragons, but they dare not say such a thing." Kevin's eyes showed a strange mixture of sarcasm and pity. "The Great Sparrow accused you of regicide, god-slaying, incest, treason, infidelity, and false accusation. And just because the Targaryens were married, the church thought that they were violating human relations and wanted to rebel. Compared to you, Mergal the Cruel was a saint. What makes you think that the Archbishop will listen to you when he is armed?" God-slaying." Cersei laughed. "I would like to, but is it possible? That is the problem." Kevin's face was solemn. "The Great Sparrow believes that the Archbishop is the spokesman of the 7 gods in the world. Murdering him is equivalent to god-slaying. Do you understand what this means? The Archbishop is equivalent to the 7 gods. Then, how much is the king on the Iron Throne worth? Then send troops to exterminate the Great Sparrow, kill the Great Sparrow's beggar army, and let the Great Sparrow lick my feet." Cersei said bitterly, "Turn the Holy Land into a slaughterhouse." Kevin was stunned for a moment before he shook his head with a bitter smile. "If Tywin was here, he might have done so long ago, but I'm sorry, but Lannister's elite soldiers followed Jaime to Hajin County, and I don't have that kind of courage. Actually, if Tyrion was here, don't mention that bastard. He murdered my son and killed my father. It's all because of him that I'm in such a miserable state today. Cersei was so angry that veins popped out on her pale arm that was pressed against the back of the chair. Achoo, who's talking about me? In the Bay of Sorrows, Tyrion rubbed his nose and walked to the railing of the ship. He looked at the distant blue mountains and muttered, "Sigh, we've finally arrived at Slaver's Bay. I wonder if the Dragon Queen would be like my bitch sister, preferring a brainless, deformed devil monkey. Achoo, did you catch a cold?" Kevin looked at his niece, who was suddenly sneezing, and asked with concern. "No, that name makes me sick." Cersei gasped. "Sigh." Kevin placed his elbows on the table and massaged his temples. He sighed and said, "Fine, you don't like Tyrion, but Marjorie is Tommen's wife, your daughter-in-law." Which mother-in-law would send her lover to seduce her daughter-in-law and then announce to the whole nation that the daughter-in-law is a bitch. Have you ever thought about Tommen's feelings? Tommen, the green fatty who fainted from crying in the toilet. Sob, sob, sob. Someone finally thought about my feelings. Second grandpa is the best. Cersei clenched her fists tightly and said angrily, "Tommen is only 9 years old, and Marjorie is 16. As a woman, I know best that she won't be able to take it." Cersei came back to her senses and understood her uncle's words. She sneered, "You believe a woman's words? I dare say that the little bitch is secretly building a huge navy. She will first use lies to make us lower our guard, then use Dragonstone Island as a bridgehead to bring the army across the narrow sea and directly take the King's Landing. With my intelligence, I would do the same, but you don't understand." Cersei shook her head gently and sighed. Sir Kevin glared at her and said, "The Dragon Queen's reputation is very good. Now, everyone says that Targaryen's words are like a mountain. She has never broken an oath in the past few years, let alone a sacred oath. Targaryen's words are like a mountain. She really knows how to flatter herself. That woman said it herself, right?" Cersei smiled contemptuously. "You think I'm stupid? It's useless to say anything these days. It depends on what she does." Sir Kevin's eyes flashed with admiration. He sighed and said, "Don't doubt it. Lannister has people on the Great Wall. Her every move is written in reports and sent to Casterly Rock by messenger crows. I can swear that she is definitely a true Night Queen who cherishes her people, is righteous and trustworthy, and is brave and fearless." "Are you crazy?" Cersei exclaimed as if she had suddenly seen a big monster. "Know your enemy and acknowledge her nobility. Only then can you defeat her." Sir Kevin looked directly into Cersei's eyes and said word by word, "During the War of the Four Kings, your father personally admitted that compared to the young Wolf Master's bold and unrestrained style, his art of war and experience were somewhat out of place. Thus, he avoided direct confrontation and defeated the enemy in the field that he was best at, but the young Wolf Master was not. All right, tell me, what is the field that Dany Rise is not good at, but you are good at?" Cersei curled her lips and said. Sir Kevin's eyes flashed. He smiled faintly and said, "She is very brave and very responsible. Let the deviants take her away." "What are you talking about?" Cersei rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, "Only the most ignorant village woman would believe that verbal curses are useful. I also want to let the deviants take Marjorie away, but that bitch is sitting by the warm fireplace of the Red Keep, drinking and laughing happily." Sir Kevin pressed between his eyebrows. Talking to his stupid and crazy niece made him feel very tired. At the same time, he missed his smart and decisive elder brother more and more. How could such a great person die in a latrine pit? Damn Tyrion! Sighing in his heart, the old dog of the Lion family forced himself to be alert and said, Marjorie is not in the Red Keep. Tommen and Pycelle are also not in the Red Keep. Where did they go? Cersei asked in surprise. I sent a letter to Dragonstone Island, representing Lannister and the Iron Throne to acknowledge the agreement of the one who ends the long night shall be king. I also hope to form a united front against ghosts with Dragonstone Island to ensure that the King's Landing will not be invaded by the Mystic Dragon. However, the Dragon Queen has not replied to my letter yet. The Red Keep is in danger of being burned by the dragon flame. We have to change places every day to avoid being attacked by the Mystic Dragon. At this point, Kevin's expression became strange. In a way, you are safest in the great Cathedral of Baelor. The Dragon Queen is a devout disciple of the seven gods. She will not burn down the great cathedral. Why don't you, before her uncle finished his rotten idea? Cersei waved her hand and interrupted him. She said in a firm tone, I would rather sit on the Iron Throne and be burned to ashes by the dragon flame than rot in a cold and damp dungeon. Cersei, you can no longer sit on the Iron Throne. No matter what the outcome of the trial is, your reign is over. I will be the regent until Tommen comes of age. Sir Kevin crossed his fingers and leaned back on the wooden chair. He stared at the woman opposite him, carefully observing his niece's reaction. I am the Empress Dowager. You should serve me just like how you served my father, not replace me. Cersei clenched her fists and glared at her uncle. You admitted to the Great Sparrow that you were unfaithful and had an affair. The church wants you to atone for your sins by parading through the city naked. Kevin turned his head away, as if he could not bear to look at his niece's twisted and miserable face. No, never, Cersei pleaded weakly like a helpless child. Uncle, you have to reject the Great Sparrow's rude request. He is humiliating me, humiliating Lannister, humiliating the king, humiliating the Iron Throne, and humiliating this country. Cersei, you cannot represent this country. Sir Kevin sighed. Do you remember what Tywin arranged for you when he was alive? Arranged? Cersei was stunned for a moment before she shook her head frantically. No, I will not marry again. I am Tommen's mother, the Empress Dowager. I will not leave the Red Keep. I will not leave the King's Landing. The women in this world were sad. Even someone as strong and crazy as Cersei did not live a happy life. When she was young, she could not help but marry Robert. She did not like Robert. When she was a queen, she was abused by Robert every day. After she killed Robert, she was ready to be a carefree Empress Dowager, but Tywin immediately wanted to marry her. Chapter 402. Tywin had arranged many marriage partners for Cersei, the twins of Count Redwyn of Green Pavilion Island, Theon Greyjoy, Quentyn Martell, Villa Tyrell, Balon Greyjoy. Most of them were young men. Cersei was in luck. Among them, Villa Tyrell was the best. He was the heir of the Duke of Highgarden and the elder brother of Little Rose. If the marriage was successful, Cersei would be her daughter-in-law's sister-in-law. Unfortunately, old Rose of Highgarden thought that Cersei was a slut and not worthy of her grandson. Old Rose had her eyes on Sansa, so she rejected Tywin. If Theon had not become a eunuch, he would have been a good choice. Then there was King Balon. Balon and Theon were father and son, but they were both Cersei's matchmaking partners. For his daughter's marriage, Tywin was too generous. Actually, King Balon's wife was not dead. Even if Balon was dead, his wife was still alive. However, King Balon controlled the powerful Iron Fleet. The value of marriage was too high. Although Cersei did not lack young, strong, and handsome male companions, and was unwilling to give up the luxurious life of King's Landing, her resistance was powerless in front of Duke Tywin. If Tywin was not dead, Cersei would have been engaged to King Balon. Other than Villa Tyrell, Balon's marriage was the most valuable. Cersei, have you forgotten what your father told you? It is your responsibility to stabilize Tommen's rule through marriage. I will not mention the sacrifice for Lannister. You have always said that you love Tommen. Even if it is for him, you are not willing to compromise? Cersei's expression was uncertain. To be honest, your market is not good. You will be paraded in 5 days. The people of the 7 kingdoms will know that you betrayed your marriage. There are also hundreds of thousands of people who have seen your body. It's really not easy for someone to be willing to marry you. Kevin advised earnestly. Anger and fear flashed in Cersei's big blue eyes. She said weakly, Tommen won't let me leave him. Facing his niece's final struggle, Sir Kevin made up his mind and said directly, Tommen is still underage and can't participate in the meeting. I am the regent, and I have appointed Mace Tyrell as Hand of the King. Grand Maester Pycelle and the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Sir Harris Swiver, will remain at the Imperial Council. Pycelle Redwine will take over as Admiral, and Randall Tarley will be the judge. You understand? They are all my men. Either you fail to pass the trial of the Church, and if you are convicted of any crime of deicide or regicide, you will repent under the supervision of the Church for the rest of your life. Either you win the trial by martial arts and regain your freedom, then leave King's Landing and get married, or return to Casterly Rock to live alone. Sir Kevin gave his niece an ultimatum. Deicide and regicide. Cersei laughed sarcastically. Why is there no incest? If I am convicted of incest, you will no longer be the regent. If Cersei was convicted of incest, Tommen's crown would lose its legitimacy, and legitimacy. Tommen's status as king would be illegal, and Regent Kevin would become a traitor. Do you want Tommen to die? Kevin said coldly, to tell you the truth, your madness won't do you any good. The one who accused you of incest is Stannis. The person the Great Sparrow hates the most right now is not you nor Dany Alice, but the heretic who converted to the Red God. He has no intention of hearing his accusation. This was the real reason Cersei was set free. Lancel had told the Great Sparrow the color of Cersei's underwear, so the Great Sparrow was certain that Tommen was not Robert's son. But he could not judge the matter at all. If Tommen was a bastard, then Stannis would be the only rightful heir to the Iron Throne. At this time, Targaryen's jurisprudence was lower than that of Theon Byra. Just as in the late Western Han, the descendants of the first emperor of Qin did not have as much jurisprudence as the old house of Lu. The dynasty had changed. I want you dead. Cersei cursed her uncle viciously. I want you to die and be captured by the others. Balon is dead. He died before his wife. You don't have to marry him. Kevin did not react to his niece's curse, but the warmth in his words was gone. You, Lewin Greyjoy, is now the heir to the throne of the Sea Stone, he said coldly. Tywin is powerful. He controls Carlin Bay in the north and harasses the north. He takes the Shield Islands in the south and plunders the villages along the river. Although Lannister Harbor hasn't been harassed, no one can be sure of the future. So, Yuluen has value in being roped in. I have heard of Yuluen, a handsome man in his early 30s. In terms of appearance, he is not much worse than Jaime. In terms of bravery, he can be called the Barristan of the seas. In terms of intelligence and talent, he has sailed the Jade Sea and even explored the ruins of Valeglia, obtaining countless treasures and secret arts. You should be happy that such a good husband is willing to marry you. Sir Kevin concluded. It's done? You have sold me? Cersei said in disbelief. It will be done immediately as long as you agree. I will keep shaking my head. Cersei's head shook like a rattle. As you wish. Kevin stood up and tidied up the thick dark red wool cloak on his body. He then turned around and walked towards the door. Opening the thick wooden door, Kevin stopped and said calmly in front of the old nun, "Parade in 5 days. I will wait for you at the Red Keep. If you do not want to be humiliated, you can kill yourself by slamming your head against the stone wall. It will be the best choice for you, for Tommen, for Lannister, for the people of the Seven Kingdoms." Cersei was suddenly filled with courage and said loudly, "Just you wait. I will return to the Red Keep." The corners of Kevin's mouth curled into a smile as he left. 5 days later, 3 old nuns as dry as pickled radishes entered Cersei's cell and shaved her golden hair, armpit hair, and leg hair clean. Cersei was naked like a newborn chick, showing herself to the people of King's Landing. Dang, dang, dang. The bell in the tower rang, and all the people of King's Landing were summoned by the bell. Under the statue of Baelor, the wide marble square was crowded with people. The eyes looking up were denser than the stars in the summer night. Apart from the children of war, the congregation of the poor, and the nuns, everyone in King's Landing was here. There were men and women, old and young. Innkeepers, merchants, cobblers, stable boys, actors, beggars, thieves, high-class socialites in silk and dirty street girls with acne. Everyone came out to see the Queen Dowager's pale body, with goosebumps. The 3 old nuns walked in front of Cersei and announced loudly, "This is Cersei of the Lannister family, the widowed Queen Dowager, the birth mother of King Tommen, the widow of King Robert. She has admitted to the great sin of deceit and lasciviousness. The sinner has confessed her crimes and prayed for absolution and forgiveness. The Archbishop has instructed her to cast aside all pride and deceit as a sign of repentance. She will show the way the gods created her in front of all the good men and women in the city. With a humble heart, the sinner sheds all secrets and privacy and embarks on a journey of atonement, naked before the gods and the people." At this moment, the majesty and holiness of the Iron Throne were completely trampled into the mud. The supreme kingship that Targaryen won after 100 years of bloody battle with the Church was in tatters. An invisible crown was crowned on the Great Sparrow's head, and he became a king without an iron throne. "Bitch!" someone shouted. It was a woman. Women hit other women when they were in trouble, and men only wanted to stick their eyes to the suffering woman. Their mouths were only drooling and licking their tongues. How could they have time to talk? This was the Queen Dowager. Since the ancestors invaded the Westeros, about 12,000 years of the Kingdom era, this was the first time the Queen Dowager showed her beautiful body to the people, not to mention the Westeros. It was also the first time the Queen Dowager was paraded naked in the streets. The Great Sparrow was definitely the most powerful archbishop in the Second Era. Benello, the supreme priest of Atlantis, should be ashamed. The Great Sparrow did not have any magic power, and the god he believed in was fake. He was also very poor, and the church's bank was sold. Even the church's armed forces were not as strong as the Hand of Sacred Fire. When Cersei was imprisoned, the church's armed forces were far weaker than the Hand of Sacred Fire. After Cersei was imprisoned, a large number of mercenaries and small nobles began to join the church. At this time, the church's armed forces were stronger than the Hand of Sacred Fire. Benello's mouth was invincible. Every day when he prayed, he would call on the slaves to revolt and rebel against the slave masters, but he had never harmed a single hair of the Blackwell nobles. The Great Sparrow was not a man of many words. One moment, he was obedient to the Queen Dowager, and the next moment he got the permission to reorganize the church's armed forces and immediately tricked the Queen Dowager into the great cathedral and imprisoned her. Up ahead, an old nun rang a bell as she sang loudly, "Shame, shame, come and see the sinner of shame, shame, shame." An old man's eyes widened as he muttered, "So big, so white, So, shame. The old woman grabbed her husband by the ear and twisted it, shouting at Circe, "Whore, you are a disgraceful sinner. A disgrace, a disgrace." Circe held her head high and glanced at the old woman in disdain. She purposely puffed out her chest and lifted her hips. "Ow, ow," the old man howled. His eyes rolled back, and his limbs twitched as he fell to the ground. He had a stroke. "Ah, old man, what happened to you?" The old woman could not be bothered to scold the Queen Dowager anymore. She hugged her husband's body and cried. "Slut." The more the woman scolded, the more the man, after walking 2 streets, almost a kilometer, with thousands of people watching, only the woman cursed. It was a spectacle until a yellow, warm object flew out of the sky and landed on the Queen Dowager's smooth, white back. That rich smell and nauseating color instantly woke the men up from their pink dreams. The Queen Dowager, who had died, could no longer fantasize. Then rotten eggs, rotten tomatoes, rotten vegetables, and even dead cats and dogs with bloated stomachs full of white maggots were thrown at Circe. The spring scenery was gone, and the men woke up and started cursing loudly. Bitch, sinner, adulterer, slut, traitor, and a lot of other words that referred to her body parts. The pride on Circe's face cracked like an eggshell and fell off little by little. She was as fragile and frightened as a hatchling struggling to crawl out of the eggshell and show herself to the world. Circe fell in the smelly ditch. Her knees were bruised, and the soles of her feet were cut. She staggered, as weak as her expression. The Queen Dowager's weakness became the mettle of the mob. They became more violent, scolded more loudly, and even began to show off their personal talents to the Queen Dowager. "Look over here." Everyone, a prostitute, lifted her skirt and shouted at the men below from the window of the brothel. Less than half of those who have slept with the Queen Dowager have slept with the Queen Dowager. "Do you want to suck it, Your Majesty?" A man wearing a butcher's apron took out the Queen Dowager from his pants and grinned. Circe burst into tears. She could no longer maintain her composure. She covered her chest with one hand and her thigh with the other, just like how her father punished her little grandmother. Danny, who had planned to make fun of the Queen Dowager, also fell silent. Blackie hid in the dark sky and did not show up in front of the people of King's Landing. Killing people with just a nod was too much for a woman. Chapter 4:03 Old Town, City of Knowledge. The Dragon Queen did not cause much damage to the City of Knowledge. At this point in time, even the steward's pavilion, which had been hit by the dragon flame fireball, had been repaired. Doctor's meeting room. Vinegar. Balin sighed and placed the letter in his hand on the table. His right finger tapped on the paper lightly, producing a deep do-do sound, like the rhythm of his frustrated heart. The room was silent. The clear morning sunlight passed through the colorful mosaic glass and shone on the faces of the doctors. Their expressions were as unpredictable as the light. Perez Den sent another letter. Balin broke the silence and sighed softly. Balin was a doctor in astronomy. He was sharp-tongued and liked to give people nicknames. For example, Marvin's nickname of magician was given by him. Because of this, Balin received the nickname of Vinegar from the City of Knowledge. Perhaps it was because one's appearance reflected one's heart, but this bald old man had protruding bones and no flesh on his cheeks. He had a sharp face. However, such a person who was usually so strong and unkind also looked dejected at this moment. His face was filled with dejection. This is fake news. Next. Steward Theobald, who was sitting at the head of the table, slammed the table and said firmly. Balin was stunned and asked, "You've seen it?" "I just received the letter." "There's no need to see it. As long as I know that it came from the Great Wall, I'm sure it's fake. Professor Theobald waved his hand. Next. But Perestan, Balin had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by the steward. That's also a fake person, a fake Perestan. A fake person giving fake news. All right, that's reasonable. Balin rolled his eyes and continued, regardless of whether it's fake or not, I think you should know, the fake Perestan from the Great Wall sent a letter as a crow. He told us not to escape from reality, and that Dany Rise and her dragon are the real saviors. The basis for the existence of the real world is that the world still exists. If the Westeros are gone, humans will be extinct. Even the most beautiful ideals will be meaningless. It really is a fake. The real Professor Perestan has a strong will and a firm belief. Why would he say something like that? Professor Ambrose said. Ambrose had a long and thin face. His hair and beard were all white, and his fluffy beard hung down to his chest. He was a doctor of medicine in the City of Knowledge, and also the doctor with the highest medical skills in Westeros. Balin shrugged his shoulders and said, the fake Perestan described in detail the weaknesses and attacking methods of the deviant ghosts and corpses. Normal armies are no match for them, and after a battle, the number of corpses increases. If the deviant ghosts crossed the Great Wall, their numbers would snowball, and the entire human race would be wiped out. He said that he already knew about the City of Knowledge's defamation of Dragon Queen. He said that he was ashamed and even advised us to pack our bags and go to the Great Wall immediately and put on black clothes to atone for our sins. It's fake. The fake Perestan is despicable. All the professors said in unison. Varen tugged at his soft and comfortable squirrel fur coat and said with certainty, yes, it's fake. I'm afraid of the cold. Winter is coming, and going to the Great Wall will cost me my life. But that fake is also a big problem. The Great Wall sent out messenger crows to almost all the top nobles in the Seven Kingdoms. Not only did he encourage the nobles to aid the Great Wall, he even used the identity of Professor Perestan to distort the truth about the City of Knowledge. Because he called himself Perestan and even confessed his sins, many nobles believed him. Professor Nolan said he was the previous head of the department and was a doctor of economics and mathematics. Balin said bitterly, it's indeed a big problem. The messenger crows of the fake Perestan and the City of Knowledge arrived at the nobles' nests at the same time, causing the City of Knowledge's reputation to plummet. Many scholars who served the nobles wrote letters to question the City of Knowledge. Why are we so crazy as to openly violate the rights of the guests? Why would the nobles rather believe in fake news than the City of Knowledge? This is not normal, not logical, and not right. We are the City of Knowledge, the headquarters of the scholars. The scholars have the right to speak, and the scholars guide the public opinion of the Seven Kingdoms. Shouldn't the nobles believe whatever the scholars say? Head of Department Theobald said angrily. Professor Nolan smiled bitterly. The nobles aren't stupid. Why would the Dragon Queen violate the rights of the guests for no reason? What good would it do her to burn down the absolutely neutral City of Knowledge? If the Dragon Queen had never come to the Westeros and had never interacted with the nobles, maybe, but she went to participate in the tournament and even won the championship. Hundreds of nobles and thousands of knights have seen her, drank with her, and interacted with her. She even spoke with assurance at banquets, shining brilliantly. The nobles and knights of River Bend, Storm, Dorne, the Western region, and the King's Domain have a general understanding of her character. They all love and respect the first Night Queen of the Seven Kingdoms to wear the crown of love and beauty. They don't believe that she is the Mad King II. Everyone knows about the influence of the tournament in the Seven Kingdoms. Professor Galadue of History and Linguistics, who wrote Midsummer's Son, sighed and said, there are also singers and poets. They originally thought of Layla Weishuay as a legendary hero. Now, they know that Layla Weishuay has an even more legendary identity, the last princess, the queen who restored the country, Misha who freed the slaves, the mother of dragons, the mysterious night. When these legendary elements were added together, the singers and poets in the tavern went crazy with excitement. You should go to the Feather Wine Bottle and take a look. After half a month, there are at least 300 songs praising the mysterious Night King and 46 versions of the story of Dragon Queen fighting for the Rose Crown. There are countless poems and stories that have been derived. Balin said helplessly, whether it is among the commoners or the nobles, not only is her reputation not bad, it is so good that it is exploding, even if she fell from the sky while riding a dragon and died 10,000 years later. As long as human history still exists, there will still be countless people praising her deeds and songs. Just like those legendary heroes from the Age of Heroes that have been passed down to this day. Then what should we do? The old man of Old Town clearly stated that the Hyder family will not be involved in this matter. Old Rosegao Ting is even worse. While secretly hinting to me to ruin the Dragon Queen's reputation, she also clearly stated that Gao Ting does not know and will not interfere in the battle between the City of Knowledge and the Dragon Queen. Theobald said, "If there is no other way, we will just admit it." Professor Nolan sighed. The Dragon Queen violated the rights of the guests and burned down the City of Knowledge. This sounds unreasonable to begin with. How is it unreasonable? She is the second Mad King. The Mad King's actions are the most unreasonable. The key is that no one believes it. Why don't we openly state the ideals of the real world? I believe that the nobles and commoners of the Seven Kingdoms will understand us. After all, we have no selfish motives, Professor Nolan said. You can't say it. Balin hurriedly dissuaded him. The real world is the greatest selfish motive. Sai, what is this? Sooner or later, the City of Knowledge will be destroyed because of the real world. So, what if the Megalosaurus is extinct? Look at how active the red gods are now. And the wizards of Asia have never gone extinct, Professor Zabaro lamented pessimistically. The real world is indeed a bit of a scam. Which bastard first came up with it? Professor Nemos cursed softly. Seeing that the group of professors were dejected, the general manager immediately changed the topic. Balin, continue. What else is there? The Great Wall has elected its 998th commander-in-chief, Jon Snow, Stark's illegitimate son. Balin said, "Why him? What about Sir Mal Lister, Sir Elisa, Count Slint, and Commander Carter from the Eastwatch?" Professor Ambrose asked curiously. Because of Jon Snow's outstanding contributions. He first went undercover among the barbarians and saved Dark Castle. Then, he followed the Dragon Queen to subdue the barbarians. After that, he joined the Suicide Squad to hunt for deviant ghosts. He even personally killed one. Balin said, "Fake news. There are no deviant ghosts." Next, the general manager said. Next, the corner of Balin's mouth twitched. The fake Perestan has asked us to send out letters to spread the long night, the recruitment of night watchers, the Dragon Queen's vow. Fake. There are no long night, no deviant ghosts. Theobald interrupted the professor of astronomy roughly. Next, fake Perestan. Is that bastard done yet? Why didn't the deviant ghosts take him away? The general manager said irritably. General manager, the deviant ghosts are fake. Don't lie, Balin sneered. After being interrupted repeatedly, the professor of astronomy was also angry. Continue, the general manager said sullenly. To prove that the deviant ghosts are real, the fake Perestan will send a night watcher called Samwell to bring a deviant ghost and 2 ghouls to the City of Knowledge. Get rid of Samwell before he arrives at the City of Knowledge. The general manager said skillfully, the fake Perestan knows the City of Knowledge's methods. He specifically warned us not to harm Samwell, because he also sent a letter to Count Tali at the same time. Balin said awkwardly, "Why does it involve Rando Tali again?" The general manager asked curiously. Samwell's surname is Tali. He is the eldest son of Count Tali. Damn, I remember now. That fake Perestan is despicable. The general manager wanted to announce loudly, Samwell is a fake Tali, but he did not dare to let Rando Tali be cuckolded. Theobald thought for a while and said slowly, Samwell can reach the old town alive, but the fake deviant ghosts he brought must be eliminated in advance. A newly promoted middle-aged professor at the end of the table was puzzled. Why, if the deviant ghosts are real? Theobald raised his hand to interrupt him. With a complicated expression, he said, Professor Ernest, you are still young and have not experienced much. Once, when news of Liga's death in battle and the fall of the King's Landing reached the City of Knowledge, we felt as if the sky had collapsed and the world was about to be destroyed. Once, when news of Robert being murdered by Cersei and Lannister usurping Theon's Iron Throne reached us, we once again felt as if the world was about to be destroyed. But from beginning to end, the City of Knowledge has been peaceful. Nothing has changed, and the sun has risen as usual. We have existed for thousands of years and will continue to exist until eternity. In the meeting room, all the professors nodded silently. Professor Balin, please continue, the general manager said. Many nobles have written to ask about the Dragon Queen's suggestion of the one who ends the long night shall be king. How should we reply? It's fake. Next, the general manager said immediately, what's fake? Is the long night fake, or is what the Dragon Queen said fake? Professor Theobald said solemnly, it's all fake. If there is no long night, then there is naturally no long night to end it. That woman is too cunning. With the allied army nearby, she is unable to attack the Westeros. She is also worried that Lannister will stabilize his rule, so she lied to everyone in an attempt to disrupt the situation. She is also secretly gathering power on Dragonstone Island. Once winter is over, she will claim to be the child of prophecy, the savior of the world, and use force to force the nobles to acknowledge her as the king of the Seven Kingdoms. That's really possible. Balin muttered. Let's not talk about the fake news related to the long night, deviant ghosts, and the Great Wall, Theobald said firmly. Next. Chapter 404. According to the news we received 4 days ago, Cersei should have been paraded through the streets to atone for her sins. What do you think about this? Don't you think that the Great Sparrow is too arrogant? Balin said, Cersei deserves it. A doctor mocked. The Targaryen bloodshed of generations in exchange for the supreme kingship has been ruined by that stupid woman. From now on, there will be a political situation in the Seven Kingdoms where kingship and theocracy will oppose each other. I have never seen a woman stupider than Cersei. If Dany Alice was half as stupid and crazy as her, we wouldn't have such a headache. Speaking of which, it's strange. From Joffrey to Cersei, they are all Lannister. Why did they all awaken the bloodline of the Mad King? The doctors discussed animatedly, but they were not too worried. As long as there were nobles in Westeros, the City of Learning would not collapse. Perhaps in the future, every archbishop would be given a scholar, and the archbishop would be like the king, having a scholar to guide them in government affairs. Theobald said calmly, Cersei is already a thing of the past. The King's Landing is now under Kevin's control. Scholar Pycelle also sent news that Cersei might marry King Yuluin of Timon Bay. Yuluin King? The brother of Yuluin, King Balon, who ascended to the throne of Seastone through the King's Selection Convention. Theobald nodded and said hesitantly, Yulun may not be too ambitious, but at least you are easier to get along with than King Balan. Ever since he took the throne, he strictly restricted Timin's pirate activities. Not only did the pirates who had been harassing the coasts of the bay disappear, but Yulun even agreed to return the Shield Islands that King Balan had occupied. Since when was Timon so easy to talk to? The doctors were in an uproar. Could there be a conspiracy? Balin said nervously. Greed and cunning are Timin's nature. How could he change so easily? Theobald laughed mockingly and slowly explained, the matter is complicated. First of all, Timin's forces were too few, and the battle line was too long. From Deep Forest Castle in the Northern Territory, to Carlin Bay, to the Shield Archipelago, to the estuary of the Mander River, to Old Town, to Chinting Island. The north-south battle line is more than 8,000 kilometers long. If Timon doesn't make a choice, he'll be crazy. That's right. King Balan called himself king of the Iron Islands and the Northern Territory, and Yulun inherited his position. If Yulun is rational enough, you should focus on digesting the newly conquered territories in the northern region. Making enemies everywhere like King Balan is too crazy. The professors were deep in thought. Don't forget, Count Redwin's Chinting Island fleet is on the way home. If Timon doesn't leave now, he won't be able to escape in the future. Of course, Gao Ting would have to pay a large sum of gold royals to redeem the Shield Islands. In the end, Yulun was provoked by that woman. Theobald's expression was strange. Which woman? Danny Alice. The professor in charge laughed deeply and said, Yulun was the first explorer to come back alive from the ruins of Valeglia. He obtained wealth comparable to that of a country, and even found a set of tile steel armor and a dragon egg. Hiss, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Unfortunately, just as he left the stormy sea outside Valeglia, he met Danny Alice, who was sailing towards Slave Bay. She plundered him, and then she had the money to buy the Unsullied in Astapor. Dr. Balin looked surprised and muttered, I didn't expect there to be such a grudge between them. Yulun intends to form a tripartite alliance with Tyrell and Lannister. Currently, they have reached a few preliminary agreements. 1. Tyrell will pay the ransom, and Yulun will return the Shield Islands and swear not to invade the territory of River Bend. 2. Cersei will marry Yulun, and the Iron Fleet under Yulun will swear allegiance to Tommen and reorganize into a new royal fleet to suppress the Targaryen forces on Dragonstone Island. 3. Tyrell and Lannister will create conditions for Yulun to seize one or more Megalosaurus from Danny Alice. What? Sir Steward, are you crazy? Seizing a dragon from the mother of dragons? The professors looked at Theobald with the same gazes as they looked at Aerys, Joffrey, and Cersei. Yulun did not reveal the specifics. However, he dared to swear to Anami that he once controlled her white dragon and green dragon. If he wasn't too greedy, he would have become the father of dragons by now. The steward said, Oh, since he swore to Anami, then it must be true. The professors nodded in surprise. Then they became excited again and said happily, The tripartite alliance seems to be very promising. Dragon Queen, I am the holy light. I am. Everyone in the room was celebrating when suddenly a deep, majestic, and grand voice came from outside the window. The steward was furious and stood up, shouting at the window, which bastard is making a racket outside, disturbing Kakik, mystic dragon. The professor's pupils contracted, their teeth chattered, and their faces turned as pale as a corpse. The nightmares of the past came back to them. Whoosh! A huge shadow swept across the flower bed in front of the steward's pavilion. The professors and apprentices who were sitting on the lawn and reading were shocked. They looked up at the sky and were stunned. I am the eldest son of the Mother of Dragons. I am the mighty dragon of heaven, the vanguard of justice. Another long list of titles came out from Blackie's mouth. At this time, Danny was using the Buddha's mercy mode. It was like the morning bell and evening drum, shocking the people of the old town and the scholars from the city of knowledge. The mystic dragon is speaking. 7 gods above. Am I hallucinating? The professors, scholars, apprentices, and even the people on the street were stunned. It was as if they were dreaming. Today, at this time, at this place, I am the dragon of judgment. In the name of the Father, I judge the 7 sins of the city of knowledge. In the teachings of the 7 gods, the Father represented judgment and justice. The first sin, arrogance, disregarding the reality of the world and using one's will as an illusion, attempting to build a false, real world. Blackie's voice rumbled as it explained the real world again. What is the city of knowledge trying to do? Most of the people of the old town were confused. The few who understood were shocked. The second sin, jealousy. Magic power is innate. Only a few people have the qualifications to master supernatural powers. The scholars of the city of knowledge were unable to cultivate magic, or their talent in magic was shallow. They were jealous of the royal family with noble bloodlines, and even caused the entire human world to enter the age of magic. Remember, it was only the humans who lost the magic power to protect themselves. The dark, evil gods were restless in the land of eternal winter and never disappeared. The third sin, brutality, the dance of the blood dragon, lasted for more than 10 days, and hundreds of thousands of people died. It was all the sins of the city of knowledge. This was another bomb that almost made the people of the old town faint. How could the thin and weak scholars next door be so powerful? Damn it, Pereztan is a sinner. He actually told that woman about the real world and the secret of the dance of the blood dragon. Belin cried out in fear. The head of the professors was seeing stars, and his vision was blank. He kept mumbling, "Fake, fake, it's all fake. Pereztan is fake. The real world is fake. The dance of the blood dragon is fake. It has nothing to do with the city of knowledge." Blackie did not care about the reactions of the people. He continued, "The fourth sin, incompetence. The city of knowledge has been established for thousands of years. The 7 kingdoms, astronomy, pathology, craftsmanship, economic structure, spiritual beliefs, cultural customs, and so on have never improved. The Westeros 1,000 years ago and the Westeros 1,000 years later are almost the same except for the differences in people. If that's the case, what's the use of having you? We have worked hard, even if we didn't make any contributions. Besides, the free cities next door also seemed to... The free cities were indeed more advanced than the Westeros, but they had inherited Valeglia's advanced industrial technology. The scholars were not calm at all. The fifth sin, dereliction of duty. A long time ago, traces of deviant ghosts appeared beyond the Great Wall. 20 years ago, even the people of Bravos on the other side of the narrow sea knew that there were deviant ghosts near difficult settlement. The younger brother of the Sea King, Brother Felix, even died in a battle to capture the deviant ghosts. In order to deal with the long night, the Iron Treasury secretly stocked up on food twice in 20 years. The amount involved was as high as 100 million gold royals. However, the Westeros did not know anything. The Iron Throne did not know. The City of Knowledge did not know. What's more hateful was that after knowing about the urgent report from the Great Wall, the City of Knowledge purposely hid the information about deviant ghosts, not caring about the safety of the people. What deviant ghosts? Isn't the history of deviant ghosts and the long night fake? The scholars have always said so. The citizens of the old town who had just caught their breath were shocked to the point of dizziness again. The melon was too big, too many, too sweet. They could not eat it all. The sixth sin, violating the rights of the guests. Dragon Queen came to the Old Town under the alias of Layla Weishui and participated in the martial arts tournament as the mysterious knight Batman. During that time, the scholars admired her talent in economics and invited her to the City of Knowledge as a guest. However, after discovering her true identity, they poisoned her and assassinated her. There were also hundreds of archers waiting to kill her Megalosaurus, which was me and my second brother. The fire in the City of Knowledge that day was because of this. 7 gods above, the City of Knowledge, what did they do? The citizens of the Old Town were about to collapse. The information revealed by the Holy Dragon was too much. It was too scary. They could not bear it. The seventh sin, breaking an oath. The City of Knowledge swore to be neutral, and the scholars swore to be loyal to the king. But look at what they did. From today onwards, I represent the 7 gods to abolish the oath of the scholars. Since the oath that the assistant scholar swore when he put on the chain could not be fulfilled, there was no need to put on a show. From today onwards, I represent the 7 gods and the Dragon Queen to abolish the allegiance between the scholars and the nobles. The scholars will no longer wear gray robes and necklaces. There will no longer be a distinction between apprentices, scholars, and scholars. The nobles can continue to employ scholars, but scholars will no longer be scholars. From today onwards, the City of Knowledge will be dissolved. The Westeros will abolish the scholar system. The City of Knowledge is gone. Even the scholars are gone. The citizens of the Old Town were in an uproar again. Sigh, is what the Megalosaurus said true? Did the City of Knowledge really commit so many sins? That is the holy Megalosaurus, the great mighty heavenly dragon, the dragon of judgment. How could it lie? Moreover, the holy dragon's words were reasonable and irrefutable. Yes, the content of the holy dragon's words. You have to think about it carefully. It's terrifying. No, the City of Knowledge was filled with whales. The scholars, and apprentices in the City of Knowledge seemed to have their spines pulled out. Their bodies went limp as they raised their heads and cried. Chapter 405. Fake Holy Dragon. Fake Envoy of Justice. Fake Great Guardian of the Church of the 7 Gods. That's the Mystic Dragon. He can't represent the 7 gods. The Mother of Dragons wants to destroy the City of Knowledge. Theobald roared ferociously. She's not the ruler of the 7 kingdoms. She has no right to judge us. She swore on the Great Wall that she wouldn't take the initiative to attack the forces supporting the Great Wall in the north. We were wrong. Regardless of whether the deviant ghosts are real or fake, we should join the Ghost Resistance United Front. The Mother of Dragons didn't even kill Stannis. She definitely wouldn't attack the City of Knowledge. Sigh, we shouldn't have provoked her, shouldn't have spread rumors saying that she violated the rights of a guest, shouldn't have... No, we can't be that cowardly. Do you think we'll disband the City of Knowledge just because the Mystic Dragon says so? We have the support of the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. The Old Town of Hiding Tyrell, the King's Landing, and the Iron Throne will all stand on the City of Knowledge's side. Yes, let the Ghost Resistance United Front go to hell with the deviant ghosts. We will join you, King Lewin's tripartite alliance, and fight the Mystic Dragon to the end. In the meeting room of the Steward's Pavilion, the professors all looked terrified as they expressed their opinions. The Holy Light Black spoke again. I am the Judgment Dragon. I will now announce the trial of the professors and scholars of the City of Knowledge. Grand Scholar Pycelle, Steward Theobald, Economics Professor Nolan, Vinegar Balin. My name is on it. How does the Mystic Dragon know me? Balin's shriveled face was filled with disbelief and fear. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he shouted, "Per Estan, fuck his mother." Not only did that fellow betray his ideals, He also betrayed us. Other than Pycelle, the names mentioned by the mystic dragon are all murderers. Shut up, it's fake, it's all fake. Theobald was furious and interrupted him. Perestan is fake, the holy dragon is fake, that is the mystic dragon. The mystic dragon's words are also fake. Dragons can't speak. Everyone knows that. The mother of dragons is a witch. She is secretly casting witchcraft to make us hallucinate. Sir Supervisor, look at the scholars and acolytes outside the window. They all heard it. Balin's face was contorted as he pointed at the window and said with a trembling voice, "The glass is shaking." Gah! Dr. Theobald suddenly froze. His angry expression was like sour milk frozen on his face. The hall was silent. Only the Megalosaurus announced the final verdict. The named doctors and their assistants have only two choices. One, kill themselves and wash away their sins with blood. Two, put on black clothes and become night watchers. Their sins will be erased. It's so cold in the north. I don't want to guard the Great Wall. Belin cried. The mystic dragon doesn't have the final say. Grand Secretary Pycelle definitely won't go to the Great Wall. The Iron Throne won't allow the Mother of Dragons to do whatever she wants. Professor Nolan's old face was as pale as a dead man's. He trembled as he comforted himself. She is not the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. She has no right to judge the Academy's city. Let's ignore her and continue the meeting. Theobald sat down stiffly and forced himself to speak calmly. Roar! The holy light Megalosaurus seemed to have heard his shameless declaration. It roared with a thunderous voice, "I am the great guardian of light of the seven gods, appointed by the Dragon Queen and the Chief Bishop. My judgment is the decree of the seven gods. Any believer of the seven gods in the seven kingdoms can monitor the actions of the sinners. If the sinner does not atone for his sins with his death within a week and does not voluntarily go to the Great Wall, he will be automatically judged as a night watcher who has fled. Any believer of the seven gods can go to the City of Knowledge to arrest the sinner and send him to be imprisoned in the great Cathedral of Baylor. For every sinner arrested, the reward will be 1,000 gold royals and a blessing of the seven gods. 1,000 gold royals? 7 gods above. I am a believer of the seven gods. I know Belin, Theobald, I know. God bless me, I actually know all the sinners. I am rich. No, for the blessing of the seven gods, I will do my best to arrest every sinner." A resident near the City of Knowledge said excitedly, "The seven gods, there are dozens of sinners. I want to serve the seven gods." The mercenary knight said dizzily, "Will it be illegal? That is a doctor." His companion said worriedly, "What are you afraid of? The holy Megalosaurus represents the seven gods." The mercenary knight's eyes flashed. The church even arrested the queen, and the queen, let alone a little doctor. Brother, have you not seen the situation clearly? In today's Westeros, the chief bishop is the uncrowned king. What? The identity of the great guardian of the seven gods of the mystic dragon is recognized by the great sparrow? How is this possible? The sinner Belin was shocked and angry. Damn it, Danny Rise is in cahoots with the great sparrow. Theobald's expression changed, and he cursed. We have neglected one thing. The great sparrow is bold, but he is not stupid. He knew that the act of forcing Cersei to parade and repent had offended the Iron Throne and Lannister. No, the great sparrow had imprisoned Queen Marjorie and would soon put her on public trial. Tyrell was also an enemy of the church. Danny Rise is a believer of the seven gods and even established the Church of the Seven Gods at Slave Bay. She and the Great Sparrow are natural allies, at least when it does not involve the struggle between the royal power and the church. The Great Sparrow and the Mother of Dragons have the possibility of cooperating. Theobald was only half right. Even if he had offended Tyrell and Lannister at the same time, the Great Sparrow had never thought of cooperating with Dany, overthrowing the weak Lannister and inviting the Dragon Queen, who was powerful enough to fight against the world, back to the King's Landing. Then how could the Great Sparrow be the uncrowned king? However, Blackie's identity as the Great Guardian of the Light was indeed recognized by the Great Sparrow. It all started on the day of Cersei's parade, and Repent, seeing such a miserable scene, Dany was not happy. Instead, she was sure of one thing: the Iron Throne had depreciated. In fact, the Iron Throne had always been depreciating. When Targaryen had dragons, the people submitted. The vassals did not have a trace of disloyalty, and Targaryen was sanctified. At that time, the Iron Throne was worth the most if it was worth 10,000 gold royals. The Megalosaurus was extinct. Targaryen lost their divinity, and the Seven Dukes began to have the ambition to participate in the game of power. The Iron Throne's value had shrunk by 80%, only 2,000 gold royals remained. The Black Fire rebelled, and Targaryen fell completely to the mortal world. This made all the Westeros understand one thing: Targaryen was human, no different from them. The Iron Throne was once again devalued by half, only 1,000 gold royals remained. When the Targaryen dynasty ended and Theon Baela became the new royal family, all the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms suddenly understood one thing: they could also sit on the Iron Throne. The Iron Throne's value had shrunk again 500 gold royals. After all, Robert had won the Iron Throne by force, and at least he could convince people with force. But Lannister had used the exchange of interests and the game of power to turn a false king into a true king. Who in the world would be convinced? Or rather, we don't have dragons, we don't have Robert's peerless strength, but who doesn't know how to play the game of power? Thus, the rebellion of the Four Kings began, and 5 independent kings appeared in the Seven Kingdoms. The Iron Throne was devalued by 80%, only 100 gold royals remained. When Tywin died, Queen Marjorie was arrested, and Cersei was paraded through the streets. The Iron Throne was devalued by 90% again. Calculating, how much was the Iron Throne worth now? 10 gold royals. From 10,000 gold royals to 10 gold royals. What was worse was that the Iron Throne's true value was shrinking, but the price to pay to obtain it was increasing crazily. When Aegon conquered the Seven Kingdoms, there was no Dragonslayer crossbow, so he could set fire to Heron Castle and Raging Fury. If you tried to set fire to Red Castle now, you could guarantee that the Megalosaurus would be shot into a hornet's nest before you could even spit out a mouthful of dragon flames. Back then, people were simple and honest. When Aegon conquered the Seven Kingdoms, even the most cunning Lannister surrendered sincerely. He was very chivalrous. Now, if others dared to surrender, would you dare to accept? For example, if Waldfrey, Cersei, Old Rose, Littlefinger, and Sibyl, Robb's mother-in-law, surrendered and swore loyalty to you, would you dare to accept them and give them your full trust? Aegon and his siblings had returned to the present, and if they still did things the same way, they would probably be eliminated in the first round. It was just that people's morals were not what they used to be. The way of the world was too difficult. If the Iron Throne was treated as a stock, its profits would be reduced by 1,000 times, but the risk would be increased dozens of times. Would you still buy it? Hurry up and throw it away. After seeing Cersei's miserable state, Dany finally made up her mind to give up the Iron Throne. If she took away Cersei's Iron Throne and became the next queen, how would the people who saw the Queen Regent, Mimi, and her crotch today imagine the queen on the Iron Throne? Would the people of King's Landing and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms look at Dany with respect and admiration, or lewdness, or even secretly compare her with her predecessor? Comparing size, Perky, and the Great Sparrow was too ruthless. He stuffed the identities of queen, and king into the latrine and poured 100 buckets of dung over them. They were smelly and rotten. In today's Westeros, the queen had become the professor and godfather of today's society. They had been played rotten. Of course, Dany was not Cersei. She had the ability to make the stock, Iron Throne, rise again and restore the sanctity of the royal authority. But to achieve this goal, she had to go against the 7 dukes, the nobles of the 7 kingdoms, the unruly people of King's Landing, and the growing church. If Dany had the time and energy, she would rather go against those weaklings like Quills and Volantis. If the future Night King is strong, Arya will not be able to sneak up on him like in Game of Thrones. She should also help cut off the Night King's limbs and send them to Arya for her to finish the job. With this thought in mind, Dany went to the Great Sparrow. Well, it was actually the Great Sparrow who went to Dragonstone Island first. After the news of the Dragon Queen taking over Dragonstone Island spread, the Great Sparrow immediately wrote a letter to Dragonstone Island. He had no choice. Dragonstone Island controlled the passage to Blackwater Bay. The Great Sparrow was frantically transporting food and weapons on the other side of the narrow sea. Dany personally replied to the letter and promised the Great Sparrow that Dragonstone Island and Tidehead Island would not only not block the merchant ships going to and from King's Landing, they would even provide free service to ships flying the heptagram flag. I am Layla Wayshuey, the cardinal of the 7 gods of Slaver Bay. Church friend, she said kindly to the Great Sparrow. Who knew what the Great Sparrow's reaction was when he saw that sentence? 2 days later, seeing that Dragonstone Island kept their promise, he sent another letter to Dany and asked her to talk about it again. But by then, Dany had already returned to Astapor and could not talk to the Great Sparrow face to face. He could only ask Barristan to write the letter and explain the Dragon Queen's plan. On the day of Cersei's parade, Dany did not plan to meet the Great Sparrow. But after Cersei's parade, she suddenly lost interest in the Iron Throne. The problem was that she did not need it, but she also did not want others to sit comfortably on it. She decided to dig a huge hole for the future king of the 7 kingdoms. Not only would it be devalued to 10 gold royals, she would also devalue the Iron Throne to negative assets, like a treasure of crude oil. Dany would recognize the legitimacy of the church's armed forces, recognize the cardinal's authority over the king, recognize the cardinal's right to judge the king and queen, recognize the cardinal as the true king of the 7 kingdoms, recognize. She decided that whatever the Great Sparrow wanted, she would agree to it. Even if the Great Sparrow did not want it, she would force it on him. In short, Dany wanted to empty the Iron Throne crazily and devalue it from 10 gold royals to negative 100,000 gold royals. She was the cardinal anyway. Even if the future king of the 7 kingdoms and the dukes of the 7 kingdoms had to lick the Great Sparrow's feet every time they saw him, Dany was not afraid. In the church, she and the Great Sparrow were church members of equal status. In the Westeros, well, she did not want to go to the Westeros. In the future, if any of her grandchildren made Grandma Dany unhappy, they would be punished to be a duke or king in the Westeros. Chapter 406. Bronn also saw Cersei's body, but he did not look for long as he did not have time. The Earl of Blackwater disguised himself and snuck into King's Landing to invite Master Blacksmith Tobu on behalf of the Dragon Queen. When all the people of King's Landing went to watch Cersei and Mimi, Bronn quietly sent more than 20 blacksmiths into the cargo ship. Other than Master Tobu, who could reforge Valeglia's steel, all the more famous blacksmiths in Steel Street were kidnapped. That's right, kidnap. It was impossible not to kidnap. First of all, most of the world's famous blacksmiths had studied abroad, in Kohler, and some were even originally from Kohler. Kohler had joined the United Nations that blockaded Slaver's Bay, and the Black Goat High Priest had long ago issued a decree. Kohler's blacksmiths were not allowed to serve the Dragon Queen. Secondly, The blacksmiths in this world had a higher social status and were all rich. For example, the blacksmiths kidnapped by Bronn all had properties in Steel Street. They had houses, shops, servants, apprentices, and the dignity of a boss. If Bronn had directly stated his intentions, almost no one would be willing to abandon their current properties and be trapped in Dragonstone Island to forge dragon crystal weapons for the Dragon Queen. At least Tobu Mott was not willing, if he dared to reveal the spells and techniques to the Dragon Queen. If the Kohlers knew about it, they would not let him go. So Bronn could only kidnap. Before Cersei's parade ended, Bronn had already completed his kidnapping mission. The cargo ship carrying the blacksmiths quietly left King's Landing. But not long after entering Blackwater Bay, Blackie came again and gave the task of meeting with Big Sparrow to Bronn. Bronn lowered a small boat from the cargo ship and led 8 of his men to return to King's Landing. The meeting location was decided by Big Sparrow. Bronn and his men were only responsible for Blackie's safety, ensuring that there were no dragon slayers within half a kilometer of the meeting location. If the Great Sparrow didn't care about publicizing the relationship between the church and the Dragon Queen, Blackie could directly land in the backyard of the Great Cathedral of Baelor. If the Great Sparrow wanted to keep it a secret, he could go to the Blackwater River or Blackwater Bay. Blackie dived into the water and only showed his head to talk to him. However, the Big Sparrow was not worried about angering the Iron Throne at all. He directly asked Big Black to go to the observatory of the Baelor Great Sage Hall. The 8 underlings stood separately on the top floors of several buildings near the observatory, making sure that the church did not play any tricks. They were like the bodyguards in black who scattered around to check the sniping points when the big shots were negotiating in the movies. The crossbow was large and required a wide range of shooting angles. It was almost impossible to hide it. After that, Bronn covered the floor of the observatory with a 7-pointed star flag of the church. Dahe, who had been hiding in the clouds, saw the signal and flew down. "May the holy light protect you, Your Excellency." The huge demonic shadow whizzing down made the Big Sparrow's pupils shrink, and she was shocked speechless. The Megalosaurus landed lightly behind the platform, folded its wings, left wing at the side of its body and right wing across its chest. It lowered its head, bowed, spoke, gave its blessings. It could speak with perfect articulation. It could bow gracefully, and it had an open, holy, and inviolable temperament. The dark body of the Megalosaurus seemed to be glowing. No, there was a golden sun rising behind him. The Big Sparrow seemed to see the 7 gods descending to the world, and her whole person fell into a trance. "Your Excellency," the one-armed hero Lancel on the side quietly reminded the Archbishop. Oh, the Big Sparrow rubbed her eyes and looked back. Damn, it was an illusion. Just after noon, the black dragon flew down from the angle of the light, as if the sun had been behind him. "Megalosaurus, can you speak?" The Big Sparrow knew that the 7 gods had not descended, but she still asked a stupid question. Dany in Blackie's sea of consciousness held back her laughter and announced solemnly through Blackie's mouth, "Your Excellency, I am the eldest son of the Dragon Mother. My name is Big Black. But I'm also a devout believer of the 7 gods. I believe in the holy light. I believe in justice, Holy Father. I believe in mercy, Holy Mother. I believe in freedom. I believe in courage, warrior. I believe in power, blacksmith. I believe in wisdom, old woman. I fear death and the unknown, stranger. Therefore, I am the holy light, the vanguard of justice, the holy Megalosaurus, the dragon of justice." Oh. The Big Sparrow began to feel dizzy again. Lancel, Bronn, and the others on the side seemed to have fallen into a dream, let alone her. After a while, the Big Sparrow understood some of the meaning in Blackie's words and asked, "What is the holy light?" "Your Excellency, look." Blackie pointed at the sun in the blue sky with his wings. "What do you see?" The big sparrow looked up at the sky in a daze, and just for a moment, she was sad and shed tears. The sun was so bright. He covered his eyes and said in a muffled voice, "The sun! There is a sun in the sky." "No, that is not the sun." Blackie's ferocious dragon face became particularly serious and solemn. "That is purity, warmth, holiness. That is the maiden, one of the 7 gods." The foreign archbishop was a little unaccustomed to the Zen-ji of the Chinese style. He was confused for a while before he understood the meaning of Blackie's words. 7 gods above. This megalosaurus seems to be more like an archbishop than me. I'm enlightened. The big sparrow was amazed and said, "It is good to compare the maiden to the holy light, but will it make the believers misunderstand? After all, the light King Lalo is known to the world." "Your Excellency, you know about the deviant ghosts, right?" the holy light black dragon asked. "Yes. Do you think the long night will not come?" The big sparrow looked hesitant and sighed. "After receiving the news, I prayed in front of the old woman for 3 days and 3 nights. I didn't eat or drink, hoping that the old woman would carry a golden lamp to illuminate my future." Danny was speechless about the way the 7 gods prayed. After being hungry for 3 days and 3 nights, even a normal person would have auditory hallucinations. Then they would think that they were communicating with the 7 gods, getting enlightenment from the 7 gods. "The deviant ghosts are real," the holy megalosaurus said with certainty. "The light King Lalo has been planning this since 5,000 years ago. This long night is a big crisis for the Church of the 7 gods. When the long night comes and the sun disappears, the believers will look forward to the sun, to the light and warmth, and the red god will satisfy all the prayers of the believers." The big sparrow's face changed dramatically. He really didn't think of this. If the long night was real and the Church of the 7 gods had neither prophesied nor arranged a savior, and they were so slow to react and do nothing, then, Archbishop, you come from Hajin. Don't you know how fast the red god's faith is developing there? Every time there is one more person who believes in the red god, there will be one less devout believer of the 7 gods. This is a loss of faith. "I know. I heard that Mersoros can resurrect the dead." The big sparrow's face looked terrible. "The resurrection of the dead is the biggest miracle in the world. No wonder the believers will change their faith." "Hajin is just the beginning," the holy megalosaurus warned him loudly. "Stannis is the child of holy fire chosen by the 7 gods, the holy son of Lalo. The red-robed woman Melisandre is a demigod, Lalo's servant. With such a big price, can't you see Lalo's ambition? He judged the 7 gods as heretics, evil gods, and he wants to be the only god in the world. Damn Stannis, why didn't you kill that evil heathen with a mouthful of dragon flame?" The big sparrow said with a frown, "Because of the holy oath. I am the dragon of justice. My words and actions represent the mother of dragons and the 7 gods. I can't do anything that goes against my oath," the holy megalosaurus said solemnly. "It's fine if you represent the mother of dragons, but you say you represent the 7 gods. Did you ask for my permission?" The big sparrow was slightly unhappy. "Can the girl become the holy light change all this?" he asked. "My mother, the Archbishop of the 7 gods of Slaver Bay, decided to slightly change the position of the girl in the doctrine of the 7 gods. I know that. She once told me that the girl not only symbolizes purity, but also represents freedom, the girl who holds the torch of freedom." The big sparrow nodded. "This is in line with the doctrine of the 7 gods against slavery in the 7 gods Bible. It's also good for the Church of the 7 gods to develop believers in the free city. I personally agree with this." Now, The great dragon queen has also decided to change the meaning of purity. Purity is not only the purity of the body, but more importantly, the purity of the spirit and the soul. Just like light, warm and pure, it's called holy light. The holy light is the light of hope in the long night. The holy light can dispel the cold. Believers can get strength and salvation in the holy light. The red god has a prayer of, "The long night is full of danger." The girls of the seven gods should also have a prayer of, "May the holy light protect you." The megalosaurus of the holy light spoke with assurance, and the look on the big sparrow's face became more and more shocked. What a good girl is the holy light. The doctrine of the Westeros also needs to be changed. Starting tomorrow, I will update the girls of the Seven Kingdoms to the girls of Slaver Bay. The big sparrow made a decision. After saying that, he even solemnly bowed to Dahe as a fellow member of the church and said, "May the holy light protect you. May the holy light deceive you." Big Black replied and continued, "In order to cope with the coming long night, the Church of the Seven Gods has to be reformed." How to change? The big sparrow listened attentively. He felt that he had found another fellow Taoist. Like Layla Vesuvius, the megalosaurus way of thinking about the doctrine of the Church of the Seven Gods resonated with him. A like-minded member of the church. There were only him, the dragon queen, and the megalosaurus in the world. So lonely. The church must launch a department dedicated to dealing with the crisis of the long night, the Church of the Light of the Seven Gods. Split the church? The big sparrow frowned. No, the Church of the Seven Gods only emphasizes that there are seven gods in the church. Of course, we all know that the seven gods are one. Look at the King of Light, Lalo. The word light refers to the red god's clergy. Looking at the big sparrow's thoughtful face, the holy megalosaurus said patiently, "Try adding the word light in front of the seven gods." The Church of the Seven Gods of Light. The big sparrow murmured, "Remove the word seven." The seven gods are one with seven faces. They are the seven forms of one god. There is no need to forcibly split into seven gods. Danny was not talking nonsense. Ordinary people thought that the seven gods represented the seven gods. In fact, in the doctrine of the Church of the Seven Gods, gods had no gender. The seven gods were the only God. A person had seven forms and seven morals. The Church of the Light, the big sparrow murmured. It seemed to be much more superior than the Church of the Seven Gods. It also sounded very strong, domineering, and arrogant, like a big boss. Chapter 407. Won't this cause conflict between the Seven Gods Church and the Light King? Both sides seem to be fighting for the divine position of light. Bronn frowned and said uncertainly, "Is it a divine position? I don't know anything about gods." Is the red god the only god of light? The one-armed hero, Lancel, retorted. Big Sparrow's expression kept changing. He wanted to say proudly, "Fuck you, Light King, the Seven Gods Church doesn't care about you." But deep down, he knew that the Seven Gods Church was different from the Red God Church. In the Seven Gods Church, if you didn't live alone in the cathedral and fast for more than 3 days, you wouldn't be able to sense the seven gods. But Soros, a Red God follower, ate and drank every day, got drunk, and liked to participate in group fights. Such a person in the Seven Gods Church would never be able to communicate with the Seven Gods Church. But Monk Wine and Meat, who drank, ate, and killed people, was favored by Lalo and revived the dead many times. The seven gods, reviving the dead. God knows how much Big Sparrow envied such a divine skill. Even though he communicated with the seven gods many times, he never got a divine skill. The seven gods were real. Every time he fasted and prayed, he would be enlightened. He never doubted this. But the seven gods seemed to be too far away from the real world and couldn't transmit power to their followers. This was a big problem. Thinking of this, Big Sparrow sighed deeply and said, "The Church of Light is good, but this is too important. I must pray to the seven gods. Wait 3 days. No, this time I will pray in seclusion for 7 days and 7 nights. 7 days and 7 nights? Will I see you again? Next time? Queen, Circe still needs you. Queen Marjorie still needs you. The king on the Iron Throne. Now and in the future, they all need you. Don't rush to see Saint Bailey." Danny was very worried. "Your Excellency, you must take care of yourself." Holy Megalosaurus said sincerely, "The burden of protecting the church and stopping the Light King from dyeing the Westeros red is all on you. You are the son of the seven gods' church, the child of prophecy, the savior." How did I become the child of prophecy? The big sparrow looked blankly at the sincere black dragon and asked, "I wasn't born in the land of smoke and salt. I also, Your Excellency, you are talking about the prophecy of the ES God. You are the child of the seven gods, the child of the prophecy of the Church of the Seven Gods, not the child of the prophecy of the Red God," the divine Megalosaurus Blackie said seriously. "Prophecy of the seven gods." The big sparrow opened his mouth wide and asked in a daze, "Of course, if the red deity can make a prophecy, why can't the seven deities? The seven gods of light enlightened me. I saw the future in time, the future of the prophesied child of the seven gods." The divine Megalosaurus announced loudly, "After the long summer, the stars will weep blood, and the cold darkness will envelop the world. The sacred Son of Light was born in Hudjian, and he walked barefoot across the seven kingdoms. He wields the sacred sword of light, which was forged from devout faith, fearless courage, and steel-like willpower. He will dispel the darkness and end the long night. Your Excellency, you see, the sacred Son of Light in the prophecy is you." The divine Megalosaurus roared excitedly. The big sparrow said with a straight face, "I was not born in Hudjian. My hometown is west of Nukwin, a village near the Trident River." "Damn it, the information is wrong." Danny cursed in her heart, but she immediately thought of a remedy. "Your Excellency, you are too narrow-minded." The divine Megalosaurus seemed to be complaining. Lalo also said, "Land of smoke and salt," but he did not directly specify where it was. His Majesty of the Seven Gods is the same. The so-called Hudjian does not refer to the Hudjian kingdom of the seven kingdoms. Hudjian, by the river. You see, weren't you born by the Trident River? At this time, even foreigners who had not experienced the Book of Elixir and the Yellow River Cyclops slowly understood the trick of the divine Megalosaurus. The big sparrow was convinced that if he said that although his hometown was by the river, his birthplace was in the Dorne Desert, the wise divine Megalosaurus could also round it up. It was not because the big sparrow was stupid that he did not realize it before. In fact, there had been many, many, many prophecies in this world. Some hid the prophecies, some misinterpreted the prophecies, some wanted to break the prophecies, but no one had ever faked a prophecy, not to mention the prophecy of a savior. It was crazy. A light flashed in the big sparrow's eyes, and he asked, "Why is it not your mother, Danny Leasy? Is she going to be Yesor, Yahai?" They were all archbishops, and they were all children of prophecy. It seemed to be very promising. No, Lalo's divine servant confirmed that the savior in Yasser's prophecy must be a believer of the Red God, the child of holy fire. Mother swore that she would rather die than change her faith to the King of Light. The holy dragon of light said sonorously, "Hey, Layla!" Danny Leasy, a member of the church, indeed has the style of Saint Baylor. No, she is the reincarnation of Saint Baylor. The big sparrow's dark and thin cheeks turned red, and he was so excited that he was a little incoherent. The one-armed hero Lancel and a few armored children of war also looked reverent and nodded in admiration. Bronn turned his head away to avoid letting everyone see his twisted cheeks. Mother said that maintaining the Church of the Seven Gods in Slave Bay has already exhausted her both mentally and physically. She has no qualifications, no ability, no energy, and no time to contribute more strength to the Westeros. She is deeply ashamed and sad about this. Oh, Archbishop. Mother also knows that the child of prophecy is a heavy burden. But other than you, no one can do it. You have to work hard for the seven gods, for the church, for the people of the seven kingdoms. The big sparrow nodded in satisfaction. This was an honest megalosaurus with wisdom. The simple truth contained rich wisdom. Dragon Queen, don't be sad. She is struggling to maintain the seven gods' church under the red god's halo. It is already very difficult. He comforted gently. Then you agree? Agree to fulfill the heavy responsibility of the Holy Son of Light. Holy Dragon asked, for the seven gods, for the church, for the people of the seven kingdoms, I am willing to do my best until my death. The big sparrow sighed. However, the Holy Son of Light needs a sharp sword, not only faith, courage, and willpower. Then he changed the topic and asked meaningfully, what does Dragon Queen think about the Church's armed forces? Good, the holy megalosaurus said loudly. Good. The big sparrow was stunned. Your ancestor tried every means to abolish the Church's armed forces, and you say it's good? Very good. The Church can't be without its own armed forces. The holy megalosaurus said firmly, faith and willpower are useful, but the night is long, and the world is dangerous. Without a steel sword, how can we protect the Church? Mother said that Archbishop only develops the Church's armed forces in King's Landing. It is still too conservative. You should let the power of the Constellation Warriors and the children of war blossom everywhere in the seven kingdoms. All the idle men at home should join the gathering of the poor, and all the noble children, except for the eldest son, should join the children of war. The holy dragon of light raised its wings high and said fanatically, you should build the Church of Light's heaven on earth in the King's Landing, in the seven kingdoms. Thump, thump, thump. The big sparrow was forced to take 3 steps back by the fanaticism of the holy dragon. This dragon is a fanatic of the seven gods. The big sparrow was shocked. Then, what does Dragon Queen think about the Church's trial of the royal family? He swallowed and asked again. I strongly support. All the sinners in the seven kingdoms, no matter their identity, should be judged. The holy megalosaurus said, without hesitation, the Church is short of money. Other than the donations from the banks and the nobles, there is no regular income. I plan to take a part of the business tax and land tax to fund the operation of the Church. The big sparrow probed. No problem, I support it. My mother will definitely support it too. The holy megalosaurus immediately said, the seven gods, they even gave up their financial and political power. This is a true believer of the seven gods. After Sir Kevin became the regent, he gave the Church a position as the Minister of State and invited me to participate in the Imperial Conference. Brother Big Black, what do you think? The big sparrow was excited, and his tone became much more intimate. He even began to talk to the black dragon as a peer. No, the megalosaurus objected loudly. No, the big sparrow was shocked. You can't go to the Red Castle. Lannister can't be trusted. If you go, you might be killed. Also, why does the Church only have 1 seat? There are at least 4 seats. 1 for the monk, 1 for the nun, 1 for the Star Warriors, and 1 for the Child of War. Sigh. The big sparrow stomped his feet and sighed. Why did the Dragon Queen, make a sacred oath to end the long night as the king. She should immediately ascend to the Iron Throne and work with me to build the Westeros into a kingdom of God on earth. It's okay. Even if she's far away in Slaver's Bay, Mother will make a public statement to support the church's actions in King's Landing. Don't worry, and do it boldly. Do it with all your might. I'm even willing to accept your baptism and officially join the Church of the Seven Gods. The holy Megalosaurus said. What baptism? The big sparrow was shocked. Yes, although I'm devoted to the seven gods, Mother didn't baptize me because I was young. Why don't you baptize me and let me become a Megalosaurus monk? Megalosaurus, monk, the seven gods, the big sparrow, Lancel, Bronn, and the children of war's eyes bulged. Their jaws almost fell off. Why, no. I've been a believer of the seven gods since I was born. I can even recite the Seven Stars Bible. But the big sparrow was in a trance. He felt that it wasn't normal for a Megalosaurus to become a monk, but the holy dragon was right. He was intelligent, could speak, and was a believer of the seven gods since he was young. He could even recite the Seven Stars Bible. If you let me baptize you, the church register will naturally fall to the great Cathedral of Baylor. Are you going to stay in the King's Landing Church forever? He was hopeful and worried. No, I'm Mother's eldest son after all. I have to stay in Slaver's Bay to help her. Since we're all part of the Church of the Seven Gods, why don't you give me a double church register? I'll stay in Slaver's Bay most of the time. If the King's Landing Church needs a Megalosaurus to support them, I'll come over and do some work. Double church register. Support them? The Holy Dragon's thinking was too avant-garde. The old sparrow was old and couldn't accept it. What's so hard to understand? The Church of the Seven Gods in Slaver's Bay has the position of the light left emissary, specially prepared for me. Archbishop. You can also get a light left emissary or light grand guardian. In the future, when you want to judge the queen, queen mother, king, regent, and duke, you can let me read their crimes. With my voice, most of the people in King's Landing can hear me. My voice is like thunder, majestic, and inviolable. Moreover, with a Megalosaurus as the face of the church, the good men and women will revere the church more and become more devout believers. The big sparrow couldn't find a reason to refuse. The light left emissary was willing to work for free. What else did he want? Moreover, what the Megalosaurus said made sense. With him as the light grand guardian, the Church of the Seven Gods would become 10 times more powerful. Chapter 408, Maegor Tower, afternoon. Queen Mother Cersei had washed away all the filth on her body. Along with feces, rotten fruits, and other filth, she had also washed away her previous cowardice and tears. Only endless humiliation and deep hatred were imprinted in her heart. They could not be washed away with clean water. Only blood could wash them clean. Lannister, you must pay your debts. At this time, the Empress Dowager had changed into a soft green wool dress and was sitting at the table enjoying a sumptuous lunch, broccoli sprinkled with walnuts, lemon cake, roasted sparrow stuffed with fruit, sirloin stewed with barley soup, roasted pork ribs wrapped in garlic and herbs. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Cersei chewed hard on the crispy sparrow head, trying hard to imagine it as a large sparrow. She had specially asked the chef to make the roasted sparrow dish. On the plate of the roasted sparrow, there was a 7-pointed star engraved with onion bars. She looked coldly at her head of intelligence and chief scholar and announced, "Lannister will never forget hatred. From today onwards, I am the Avenger." At this moment, Cersei had lost some of her charm and foolishness. She had settled down 70% of her anger and 30% of her hostility. Cobborn, who was beside her, could not help but be very careful. He smiled kindly like a little girl admiring an old grandfather. Your Majesty, you will definitely drink the sweet fountain of vengeance. Cersei was expressionless. Before vengeance, I have to complete the trial of martial arts. Where are my white knights? The queen and the queen mother both had a king as her husband. For the king's reputation, during the trial of martial arts, other knights could not be invited to fight for them. Yes, white knights could represent the king. That was why after her brother Loras Tyrell was severely injured, Queen Marjorie would rather be judged by the church than to clear her name through a trial of martial arts. Other than the Knight of Flowers, Loras, the other 6 white knights were not only old and weak, but their strength was also worrying. To make matters worse, they were all Lannister's men. Knowing that her mother-in-law Cersei had reported her to the church for stealing men, Marjorie still dared to use her men to fight for her in the trial of martial arts. The problem was that Cersei could trust the white knights other than Loras, but she did not dare to let them fight for her. Jaime was missing a hand and was nowhere to be seen, so he passed. Palos was a coward who had betrayed Tommen. Marindland was loyal and brave enough, but his swordsmanship was worrisome. He had been beaten like a dog by the Knight of Flowers during the tournament. Osmond Catblake, Cersei's lover, was locked up in the dungeon. Balon and Sherwin went to Dorne to welcome Princess Myrcella. Ser Alex, Messiah's bodyguard in Dorne. Cersei should have despaired of the 7 white knights, but Princess Elaine of Dorne came to her aid. She seduced Alice, leading to the white knights' deaths in the coup d'etat when the Dark Star cut Myrcella's cheek. The white knight had an empty spot, and Caborn's creation, Frankenstein, appeared. Your Majesty, this is Sir Robert Strong, a new member of the Kingsguard. A 2.5-meter tall giant entered the hall. His legs were thicker than tree trunks, his chest was as big as a horse, and his shoulders were as big as a bull. A giant helmet covered his face. 7 feathers, dyed in 7 colors, symbolizing the 7 gods, fluttered in the wind. He wore a white glazed plate armor that shone like a young girl's hope. Inside, there was a gold-plated chainmail. A pair of golden 7-pointed star buckles clasped his white robe around his shoulders. Sir Robert! Cersei was dazed for a moment. She shook her head and said with a venomous look in her eyes, Sir, I want you to kill 5 people for me. Robert Strong was motionless in silence. Only his white robe swayed gently, making him look like a giant statue. Sir Robert! Cersei raised her voice. Your Majesty, Sir Robert swore the sacred oath of silence. He will not speak until he has killed all your enemies. If you wish to kill someone, just give the command. Your order is his mission. Caborn's lips curled into a smile as he explained gently, Good, very good. Cersei nodded excitedly. Now, take off your helmet and let me see your face. A hint of hesitation flashed across Caborn's face, but before he could stop him, Robert Strong had already taken off his giant helmet. It's you. Why is it you? Go away, go away, go away. Cersei's rosy cheeks, which had just drunk the cider, turned pale. Her beautiful blue eyes flashed with extreme fear. She waved her arms and screamed, Your Majesty, do not be afraid. He will not hurt you again. Caborn quickly comforted. Clang, clang, clang. Robert Strong was like an emotionless robot. He put on his helmet and walked out the door. After Robert Strong left, Cersei regained her composure. She questioned the biohazard mage loudly. Why is it him? Caborn, what have you done? Your Majesty, I have already reported to you. Caborn said innocently. 7 hells. Cersei's face contorted as she reprimanded. You said you were conducting immoral medical experiments. Is that something medicine can do? I am a doctor from the barbarians, and Asha, Caborn argued. Then he added, also he is the most loyal knight. Just like me, he will never betray you. Even if you ask him to bathe the great cathedral in blood, he will not hesitate or show mercy. All right, all right. Cersei's face gradually regained color. She was convinced. Ask him to kill the 5 lowly commoners who were rude to me. Which 5? During the parade, many people were rude to you, your majesty. Cobborn was confused. Then kill as many as you can. The more you kill, the happier I will be, Cersei said impatiently. My experiment is at a critical stage. I need some living materials. Cobborn rubbed his hands and smiled kindly. Sure, their cries will give me a good dream. There is a dungeon under the Red Keep. The cries of the prisoners can be heard by the people living on the first floor. Of course, I want to hear the confessions of the 3 old nuns, Unia, Skoya, and Maul. Cersei said, We cannot touch the people of the church for now. Your Majesty, Cobborn advised. I know. If you want revenge, you have to wait until after the trial. Wait until I regain control of King's Landing. Wait until I call back the elites of the Lannister from Riverside. Humph. Your Majesty is wise, Cobborn complimented. Right, that Dany Rise. Cersei thought of the Toad Witch's prophecy. Her face darkened, and her eyes flickered. Is she as beautiful as me? This, Cobborn did not understand, and chose his words carefully. I heard that the people of House Targaryen are all good-looking. Damn it, it's her. Cersei's expression changed, and she said fiercely, Cobborn, help me contact the Faceless. I want her dead. Cobborn had a strange expression and said softly, The Dragon Queen burned Bravos. The Faceless did not dare to accept orders to assassinate the Dragon Queen. What? What did you say? Cersei's eyes widened. Cobborn quickly told her what happened in Bravos a few days ago. After the 8-clawed spider Varys escape, Cobborn became Cersei's new head of intelligence. Even when Cersei was captured, Pycelle and Kevin did not remove him from his position because of his outstanding abilities. He was 40 or 50% as powerful as Varys. Dragons can talk. I don't believe it. After listening to Cobborn's report, Cersei shook her head. May the holy light protect you, Westeros. A loud and majestic voice suddenly came from outside the window. The tone was very strange. It was deep and coarse, like a mixture of tiger, lion, buffalo, and other large animals. It was definitely not a human voice. Megalosaurus. Megalosaurus is attacking. The mother of dragons has come to King's Landing. The castle guard shouted in panic. The mystic dragon can talk. The mystic dragon is talking. 7 gods. Cersei's expression changed. She could hear her Uncle Sir Kevin's voice downstairs. What is he saying? She could not help but quickly walk to the balcony. I am the eldest son of the Dragon Mother. I am the holy light, the left messenger of the light of the 7 gods. Cersei was stunned as she looked at the Megalosaurus with a thunderous voice. Her body stiffened, and she lost the ability to speak. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind. The mystic dragon is talking. Not only can the mystic dragon speak, he can also prophesy. I came to King's Landing today for 3 things. First, I swear in the name of the 7 gods that the City of Knowledge violated the rights of the guests and distorted the truth. The Holy Dragon explained in detail what happened in the City of Knowledge before he continued. This is against the teachings of the 7 gods. It is shocking. Therefore, the Dragon Queen and the Chief Bishop agreed to immediately put the City of Knowledge on trial. Second, I received a revelation from the old woman in my dream. I found a stone tablet in the Velvet Hills of Andalos. It came from the Huguenot dynasty more than 6,000 years ago. There was a prophecy recorded on the tablet. After the long summer, the stars will weep blood, and cold darkness will cover the world. The Son of Light was born in Riverland. He walked barefoot through the 7 kingdoms. He held the holy sword of light, forged with devout faith, fearless courage, and iron will. He will dispel the darkness and end the long night. Big Sparrow helped to change the prophecy. He felt that the prophecy that the Megalosaurus saw in the timeline was illogical, irregular, and lacked foundation. The Son of Light, the Holy Sword of Light, what are those? Circe asked dumbly. It's a bit like Asha's prophecy, the one where Azar and Ahai reincarnate, Caborn said with a strange expression. Then who is the Son of Light? Circe and Caborn looked at each other and screamed, Impossible! How can Big Sparrow be the son of prophecy? He looks so old and ugly. Well, in Circe's heart, the son of prophecy should be as handsome as Leger. The chief bishop is the Son of Light. From the guards in the Red Keep, to the nobles on Aegon Hill, to the peddlers, residents, and beggars on the streets, they all guessed the identity of the Son of Light in the prophecy like Circe. Compared to Asha's prophecy, the hints in the 7 gods' prophecy were too obvious, suitable for all ages. Finally, about the Dragon Queen's sacred vow on the Great Wall, the one who ends the long night will be King Targaryen. Your words are like a mountain. My mother is a woman of her words and will keep her promise. Phew, this is good news. Circe let out a long sigh of relief. 7 gods above, the wings of death, can pick stars with his left hand and throw meteors with his right. If he sneaks into the Red Keep in the middle of the night and meteors fall from the sky, we're done for. Yes, Caborn nodded and smiled. As long as we find a group of ruffians from King's Landing and send them to the Great Wall every month, the Iron Throne will be considered to have joined the United Ghost Resistance Front, and she will not be able to do anything to you. I hope this winter will last longer. Give me enough time. Circe sighed. With my wisdom and experience, it will not be difficult to take back the power of the regent from my old uncle, and it will be easy to clean up the court's rebellious officials. As long as the political situation of the 7 kingdoms is stable and everything is under my control, the Great Sparrow will really become a soft and crispy roasted sparrow. As long as the Mother of Dragons. Sigh, how I hope the long night is real. Let that woman fight the other ghosts. Let the King of Ghosts take her, and her dragon away. Circe put her hands together and prayed in the direction of the great cathedral of Baelor. 7 gods, let the long night become real. Let the other ghosts be as fierce as the Megalosaurus. Let the winter come fiercer. Chapter 409. Merciful Mother of God, the long night must come and freeze and starve those lowly mobs of King's Landing to death. Not a single one will be left. Just Father of God, brave warrior, you must make the mystic dragon and the Mother of Dragons fair, selfless, brave, fearless, and unafraid of sacrifice. She must be brave and selfless in the face of the other ghosts. Only those who do not fear death will truly die. Only those who persevere in selflessness will truly have no personal property. Only those who do not fear sacrifice will truly sacrifice themselves. Wise crone, please take away the wisdom of the Mother of Dragons. Let her continue to be foolish and invest her money, energy, and military power into the wall. Let her recklessly duel with the other ghosts. Let her always be at the forefront and be surrounded by 100,000 strong and ferocious other ghosts. God of strength, blacksmith, bless the Mother of Dragons. May her sword break when she meets an enemy. May she lose all her energy in duels. Stranger, take away Danny, Liz, and her dragon. Let them accompany you in the 7 hells. Circe could swear that even when her son Joffrey passed away, her father Tywin passed away, and even when she was imprisoned in the cathedral's dungeon, she was not as pious as she was now. Caborn, tell me quickly, is the long night real? She then pulled Caborn's hand and asked expectantly. The other ghosts might be real, but the long night might not be, Caborn said hesitantly. Circe was very dissatisfied and shouted angrily, "Why, those are other ghosts. The ones in Old Man's stories are so scary. The other ghosts bring the cold, take away the sun, and plunge the world into the long night. 99% of the humans have died." At this point, Circe suddenly laughed innocently like a young girl. "Ha ha, what a beautiful number. 99%. The peasants, mobs, and beggars have all died. Your Majesty, the King's Landing, Hajian, and the Western Territory are all short of food. Even Casterly Rock is not prepared for summer due to the continuous battles." Caborn reminded carefully. "Ha ha, when have you heard of Lannisters starving to death? As for the peasants, the more of them die, the better." Circe laughed disdainfully. She quickly added, "Of course, that ugly monster Tyrion does not count. 7 gods. Let that deformed devil monkey be poor and hungry to the point that he can only bite his nose. Ha ha ha. His nose is long gone. There's nothing to gnaw on." Looking at the ecstatic Empress Dowager, Caborn broke out in cold sweat, drenching his back. He looked at the Queen Dowager's expression and cautiously said, "Your Majesty, there might be no long night." Circe's wild laughter came to an abrupt halt. She pouted and complained. "How can there be no night?" Old Man's stories, the other of the ghosts of the dark of evil ghosts, rock, even deviant ghosts have appeared. So why is long night gone? Caborn revealed an apologetic and amiable smile, as though he had stopped the long night that the Empress Dowager had been looking forward to. "There is the Great Wall between the 7 kingdoms and beyond the Great Wall. There are also the Night Watchers and the Dragon Queen, who is madly investing in the Great Wall. I heard that Dragonstone Island is madly mining dragon crystals, and dragon crystals suppress the other ghosts. Now that there is a united ghost resistance front, the nobles of the 7 kingdoms will continue to send people to the Great Wall. Just like us, joining the united ghost resistance front will at least ensure that the mystic dragon will not burn down their castles. The Great Wall has soldiers, money, and weapons. The other ghosts will not be able to pass. But without the other ghosts, it will not bring the long night to the Westeros." He explained softly, "Damn it, why is the Great Wall not collapsing?" Circe cursed. Suddenly, she had an idea. Her beautiful blue eyes flashed with intelligence. She said, "How about we send the 3 brothers to the Great Wall and have them secretly let the other ghosts in?" The 3 brothers of Kate and Blake, the eldest, Osmond, the second, Osfrey, and the third, Ernie's, were the 3 scavenger crows in Circe's Feast of the Crows. The 3 unknown hooligans used their weapons and skills to rise to the top. The eldest brother became the King's Guard, the second brother became the commander-in-chief of the city's garrison, and the third brother became the Empress Dowager's close vassal. Circe's original plan was to let the third brother seduce her daughter-in-law, Marjorie, and then let the third brother confess his affair with the queen to the Great Sparrow. When the third brother was arrested, she would personally appear and send him to the Great Wall. When he reached the Great Wall, the third brother had a mission: to trick Jon to death and make the Stark extinct. Unfortunately, the Great Sparrow saw through Circe's plan. He did not hesitate to torture the third brother, who came to report Marjorie. The third brother could not take the beating and instead revealed all of Circe's secrets. Then, Circe was sent to prison. She did not learn from her mistakes and came up with an even more cunning plan. "No, Your Majesty, you cannot let the deviant ghosts in." Caborn's expression changed as he hurriedly advised, "You saw it yourself. When facing deviant ghosts, Dragon Queen abhors evil. If she knew that you let deviant ghosts into the Northern Territory, she would immediately send Wings of Death to send a meteor down on you. Who would know that I did it? Cersei said. Coborn did not know what to say. His boss's intelligence was so low that he wanted to change bosses. He heard that the Dragon Queen knew witchcraft and was a witch. He did not know if she would want someone like him. Kate and Blake will definitely betray you. He sighed. They dare. Cersei shouted. Sigh, how did you end up in the dungeon of the Great Sanctuary? Coborn reminded her. A few days later, River Delta City. At noon, in the dining hall, many of the Fry family's descendants were gathered together, waiting for the meal to start. The old scholar suddenly walked in from the side door and whispered something into the Marquis's ear. Ha 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 ha. After a while, the bald Wade Fry laughed maniacally as he held the letter the scholar passed to him. Joy and mockery were evident on his face. My lord, what good news do you have? Black Wade, who was sitting at the head of the table, asked. Black Wade was the great-grandson of Marquis Wade and the main executor of the Bloody Wedding. Wade Fry was a man of honor. He was 91 years old this year, married 8 times, and had more than 20 sons. Those sons helped him give birth to hundreds of grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-grandchildren. Old Fry was the most prosperous person in Game of Thrones. Just the descendants of Fry alone could form a cavalry unit. The truth is out. College violated the rights of the guests and tried to murder the Dragon Queen. Old Wade excitedly told him about how the holy Megalosaurus sentenced College to 7 serious crimes. I told you long ago that College must be lying. Many poets in Port Lannister are singing the ballad of the mysterious knight Layla. A legendary hero, like the Dragon Queen, would definitely not violate the rights of the guests. Red Wade said proudly. Red Wade was Old Wade's grandson. He was only 15 years old this year and had just returned from Casterly Rock City. Old Wade had too many descendants and couldn't split them all up. In order to please their old fathers, grandfathers, and great-grandfathers, many Freys named their sons Wade and their daughters Veda, feminine modification of the word Wade. Old Wade had more than a dozen descendants named Wade, and Veda, it was easy to remember since they were all named Wade and Veda, but it was impossible to tell them apart. Therefore, according to appearance and personality, there were Black Wade, Blue Wade, Red Wade, Big Wade, Little Wade, White Veda, Fat Veda, Beautiful Veda. Other than Wade, many famous people in the 7 Kingdoms were also murdered. For example, Tywin Fry, Aerys Fry, Rhaega Fry, Robert Fry, Jaime Fry, Cersei Fry. Old Marquis Wade was looked down upon all year round. He was mocked for being a nouveau riche with a 600-year-old family background. Then, every time he was mocked, he could go home and find the noble who mocked him and vent his anger. The 7 gods couldn't do anything when people hit their children. Old Wade glanced at his grandson and said calmly, Kid, I'm happy. It has nothing to do with whether the Dragon Queen is a hero or not. Then what are you happy about? Yesterday, you pulled me and asked me to tell you the story of the world's first female knight, Layla, who bravely took the crown of love and beauty. I thought you liked her, Red Wade said, confused. If she was a beauty, I would definitely like her. Old Wade rolled his eyes. Everyone says she's very beautiful, Red Wade said, foolishly. Cough, cough. Black Wade interrupted his young uncle and said seriously, it's because the Dragon Queen is legendary enough that the City of Learning's violation of the guests' rights is even more conspicuous. Haven't you noticed? Recently, there have been fewer and fewer comments comparing us, Wade, to a rat chef. That's because the City of Learning is like a giant magnetic shield blocking us Fry and attracting the attention of the people of the 7 Kingdoms. Hee hee, Big Black, you know how I feel. Old Wade showed a smile that resembled a weasel and praised him. I heard that the Bravosi also violated the guests' rights. Blue Wade, who was in the corner of the hall, suddenly said, Blue Wade's mother was a Tyroshi. He was greatly influenced by her and adopted many Tyroshi customs. For example, he dyed his mustache blue and braided it into little braids. Because of that, he had the nickname Blue Wade. Who did you hear that from? Old Wade raised his head and squinted at the corner for a while. He finally confirmed that it was one of his great-grandsons. While patrolling, I met a sea merchant from Saltpan Town. He received a messenger crow from the other side of the narrow sea. The incident happened a few days ago and will only spread after a while. Madame Stoneheart had hanged a few frays. Wan River City had been arranging for a fleet to search for the Brotherhood without flags along the Green Fork and Trident Rivers. Come closer and talk. Old Wade waved at Blue Wade. It was too far away, and he had a hard time listening. Blue Wade walked past 2 long wooden tables and dozens of brothers and uncles who were looking over curiously. He walked to Old Wade and told him the news he had heard. Ha 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 ha! Old Wade raised his head and laughed wildly. Wonderful! This is big news that will shake the Western continent. On one side is the leader of the 9 free trade city-states, Bravos, and on the other is the world-famous Dragon Queen. They deserve to be remembered by the future generations. As for us, Fry, I love her to death, Dragon Queen. 3rd brother's wife, your daughter-in-law is about to give birth, right? The daughter will be called Danny Lees, and the boy will be called Dennis. Old Wade pointed at a bearded Fry and laughed. Grandfather, my wife is about to give birth too, said a bald middle-aged man at the next table. All right, they'll all be called Danny Lees. The white one will be called White Danny, and the black one will be called Black Danny. Ha ha! Cough, cough, cough. After panting for a while, the old man's weasel face was full of mockery. She should continue to wander around. It would be best if she visited the 9 city-states of the Western continent and all the castles of the Westeros counts, and above. Don't bring any guards. Only then will it evoke the deepest and darkest desires in everyone's hearts. When everyone did the same thing, when it became customary to violate the rights of guests, he, Wade Fry, would no longer be the most despicable one. Thinking of this, Old Wade slammed the table and shouted, Go get a bottle of Chinting Island golden wine. Let's celebrate. Congratulations to the Dragon Queen. Congratulations to Shueching. Congratulations to the Great Titan. Chapter 4:10. Blackie first received the official identity of the Great Guardian of Light at the King's Landing, then rushed to the old town before the messenger crows, and announced the 7 deadly sins of the City of Knowledge. This was not the lynching of the City of Knowledge by the Dragon Queen. The Great Sparrow and the Church were also officially involved in this matter. Just like when Cersei reported Marjorie, the Archbishop accepted the case and locked Marjorie up. When Dany reported the City of Knowledge, the Archbishop also accepted the case and summoned the scholars of the City of Knowledge to participate in the Church's trial. This was a tradition. If the named scholars went to the Great Wall obediently, it was equivalent to them admitting their crimes. After putting on the black robe and erasing their sins, the Church would no longer interfere. If the scholars of the City of Knowledge were captured by the bounty hunters and sent to the Great Cathedral, the Great Sparrow would teach them a lesson. After doing this, Dany's matter in the Westeros would be completely resolved. Blackie took the route from Dorne to Stonestep Islands to List to Volantis to Materris to Astapor and picked up a person at Stonestep Islands. Black Sister Larissa, after the King of Dimensional Waters fleet was given to Barristan to reorganize, the mission of robbing Hathar's grain transport fleet was also completed by him. All right, robbing was nonsense. Barristan had to guarantee two things. First, the old man of the old town spent 3 million gold royals to buy 200,000 tons of grain from the Free City and transported it safely to Crab Island and Dragonstone Island. Secondly, the fleet of the reserve White Knight Dark Star would receive the barbarians from Eastwatch and settle them in Stonestep Islands and the Land of Strife. Yes, 60%. About 120,000 tons of grain would be transported to Crab Island, and then transported bit by bit from Crab Island to Crab Bay, and the upstream Trident River to be handed over to Monk Marabad in Nookwin City. Let the old monk help the farmers of Hudjian, who did not have any grain because of the war. Once a word was spoken, it was hard to take it back. Since Dany promised Monk Marabad to save the people of Hudjian, regardless of whether she was influenced by the Three-Eyed Crow at that time, she had to keep her word. The other 80,000 tons would be sent to Dragonstone Island to be stored in case of emergency. Bull Neck Marwyn continued to follow the fleet of the Fourth White Knight, Garth. He wanted to go to Myr to buy materials to build the magic internet. Yes, the book Valeglia's Magic Network, in the library of the City of Knowledge's main steward, had been borrowed by the old man from the old town to give to Marvin. Dany planned to use Dragonstone Island's volcano to build a small magic network. The black girl, Larissa, had originally planned to find Dragon Queen to become her disciple. Naturally, she couldn't stay on Dragonstone Island. Under the guidance of the talking holy dragon, Larissa took out the steel sword, books, and strange treasures that the Dragon Queen had robbed from Lys and Volantis. Oh, 7 gods above, so many steel swords. Black Sis was stunned when she opened the package. Sigh. The Bravo's Iron Vault is the place with the most tile swords. Unfortunately, we can't snatch that place even if we want to. Dragon Queen said regretfully through Dahe's mouth. Previously, during the second negotiation at the Black and White House, Dragon Queen had asked the Iron Treasury to compensate the reserve White Knight for mental damage and let him choose a tile steel sword. That day, Dany had promised to equip the Dark Star with a tile steel sword, but the loot was hidden in Lys and Volantis, and there was no chance to take it out. And Gerald would immediately lead the rented fleet to the East Sea to pick up the barbarians near the docks outside the Great Wall. They might encounter ghouls and other ghosts. Dany didn't want to extort the Bravos people. She didn't lack 1 or 2 swords. She just wanted to make Gerald's trip safer. The Keykeeper was also very straightforward. After understanding the Dragon Queen's idea, he immediately agreed. Then the fat man, Bersalo, personally brought Gerald to the Iron Vault and let him choose. 800 swords. There were 3,000 tile steel weapons in the world, and only 227 in the Westeros. The rest were mostly in the Free Cities. Bravos alone had more than 800 swords. Knives, swords, axes, spears, daggers, they had everything. At that time, Dany really understood how rich the Iron Vault was. Or, rather, how profitable the Faceless business was. Bersalo didn't want to hide the Iron Vault's wealth. Father Ma deliberately lived in a broken house, drank porridge, ate steamed buns and pickled vegetables, and then said that he lived a hard life and was a poor man. Would you believe it? Even the barbarians knew that the Iron Vault hid more than half of the world's gold. What was the point of hiding it? When Gerald was shocked and asked how the Iron Treasury was able to collect so many tile steel swords, the fat Keykeeper also bluntly said more than half of them were Faceless One's remuneration. Tile steel swords were a hard currency that far surpassed gold. They were easy to carry and were not that eye-catching. In fact, if it doesn't involve extraordinary power, tile steel swords have the same effect as Coer fine steel swords, except that they are lighter. Only the Westeros Knights like to use tile steel swords as weapons. In the Free Cities, tile steel swords are mostly used as payment for large transactions. The fat man, Bersalo, said. In fact, it was reasonable to think about it. Killing the infant Dragon Queen would cost 5 million gold royals. Dozens of tons of gold would need to be loaded into a large ship. Transporting it over thousands of miles was too ostentatious and too dangerous. As for opening an account with the Iron Vault, after depositing the gold from Slave Bay in Volantis, the Iron Vault charged the Dragon Queen 13% of the processing fee. 1 million gold royals and 130,000 gold royals to the Iron Vault. An ordinary person would not be able to bear it. To be honest, after knowing that the Iron Vault had 800-tile steel swords, Dany regretted it for a moment. She should have tried to get Geralt to hire 1 or 2 mercenary groups and set them up near the Iron Vault. With Blackie's help, maybe they could try robbing the Iron Vault? Well, the Iron Vault was built under a rocky mountain. The tunnel was narrow and deep. 2 dragons would not be able to rob the bank, other than retrieving the spoils of war. Blackie also had the task of observing the movements of the Allied army. To be honest, Dany initially thought that a world war would not break out. Slave Bay and Queers were separated by the Purgatory Wasteland. It was more than 2,000 kilometers by land. Volantis was even further away from Slave Bay. Even if they risked crossing Valeglia, it would still be 2,500 kilometers. How long would it take for the Allied army of 100,000 to travel? How much pressure would the logistics be? Taking the sea route from New Gith, facing the Dragon Queen who had absolute control of the air, the blood of the Allied army could dye the Sea of Sorrows red. At that time, Dany felt that even if the Allied army was determined and had thousands of ships transporting resources, the war would only break out a year later. A year later, even the long night would come. What was the point of fighting? Unfortunately, she guessed wrong. The Allied army had already set off. Half of the fleet in Volantis port was gone. They had most likely sailed to New Gith. The Navy would use New Gith as a bridgehead to attack Slave Bay. On the wide Valeglia road from Volantis to Materis, it was not packed with people, but every 10 kilometers, hundreds and thousands of mercenaries could be seen. The elephant carts, horse carriages, and ox carts that transported food formed a line that stretched for 4 to 5 kilometers. Screech, Dahe carried 2 big bags and whizzed past the mercenaries 400 meters above their heads. Demon Dragon is attacking. Quickly push out the dragon-slaying crossbow. The mercenaries were shocked at first, but they quickly calmed down. They moved quickly and had a clear division of labor. Some of the archers opened the curtains on the carriages and pushed out the dragon-slaying crossbows. They adjusted the angle of the shooting holes and searched for the megalosaurus in the sky. The rest of the people spread out and hid in the fields on both sides of the black stone road to avoid the concentrated fire of the megalosaurus. I am the great guardian of light. I am the holy light. Ah! The giant dragon suddenly opened its mouth to speak. It was too shocking. The mercenaries screamed in fear. While they were still far away from the shooting range, the dragon slayer crossbows were already shooting out bolts after bolts. The demon dragon is speaking. Gods, the mercenaries panicked. Some of them even cried. Seeing how terrified they were, Dany suddenly lost the mood to act cool. She said, "Dragon Mother is virtuous. Let me give you a piece of advice. This is the road to death. The sea of blood is boundless. Turn back, and you will be saved. Good, good." Then she left without looking back. All right, this was already very pretentious. The black girl Larissa and the mercenaries below were all stunned. They were deeply shocked. Some of them even fell into deep thought, wondering if they should turn back, and you will be saved. The sea of blood is boundless. Just the sound of it was terrifying. Flying over the plains of the Rhone River, the sky suddenly darkened. It was as if the sun above them was covered with a thick layer of cotton. Blackie entered the land of long summer. The sky was gray. and the barren land was covered with brown and red weeds. A straight Valeglia road led to Materis. There were no demons. The mercenaries and caravans were endless on the black stone road, but none of them had been attacked by the demons. The scene outside Materis City shocked Danny even more. Thousands of tents of various colors suddenly sprouted on the plains outside the city like mushrooms after the rain. There were also at least 30 square formations of thousands of people practicing martial arts. One of the elephant soldier phalanxes actually had over 1,000 giant elephants charging in a line. Almost every giant elephant had a crossbow installed on its back. Perhaps there were not enough dragon-slaying crossbows. More than half of the elephants were only carrying a normal crossbow. The demon dragon is attacking. Soon, someone noticed the black dragon circling in the sky. Woo, 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 the horn sounded, and the camp that stretched for 10 kilometers was in an uproar. The infantrymen raised their shields to protect the archers. The ballistae lifted the tarpaulin and arranged themselves into a circular formation to protect the soldiers. Squeak, Blackie flew over the elephant herd. The dragon's might was fully displayed. It was domineering and unrestrained. The elephant herd was indeed in a commotion. They stomped their hooves, raised their noses, flapped their big ears, and let out dense cries that sounded like a whistle. However, although the elephant herd was stomping back and forth, they were basically under the control of the elephant soldiers. They did not run around randomly. According to the people of the Wind Blowing Group, the elephant soldiers came from the Jade Walrus Island. Could it be that they had special elephant controlling skills? Or was the dragon's might too weak because of the distance? A few thoughts appeared in Danny's mind. However, she did not dare to go down and verify it. The crossbow on the elephant's back was already loaded and aimed at the sky. Impossible. Danny was shocked by the elephant herd's reaction. In the yurt below Materis City, a girl was even more shocked. Her beautiful hair cascaded down, her perky buttocks like a waterfall. A dragon-shaped red crystal hairpin fixed her long bangs behind her head, revealing her full and smooth forehead. She had a tall nose, exquisite 5 senses, and deep blue eyes that surpassed her age. There was also that golden priest robe. On the back of the robe was a burning volcano, with smoke rising in spirals. A megalosaurus with a sword in its claws was circling the peak of the mountain. It was the emblem of the Beleriand family, the head of the 14 fire peaks. This girl who was looking up at the sky with a shocked expression was Jenny Beleriand, the archpriestess Orlos, who was once possessed by an evil god. In the previous battle, she had clearly exploded into millions of dragon worms, but she still survived. Moreover, not only did she not die, she came to Materis and got involved with the Alliance. The black dragon is at least 500 meters away from the ground. How can it still affect the giant elephant that has been soaked in dragon blood? A 2-headed demon beside Jenny said with a serious expression. The man was in his early 30s and was almost 2 meters tall. He had fluffy silver hair that fell over his shoulders and light purple eyes. His appearance and dressing were a bit like Brad Pitt in the stills of Troy. However, he had 2 heads. One of them had shrunk into a thick layer of pale skin and was stuck between the man's left shoulder and neck. Demigod. The black dragon has the aura of a demigod, Jenny said with difficulty. Chapter 4:11. Demigod? Are you saying that the black dragon is already a demigod? The 2-headed demon exclaimed. He is only 2 years old. He is not even an adult yet. Danny Reese does not know how to let the megalosaurus practice meditation. How did he become a demigod? I am not sure. Jenny's beautiful face was gloomy. The last time we met was only 2 months ago. The black dragon does not know meditation and is not a demigod. In just 2 months, Not only did he learn the Grand Wizard's meditation, he also condensed a 9-colored whirlpool in his mind and stepped into the demigod realm. Are you sure? The Black Dragon has already condensed the perfect meditation technique. The two-headed demon said in disbelief. I created the meditation technique. How can I be wrong? Jenny's voice suddenly changed from a clear and melodious girl's voice to a mixture of thousands of voices. It was strange, low, and cold, as if it was going to drill into the depths of one's soul through one's ears, making the strong man's hair stand on end. The two-headed demon shivered, lowered his head, and said respectfully, Please forgive me, Your Majesty, I did not know you were here. Danny Reese is not simple. She learned without a teacher and mastered the skill of copying the foundation of meditation. Jenny did not even look at him. She kept looking up at the black dragon hovering in the sky, but her voice returned to a clear and melodious girl's voice. Then, did she discover the secret of overclocking? The two-headed demon asked worriedly. Look, the black dragon is full of energy. It looks like he has overclocked. Jenny laughed. Phew, that's good. The two-headed demon sighed in relief. The black dragon is close to a demigod. If he overclocks with Danny Reese, she will definitely step into the demigod realm. Your Majesty, we have to get rid of the black dragon before Danny Reese masters the secret of overclocking. Otherwise, killing the black dragon in the future is the same as helping her, or even helping her walk on the path of godhood like you. Jenny frowned and said, You are right. We have to kill the black dragon, who can match her dragon spirit, as soon as possible. But the black dragon is very cautious and always stays above 500 meters in the sky. Benny, what do you suggest? Why don't you walk out and let the black dragon see you? The Megalosaurus has always been stupid and impulsive. Perhaps it will fly down and attack you. Benny said carefully. You want me to be bait? Jenny pondered for a while and then stepped out of the small yurt. She opened her mouth but didn't make any sound. However, a powerful soul fluctuation was transmitted to 1 kilometer away and was clearly received by Blackie. Evil dragon, I am the dragon god. Hurry up and kneel down. Hiss, Dahe and Danny were both shocked. Dahe and Danny combined and turned into the chatty, holy Megalosaurus. Dear 7 gods of light, Jenny, you're not dead. But this time, Sheng Long had no intention of chatting with his old friend. He turned around and found traces of Jenny on the ground. After confirming that the other party could use soul voice transmissions even from over 1,000 meters away, Sheng Long turned around and fled without hesitation. He flew away from Materis as fast as he could. Evildoer, the radiant holy dragon, will deal with you sooner or later. Before leaving, Danny left a threat. Well, people were stubborn. Jenny was dumbfounded. She was shocked by the black dragon's straightforwardness and was also shocked that he could speak. The demon dragon spoke. The tens of thousands of soldiers below screamed in shock. They didn't know that a certain Sheng Long was terrified when he saw that they outnumbered him. They were all terrified because it was the first time they heard a Megalosaurus speak. The holy Megalosaurus only used its mouth to speak. In terms of pretentiousness, it was several levels lower than Jenny's soul voice transmissions, but the effect was dozens of levels higher. Especially the Megalosaurus's voice was majestic and holy, full of vigor. Black Dragon can actually speak. Even the two-headed demon, Benny Morosis, was stunned. Jenny was also shocked and confused, but she didn't show it. She forced herself to calm down and said, In the last era, dragons were born with the ability to speak origin language. However, the Valeglia Megalosaurus was a creation of blood magic. Even if its bloodline was restored, its flying speed, strength, physique, dragon flames, and intelligence were exactly the same as the ancient Megalosaurus. it was still unable to inherit the origin language. In this aspect, it's not as good as the pterosaurs and dragon worms. They all know some origin language. But the black dragon speaks the Valeglia language, not the origin language. Humans can't understand origin language. Benny still couldn't understand. Origin language is a language that praises the earth and mountains. It's a secondary language of songs. Only natural spiritual beings can speak and listen. It's not that humans can't understand it, but it requires too much talent. Very few people can understand it. Language of songs. The two-headed demon Benny was even more confused. He was a direct descendant of the third fire peak, Mirasis. Materis belonged to Mirasis for generations, just like how Orlos belonged to Beleriand, and Telia belonged to Vargas. In the land of long summer, other than the capital Valeglia, there were 3 city-states directly under it. They belonged to the top 3 families of the 14 fire peaks. These 3 families were all descendants of gods. Their ancestors were the 3 gods that the people of Valeglia believed in: Beleriand, Vargas, and Mirasis. The Megalosaurus of Aegon, the Conqueror, was named after these 3 gods. Benny was the king of Materis. His status was only second to Jenny Beleriand. He knew the secrets of the dragon spirit, overclocking fusion, and how the great wizard of Valeglia became an undying god. However, he had never heard of the language of songs. It wasn't that the Mirasis family didn't know as many secrets as Beleriand, nor did Jenny know about the language of songs. However, Jenny wasn't just Jenny now. There was no doubt that Beleriand knew all of Valeglia's secrets. Jenny looked at the black dragon that was gradually disappearing at the end of her line of sight and said faintly, "The Creator played the grand symphony and built the world from nothingness. Every melody in the grand symphony turned into time, space, and matter of the world. This is the origin of the world. In the first batch of creatures born in the world, some of them were divine creatures. I call them Holy Spirits. They could listen to the melody in the great music and gradually comprehend their own songs. Even the melody itself was spiritual. It evolved from a part of the great music into a complete song. For example, Lalo from the Song of Fire. The era before the first era belonged to the singers, to the gods, and the singers were the gods. The gods sang their own songs and formed a chorus with the other gods. This made the world prosperous and colorful. The Song of Law was the language of the gods. It was called the language of songs by the first era supernaturals. The melody of the great music was open to all creatures. The Holy Spirits understood and mastered the Song of Law. Other creatures were not as divine as the Holy Spirits. After listening to the melody of the great music, they could not learn their own songs. They could only instinctively record the chorus of the gods in their souls. Therefore, the original language was called the lesser language of songs. In fact, our Valeglia meditation rune was also a lesser language of songs. All the basic meditation runes of the human schools were lesser language of songs. The world played the great music. The gods listened to the melody of the great music and created their own song of law. When the humans were born, the gods had already formed a chorus. We could only listen to their songs and hope to find the original melody from their songs. Valeglia's meditation rune was fundamentally a lesser language of songs of fire. The fire mages were a level lower than the great wizards of Valeglia. They listened to my songs, the lesser of songs. Unlike the Targaryens, Mirasis was truly one of Valeglia's own people. Jenny's explanation was very detailed, almost as if she was teaching. Well, to understand the difference between the Targaryens, Mirasis, and Beleriand, one could look at the Manchu regime. Before the rise of Valeglia, they were nomads in the land of long summer, a very weak, inferior, and primitive people. Valeglia equals Manchu's 14 Fire Peak families equals Eisengiorno's 8 great families. Valeglia equals Majar, Tonga, Gur, Fucha, Nala, Nuhuru, Waya, and other great families. Targaryens equals Manchu's Valerian. Settiga equals Manchus, hereditary Manchus, the people of the world ruled by Valeglia equals, well, everyone knows that. The free fortresses of Valeglia spread all over the world equals Banner City. Among the great cities of the Celestial Empire, the Targaryens were arrogant in front of outsiders, but in front of the 14 Fire Peak families, they were nothing. 400 years ago, the Targaryens' self-exile to Dragonstone Island was equivalent to the Emperor's royal guard in the Forbidden City being banished to the Ningu Tower. Well, at least the Targaryens still had a few dragons. They definitely deserved the title of royal guard. The black dragon was hatched from an Asha stone egg. I wouldn't be surprised if he awakened the source language from the depths of his bloodline, but he can speak the Valeglia language freely and fluently. The doubt on Jenny's face turned serious, and she said, "This means that his intelligence must be very high, surpassing the Megalosaurus of Valeglia. This is very scary." Benny had an idea and asked, "Is it possible that Dany Lilith is speaking through the mouth of the Megalosaurus in the form of a dragon spirit?" "Impossible." Jenny immediately shook her head in denial and said with certainty, "A dragon spirit is not a shapeshifter, and a Megalosaurus is not a normal animal companion. The will of a Megalosaurus cannot be distorted, and the dignity of a Megalosaurus cannot be blasphemed. We can only merge with the soul of a Megalosaurus and tell them what to do, but we can't control their body and usurp their will. Maybe Dany Lilith is in the form of a dragon spirit, and her soul is in the black dragon's soul realm. Maybe the black dragon's words are relayed to her, but the black dragon must have spoken by himself. Well, even the old monsters who have lived for thousands of years have never heard of two souls in one body and dual cultivation of ice and fire." Benny said, "Only holy spirits can comprehend their own songs from the grand movement and become true gods from there. Then, is it possible that Dany Lilith is a natural holy spirit?" "It should be," Jenny nodded and said with certainty, "since the birth of the first batch of living beings for more than 10 million years of the first era, not a single holy spirit was born. But there are always exceptions. After the calamity of the long night, the second era began. As if blessed by fate, the land of long summer gave birth to 3 holy spirits, namely me, Vargas, and Milaris triplets, 3 brothers. After 6,000 years, not a single holy spirit was born. Maybe us 3 brothers are the only holy spirits who can listen to the grand movement. But Dany Lilith is the pinnacle of blood witchcraft in Valeglia. She only exists in prophecies and is a miracle that cannot happen in theory. There is no doubt that her talent is better than mine and my 2 brothers. So, I guess she is also a holy spirit. So, Dany Lilith can also become a true god." Benny was shocked. "True god?" Jenny laughed bitterly. "You think I am a true god?" "Of course you are a true god. Even Lalo has to submit to you," Benny said respectfully. "Bullshit." The delicate priestess's face suddenly twisted, and she burst out. Chapter 412. Jenny clenched her fists and growled. "Thousands of years ago, I took the Song of Fire from Lalo, but I couldn't sing my own Song of Fire. 5,000 years ago, I was at the peak of demigod, 1 foot in the door of true God. 5,000 years later, I'm still a demigod, and that foot in the door of true God hasn't moved forward at all. The rules of the world have changed, and I'm not sure if it's because of the gods or because the rules have changed. Anyway, since the first era, the world we live in no longer allows the birth of true gods. My understanding of the Song of Fire is 10 times more than Lalo, and I have the help of Vargas and Mirasis. I was born to be the first human to become a true god, the god of fire. But look at me now. I'm neither dead nor alive, and I'm in an awkward situation. And the once glorious Valeglia is in ruins, and the 14 fire peaks are almost wiped out. Lalo is still on the throne, and he's even become the king of light. Benny seemed to feel the same way, and he was also angry. Can Danny Rise help you take the last step? He asked expectantly. I don't know. You don't know? Benny raised his voice. Then what are we doing? I said, this world doesn't allow mortals to become true gods. I'm not sure if Danny Rise can help me break the barrier, but if I fuse with her bloodline and soul, I'll be free from the seal, and it'll be easy to break the curse of the land of summer. Just like what I predicted 400 years ago. When she said this, Jenny's voice and tone changed again. It wasn't a mix of multiple voices, but an old male voice, exactly the same as the great wizard Danny met when she crossed the River of Time in the Immortal Palace and arrived at the Valeglia Wizard Tower. Benny knew the state of Jenny, so he wasn't surprised by her change in tone and address. Your prediction back then was wrong. The girl who awakened the legendary bloodline wasn't born in the Belarus family of the first Fire Peak, he said hesitantly. A look of reminiscence appeared on Jenny's face as she slowly explained. When I communicated with her that day, I didn't know that the two of us were separated by 400 years on the timeline. He could only vaguely sense Belarus's aura on her, so he guessed that she was a girl from the first Fire Peak who had just awakened her dragon spirit talent. When I went to the first Fire Peak and asked Chief Belarus, I found out that there was no such person in his family. This aroused my suspicion. After all, it was a dragon spirit. After that, I organized all the wizards in the Wizard Council. After expending a huge amount of manpower and material resources to extract information related to her spiritual fluctuations from the magic ball of the Adept Tower, they finally noticed the traces of time. I also discovered that her soul fluctuations are very special. She has awakened a top-level bloodline that far surpasses that of a dragon spirit. Speaking of this, Jenny couldn't help but sigh, and helplessly said, although the moon chants meditation technique was referenced in the process of improving the Grand Wizard's meditation technique, our 9-colored vortex was modeled after the Megalosaurus. The Megalosaurus is too slow when it comes to prophecies, time, and the future. It's inferior to the moon chant, and it's far inferior to the green prophet of the Westeros. The believers of the Light King are also very proficient in prophecies. They can foresee danger. Benny said, "Hee, you say that because you have never seen the terror of the green prophet." Jenny sneered. Then she explained in detail. The so-called prophecies are just a trace of spiritual consciousness that enters the timeline in a certain way and observes the future. The tenacity and mysteriousness of the green prophet's soul is unparalleled in the world. They can even ignore space and travel freely in the timeline. Not to mention the red-robed wizard. Even Lalo himself can't do this. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. I know the taboo that no Dragon King can take half a step into the Westeros. I also know that Valeglia conquered Sosros, conquered the Barren Lands, conquered Asha, and even went deep into the easternmost dark land to build a fortress in the desert where evil gods wreak havoc. But I never thought of conquering the Westeros that are close at hand. Benny recalled the secrets he saw in the ancient books passed down in his family, and couldn't help but ask, curiously, but the process of Targaryen conquering the Westeros was very smooth. They weren't obstructed by the Green Prophet, and just 3 dragons were able to unify the 7 kingdoms. Hee, look at the end of Targaryen. Jenny's lips curled into a mocking sneer. Their family raised dragons for more than 6,000 years, but they ruled the Westeros for only 100 years before the dragons became extinct, and their clansmen died out. In Valeglia, Targaryen was known for being sophisticated and cautious. But the moment he ascended the Iron Throne, his entire family went crazy. That's because Targaryen's foundation is shallow. Once a villain achieved success, he became rampant and forgot his original identity and the modesty that he should have. Benny said with disdain, "What if I told you that in Valeglia's 6,000 years of history, at least 50 Dragon King disappeared while exploring the Westeros. Both humans and Megalosaurus disappeared without a trace. There were even 5 great wizards who went crazy while riding dragons to search for the remains of the old gods. Would you still think so?" Jenny said lightly, How is this possible?" Benny's face was pale as he said in a low voice, "Aren't the great wizards invincible in the world? The great wizards are also divided into ranks. The 14 Fire Peak families can't guarantee that every generation will have a child with the talent of the dragon spirit. What's even more frightening is that we have never met the Green Prophet face to face since ancient times. We didn't even have the chance to fight, and those great wizards died without knowing what happened." Jenny sighed. Benny's face was ugly as he said, "So, with Dany Rise's talent, she will definitely be the strongest wizard in history in the future." "Obviously, she is." Jenny nodded without hesitation and said, "Give her 30 years. Even if she doesn't get the remaining inheritance of the great wizards, she will still surpass all the great wizards of the past. At that time, even the Green Prophet won't be able to plot against her. But she hasn't been practicing for long. She only learned meditation for 2 months. How can she come and go freely in the Westeros? I don't know." Jenny was also puzzled. "When I heard that she appeared in the Westeros, I thought she wouldn't come back. Could it be that the Green Prophet of this generation is her relative and let her live, as if she was really happy that the Dragon Queen had escaped?" Jenny actually joked happily in the end. "This is good, very good. I really want to know what special abilities the bloodline above the dragon spirit has." She licked her lips and looked greedily in the direction of Slavery Bay. Benny felt that Lady Jenny seemed to be too optimistic and couldn't help but remind her tactfully, "Your Majesty, since the Black Dragon has become a demigod, should we revise our plan? If we only feed the ghost grass mixed with dragon worm blood, the elephants and horses won't be immune to the black dragon's aura. Don't worry, I am the dragon god, the ancestor of the second Megalosaurus. I have 10,000 ways to deal with the Megalosaurus," Jenny said confidently. Benny's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "Can we repeat the blood witchcraft from 6,000 years ago and use the pterosaur and dragon worm to create the Megalosaurus again?" "Your Majesty, we actually still have many clansmen. Orlos, Materis, Illyria, Tauros, they are Valeglia's colonies. Many of the direct bloodlines of the 14 Fire Peaks have survived to this day. There is also Volantis. The nobles of the Black Wall are all pure-blooded descendants of the Dragon King. Not to mention restoring the prosperity of Valeglia, the descendants of the Dragon King should at least have their own dragons." "I can't do it." Jenny shook her head regretfully. "Why? Has the witchcraft been lost?" Benny asked a silly question. Blood witchcraft was invented by Jenny. How could it be lost? Unless she lost her memory. Because the rules have changed. Because Dany Rise already has 4 dragons. I can understand that the rules have changed. The 2-headed demon nodded thoughtfully. Then he asked doubtfully, "But what does this have to do with Dany Rise's dragons?" "Dragons are the ceiling of an individual's power. They are the bridge that connects the astral plane and the real world. Dragons are also the bearings of the seasons and the pillars that support the sea of magic. The world needs dragons. The gods need dragons. That is why the Megalosaurus was born." Seeing that Benny was still confused, Jenny's eyes flashed. She asked, "Have you ever thought of a question? Why are there no dragons in other places except Valeglia? Isn't it to maintain the supremacy of Valeglia? Did you and your ancestors kill all the dragons of other forces? Benny asked awkwardly. Even you can think like that. Are all the forces with dragons stupid? Did they not destroy us before Valeglia rose? Jenny smiled faintly. Then where did the dragons go? They died long ago. They were killed off before the long night. Otherwise, the first long night would not have been so difficult. It lasted for nearly 20 years, and 99% of the humans died. Think carefully. Do you see any dragons in the story of Yesor Ahai? Benny was shocked and said in disbelief, if there are no dragons, how did Yesor Ahai create the magic sword? How did you and your two ancestors create dragons with blood magic? You shouldn't be so ignorant. Jenny frowned and looked at the king of Materis, who was a little dazed. Asha's magic has never disappeared. Don't you know why? Is the 14th fire peak also a place of divine projection? Benny was shocked. If the 14th fire peak is just a normal volcano, why would we waste thousands of years to excavate it? Does Valeglia need gold? The corners of Jenny's mouth curled up into a sneer. The entire world is ours. What's the difference between gold and scrap metal? Oh, I'm wrong. Gold is not as good as scrap metal. We can make steel into steel. Steel should be more valuable than gold, right? This was also what Danny was confused about. People all over the world said that the people of Valeglia dug for gold in the 14th fire peak. But if they mastered the technique of making steel swords, wouldn't that mean that they had mastered the Midas touch? What's under the 14th fire peak? Benny swallowed and asked with difficulty, how did the first batch of gods come? Jenny asked, the Holy Spirits who listened to the grand symphony of creation. Benny was deep in thought. Before they became true gods and became gods in the astral world, the Holy Spirits had a home in the real world, Jenny said meaningfully. Benny nodded and sighed. At that time, dragons were extinct. That's why our ancestors could use blood magic to create the Megalosaurus. Yes, the world needs dragons. The three of us are the mandate of destiny at the beginning of the second era. Danny Rise is also the mandate of destiny at the end of the second era. That's why she could awaken the bloodline of the mother of dragons, which is higher than the dragon spirits. Sigh, I only figured it out after meeting her. Jenny's eyes were deep and her voice was faint. Bringing back the Megalosaurus to the world is her mission. My set of blood magic is outdated now. If there's a third era, if the Megalosaurus goes extinct again in the future, if she becomes a demigod like me, her ability to hatch dragons may disappear. The only thing that doesn't change in this world is that it's always changing. Jenny sighed. Can the free cities hatch dragons through sacrifice? They think that Danny Rise is also a dragon hatched through sacrifice. Benny asked. Jenny heard this, and her expression became very strange. Benny, do you understand blood magic? Without waiting for the two-headed demon to answer, she continued, blood witchcraft can never be separated from sacrifice. When I fused the pterosaur and the dragon worm's blood witchcraft, one of the most important steps was to sacrifice to Lalo. At that time, Lalo was the Lord of Fire. Life sprouts in fire, and fire can create life. Lalo's Song of Fire contains the power of life. That's why a new Megalosaurus was born. But I took away Lalo's Song of Fire, but I couldn't control it myself. At that time, Lalo lost the Song of Fire and became the Lord of Light. Without the Song of Fire, he didn't have the power to activate life. Even if the rules don't change, even if I sacrifice to him and he doesn't care about the past, he can't repeat the process of using blood magic to create the Megalosaurus. Then, sacrificing the Lord of Light is useless. Volantis and New Guys are both sacrificing to Lalo, Benny said. Jenny shook her head and looked into the distance. She sighed and said, not necessarily. Lalo's resurrection of the dead is not fake. Maybe he can really resurrect a dragon? At first, I thought that Dani Rise had sacrificed to Lalo to hatch the dragon. That's why I didn't pay much attention to her, and even allowed Jenny to bring her to the inheritance room when she revealed her talent that far surpassed the dragon spirit. I was sure that she was the one who awakened the top bloodline in the prophecy, but at that time, she had already obtained my meditation technique. Sigh, there's no point in regretting. We have to seize the moment. A cold look flashed in Benny's eyes as he sneered. Dani Rise definitely didn't know what was waiting for her at Slave Bay. Maybe the Alliance doesn't even need to attack Myrene City. She would have died in the plague. No, for 6,000 years, Valeglia has never stopped optimizing the bloodline genes, P.S. Other than our exquisite godlike appearance, we Valeglia also have an extraordinary physique that is almost immune to diseases, Jenny said. But the gray scale disease is different. That is the curse of Mother Roan, just like... Benny stroked the second head on his neck with a sinister look. Just like this. Even the supreme Myrisis bloodline couldn't resist the curse of the gods. Benny, you are of noble birth, but in terms of bloodline, you don't have the qualifications to be compared to Dani Rise. Even I can't compare to her, Jenny said calmly. Hearing that, Benny's handsome face contorted. The anger in his eyes almost materialized and flowed out. But he knew the identity of the person in front of him. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a muffled voice, "The corpse transport ship of the Alliance is about to reach Slave Bay. Shouldn't we prepare early? If we really cause a great plague in the 3 cities of Slave Bay, wouldn't Dani Rise take revenge on us? The Alliance can secretly throw stones into the wells of Myrene, Cayuan, and Astapor. She has a dragon and can throw the gray scale disease victims in any corner of New Gith Volantis or even Materis in a day. The Alliance is sure that she doesn't know about this," Jenny said with a sly smile. "What if we are discovered? The land of long summer is already shrouded in a curse. There won't be any more outbreaks. Also, do you know how the gray scale disease came about?" Jenny asked. Benny immediately replied, 2,000 years ago, when Mother Roan caused a great flood, her divine power overflowed. Together with her resentment and the curse of the Roan, a terrible virus was born. That virus is the source of the gray scale disease today. Haha, since the gray scale disease appeared 2,000 years ago, would Valeglia turn a blind eye to it? Or is there nothing she can do? Jenny said proudly. The legendary incurable gray scale disease actually has a cure. Why hasn't it been spread out? Benny was shocked and suspicious. Humph, what does the life and death of others have to do with Valeglia? Jenny said coldly. What about the Alliance? Benny was confused. A sinister look flashed in Jenny's blue eyes. She laughed softly. Benny, do you really think that I treat the Alliance as an ally? Are they worthy? From the beginning, they were used as sacrifices. I only want to borrow their army to win this war. I don't care if the 9 free cities, New Gith, and Queers are destroyed in the plague. Chapter 413. A seagull spread its gray wings and painted a leisurely figure in the clear blue sky. It looked down at the white sails on the sea and finally slid into the red brick city of Astapor. At 4:00 in the afternoon, the orange wine slowly approached the Astapor pier. The hot sea breeze from the land blew the blonde hair of the dwarf on the side of the ship. We're about to see your aunt. Why do you still look so sad? You're not me. You don't have to worry about losing your head. Aunt and nephew hugging each other and crying. What a touching scene. Just thinking about it makes me want to cry. Tyrion said to the young man beside him with a smile. The summer sea was hot, and Tyrion and the young man were dressed much the same, a thin linen tunic untucked at the chest, silk breeches up to the knees, and leather sandals. The young man was thin and well-proportioned. He was 17 or 18 years old, with long silver hair and violet eyes. He was a handsome man with a feminine temperament. The sailors and passengers on the Orange Wine called him Little Griffin, knowing that he had come to Slave Bay with his father, Old Griffin, and a few followers. It was said that Little Griffin's aunt had made a fortune in the Slave Bay Liberation War. You warned me that I would look like a beggar if I went to see her empty-handed, Little Griffin said gloomily. Without a doubt, you're a beggar compared to her, and it's not shameful to know that. In front of such a ruthless person, your father is not much different from a beggar. The little devil laughed. My father is a true dragon, and so am I. My right of inheritance is higher than hers. Little Griffin growled. That's where the problem lies. Your father is dead, and all that's left of you is the illusory inheritance that no one recognizes. She's the mother of the 4 dragons, the queen of Slaver's Bay, the Valkyrie of the battlefield, the devil of slave traders all over the world, and the savior of suffering slaves, Misha. The little devil looked at the great pyramid bathed in golden sunlight and sighed. Look, such a magnificent building, but it's only one of her palaces. It's said that in Kayuan and Mireen, there's a magnificent pyramid as the queen's palace. The Westeros are her hometown. The Red Castle is her home, our home, young Griffin emphasized. A home where I never slept for a night or had breakfast. A home that only exists in my imagination. As expected, Tyrion was once again delighted to see the young prince's face turn red from anger, but he was speechless. The imp couldn't help but think of Joffrey, who often flew into a rage because of her. I really have a talent for infuriating princes. However, this feeling was really good. This was the only bit of fun left in the boring sea trip. He thought. But when the imp thought of Joffrey, he restrained the smile at the corners of his mouth. It was fun to see the princes being provoked, but it was also very painful to see the princes slap him. Not only was it painful, but it could also take his life. He had to learn his lesson. So he hurriedly comforted him. Actually, there's nothing bad about being a beggar. At least your pitiful state can evoke my aunt's pity, and she might even give you a dragon. I don't want to rely on acting pitiful to gain her sympathy. Young Griffin was even angrier, the veins on his neck bulging. She's my aunt. She will marry me and become my wife. Dragons have 3 heads. I don't need her to give me one. I was originally one of the heads. The imp slapped his forehead and moaned, Look, what did old Griffin say to you? At this moment, a small boat with a green dragon flag on a black background approached the galleon. The small boat sailed parallel to the side of the ship, and a customs officer wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with blue stripes stood at the bow of the boat, holding a copper horn and shouting, Where did this merchant ship come from? And what goods are they transporting? There was also a green dragon on the customs officer's chest, but it was a green dragon with its wings spread, not the red 3-headed black dragon of the Targaryen family. The galleon lowered a rope ladder, pulling the customs officer and 2 Unsullied onto the deck and into the cargo hold below. A trace of unease and suspicion rose in young Griffin's heart. He retracted his gaze and forced himself to be calm. What? Is there something wrong? There are only 2 Targaryens left, me and her, according to custom. We will join forces with the Aegon siblings and take back the Iron Throne together. Besides, Lord Illyrio told me personally that my aunt needs help. She needs me. She once wrote to Illyrio, asking about the prophecy of dragons having 3 heads, and even planned to invite Count Valerian to become a dragon knight. That's why I rejected your suggestion to immediately bring the troops back to the country. The Golden Band only has 10,000 men. At most, they can take down the Stormlands. What I want is the Iron Throne, not Storm's End. And on the way from the Lorne River to Volantis, Tyrion had repeatedly urged young Griffin to bring the Golden Band to Dorne, and then join forces with Dorne's uncle Dallord to go south to the Stormlands and fight all the way to the King's Landing. Tyrion was slowly turning evil. Because of the inner demons of patricide, he could not hold back and wanted to find his horse sister for revenge as soon as possible. According to the original plot, young Griffin really was tricked away. Tyrion himself stayed behind and was captured by Jorah Mormont, who went to the brothel to seek comfort. But the butterfly effect caused by Dany was too great. First of all, she was not as heartless as the original Dany Lilith. Not only did she not feel guilty about taking Illyrio's 3 ships and several 100,000 gold royals worth of goods, she even forgot about it not long after. The first thing Dany did was to ask the sea merchants of Pentos to deliver a letter for her. While promising to double the compensation for the spice seller, she also explained the general situation at Slaves Bay. After all, Illyrio was nominally funding the restoration of the country and was Dany's investor. If she changed the project, she should at least inform the investor. Illyrio knew that she needed dragon knights. Dany was deliberately probing, and also knew that she did not have any plans to take back the Iron Throne. Before the next summer, she would not return to the Westeros. Naturally, Illyrio did not let the Golden Band go to Volantis to wait for the Dragon Queen. Young Griffin could not bring the Golden Band to change their route halfway. There was also another reason. This Dany was more capable than the original Dany Lilith. Her actions were spectacular and resonated with the heavens and earth. The World Anti-Dragon Mother Alliance had been formed. Illyrio, Varys, Jon, and Clinton were not stupid. They all knew that the Dragon Queen's most urgent problem was to deal with the Alliance. Therefore, they all came to a consensus. Let young Griffin go to Slaves Bay to cultivate his relationship with his aunt and strive to become a Dragon Knight. Wait for the Dragon Queen to defeat the Alliance. Wait for the Megalosaurus to grow up. The 3 dragons were only 2 years old. They believed that dragons were too young to take on such great responsibilities. Wait for winter to pass, and then go and conquer the Westeros. They said the same words that Dany had said to the guests at the tournament banquet. After defeating the Alliance, the Dragon Queen would naturally be the first empress in the world, and the Westeros would be as easy as taking something out of their pockets. Losing the battle was not scary either. The aunt and nephew rode their dragons back to Dragonstone Island, taking the same path as the Aegon siblings. Thus, the plot was completely changed. Young Griffin came to Slaves Bay to seek refuge with Aunt Dany. Pier S. 13, 2 silver coins per day as management fee. The Orange Wine Ship will rent the pier for a total of 12 days, a total of 24 silver coins. The customs inspector had already led 2 unsullied people to check the cargo hold. He was holding a pen and quickly writing on a document that was padded with wooden boards. The captain of Volantis took out 24 silver coins from his money bag and handed it to the unsullied person. He asked curiously, "I heard from a friend that if you buy a certain amount of goods in Astapor, you can get a subsidy from the customs when you leave?" "That's right. If you buy 100 gold coins worth of goods, Her Majesty the Queen will give you 10 to 50 gold coins," the Green Dragon t-shirt inspector said. "The 7 gods above give us 50 gold royals." The little demon on the side shouted, "How high are the profits of the merchants in Astapor? How much tax do they have to pay to the Dragon Queen?" "Not all goods and merchants can get half of the subsidy. The price of goods in Astapor is lower than that of the free cities. Not only does the Queen not receive much tax, she also has to pay more than 100,000 gold coins every month," the inspector said seriously. The Volantis merchant also nodded in agreement. "The price of white sugar and refined salt in Astapor is only half of Volantis, but the quality is 10 times higher. It's as white as snow and as fine as sand. There's no impurities at all." Little Griffin walked over and asked curiously, Then what is the Dragon Queen after? Look, the customs inspector pointed at the busy dock. In the past, it was hard to see an elephant carriage on that street. There were even no foreign merchants or pedestrians for a few days. Now, it's 10,000 times more prosperous. Even if the United Nations clamors to seal off Slavers' Bay, in reality, the sea merchants that come to the summer sea will come to buy goods and replenish their dried fruits and fresh water. Tyrion stood on his tiptoes and looked around. The dock and streets were almost the same as Volantis. The ships were like Baker on the beach, and merchants and tourists were walking shoulder to shoulder. I'm also wondering why there are so many people in Astapor when the Allied army is sharpening their swords. He was puzzled. Humph, Slaver's Bay is the Queen's bathtub. With the Megalosaurus soaring in the sky, the Allied fleet doesn't even dare to enter the Sea of Sorrow, the customs inspector said proudly. Slaver's Bay could be seen as a crooked gourd. The head of the gourd was Meereen, the upper half of the gourd was Slaver's Bay, and the Astapor Peninsula was stuck on the gourd's waist. The Sea of Sorrow was the lower half of the gourd, and Newgith was on the bottom of the gourd, connected to the summer sea. The customs inspector was bragging. The Dragon Queen had complete control of Slaver's Bay, but the Sea of Sorrow was too big for the Megalosaurus to patrol. But she can't keep subsidizing, right? Tyrion frowned. Once the Allied army is defeated, the world will belong to the Queen. Naturally, she won't need to subsidize anymore. The little devil's ugly face twisted. These words were too true and too ruthless. He couldn't refute them at all. The customs inspector tore off the dock lease bill and gave it to the Volantis merchant. He warned, "You must receive invoices when doing business in Astapor. You must have them for all goods. You have a batch of Kohler stainless steel in your cabin. After you sell it, you can receive a 15% subsidy from the General Administration of Customs with the invoice." Fat Faust didn't lie to me. The merchant was overjoyed. Tyrion was deep in thought. Slaver's Bay lacks steel. No, Slaver's Bay doesn't lack steel. It only lacks steel for weapons. The merchant laughed. The customs inspector glanced at the two of them. He didn't admit or deny it. He bade farewell and prepared to leave with the two unsullied. "Wait, Mr. Inspector." An old black man in a mage's robe reached out and stopped the customs inspector, who was about to go down the rope ladder. He smiled and asked, "I wonder if the Dragon Queen is still recruiting fire mages?" Chapter 414. You are. The customs inspector carefully looked at the old black man, who was pulling him. His face was old, and his hair was gray and sparse. He was a very ordinary old black man, but on the cuffs of his sky-blue silk robe, there was a thumb-sized flame, symbol embroidered. "Are you a fire mage?" Suddenly, an amiable smile bloomed on his face, and his tone and attitude were as warm as the spring breeze. "I am Wood, the fire mage, the strongest fire mage in Volantis." The old black man seemed to be bragging as he told the truth. After the first young man in the Western continent, Lisbon, died tragically in the hands of mercenaries, Old Wood did not become the new number one. He was too old, and his inheritance was not good enough. However, in the Fire Mages faction, he had become the undisputed number one. At least the number one in Volantis. The customs inspector's body shook violently, and his face changed greatly. He quickly handed the document and ink pen to the unsullied behind him. He took a step forward and asked respectfully and expectantly, "Is this true? Master, can you make wildfire?" Wood saw his expression, and he had an idea in his heart. He flicked his sleeves, raised his head, and said coldly, "In the streets of Atlantis, I don't know how many people know my name. How can it be fake? As for wildfire, it's an entry-level thing. After the age of 18, I don't dare..." play with it. This was another big truth. Wood had made a living on the docks and streets of Atlantis for decades. There were at least 8,000 spectators who had seen him perform fire magic. Master, do you want to join the Royal Megalosaurus Mage Regiment of Her Majesty the Dragon Lady? My name is Donder, and I can take you to the Great Pyramid. The customs inspector's mouth almost cracked into a big banner that said, "Welcome, welcome. Royal Megalosaurus Mage Regiment." This name was very high, and it sounded pretty good. Old Wood was satisfied, but there was no expression on his face. He nodded reservedly and asked, "Is the Queen in Astapor now?" "She just came back yesterday," the customs inspector said politely. "For a real master like you, Her Majesty has always been thirsty for talents. She will definitely meet you in person. I'm also a fire mage." Another gray-robed man walked over, rubbed his hands, and said excitedly, "My name is Pogba. I can be ranked in the top 3 in the world of fire mages in Volantis, second only to Lisbon and Master Wood." "Really?" The customs inspector was doubtful. This Pogba was thin and short, with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks. When the sea breeze blew, 7 or 8 ribs could be clearly seen on his chest. "Master Pogba is too modest," Oldwood said seriously. "Now that Master Lisbon has passed away, the Pogba brothers and I are on par. It's not an exaggeration to call him and me the Volantis Twin Masters." "I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you. So, you're the Volantis Dual Masters. Master, you've already reached the realm of returning to the natural state. I was blind and failed to recognize Master's simple and unadorned Grandmaster temperament. Please forgive me." Donder bowed and apologized sincerely. It was completely sincere, without the slightest bit of mockery or disrespect. "And me, a short and fat man who looked like a beer barrel squeezed over, his thumb pointing to his fat chin that hung down to his chest. I'm Greasy Residue, Hancock from Coer, proficient in fire witchcraft and blood refining. I'm the #1 fire mage in the central continent of Ursus." As soon as Greasy Residue Hancock introduced himself, before Inspector Donder had time to compliment him, a thin 2-meter-tall bamboo pole immediately shouted, "And me, Jeep Burning Cloud from Mill, the #1 fire mage in the Narrow Sea. Are you sure you're here to join the Royal Megalosaurus Mages?" Donder was surprised and doubtful. In the past, there were no true fire mages. How come there were 4 of them today? And they were all top grandmasters from all over the world. Hey, don't doubt it. Since we dare to report our names and birthplaces, there's no possibility of lying. With the Dragon Queen's actions in Slaver's Bay in the morning and Pentos at night, she can easily verify the authenticity of our identities. And people can lie, but magic power is real. We'll prove ourselves to the Queen. Jeep Burning Cloud said very wisely. Inspector Donder had to admit that the thin bamboo pole was right. So, they had recruited 4 grandmasters at once. While Donder was feeling excited, another large group of 40 to 50 ugly melons and split dates, demons and ghosts, and shrimp soldiers and crab generals rushed over, shouting, "I'm also a fire mage. I'm the #1 fire mage in Mill, where the 4 talents of Tarosai were the top 10 young talents of Volantis," and so on, not to mention Inspector Donder, even Tyrion and the others on the deck were dumbfounded. "Aren't they jugglers?" A female dwarf who was leading a big dog wondered. "When we were sailing on the sea, we even practiced with them on the deck." They also said that they wanted to come to Astapor to be jugglers. In order to hide his identity, Tyrion changed his name to Hugo Caesar and formed a group with Fenny to perform a burlesque show. Well, it was Tyrion riding a pig and Fenny riding a dog. They pretended to be famous people like Robert, Young Wolf Master, and Renly, and had a duel. It's really a group of demons dancing. Tyrion looked at the noisy fire mages and frowned. What is Dragon Queen thinking? Is she a fanatic for wildfire like her father Aerys? Humph! Have you forgotten how the Gith fleet failed? If it wasn't kerosene and asphalt that fell from the sky, but a can of wildfire, just a small can ignite an 800-ton warship. A man with wrinkles at the corner of his eyes sneered. Tyrion pulled his unbuttoned shirt and sighed. Look, how hot is the weather here? The wildfire has just been taken out of the cellar. It will explode immediately without the direct sunlight. Sister Lemore suggested, why don't we join the group of fire mages and go to the Great Pyramid to see the Dragon Queen? She was Little Griffin's etiquette instructor, and also his spiritual teacher, who taught him the teachings of the 7 gods. She had long dark brown hair and a pair of gentle purple eyes. She was a beautiful and elegant woman who was almost 40 years old. Well, the little demon was greedy for her body. Halden, what do you think? The weathered man turned to look at Halden, who had an ascetic face. Scholar sigh. Halden was the gray-robed scholar who accompanied Tyrion in Volantis that day. If the Dragon Queen is in Astapor, we don't need to hide our identity anymore. We can go to the Great Pyramid and report your name, whether it is John Mormont or Sir Barristan. They all understand the meaning of John Clinton. Halden said methodically, I wanted to observe her first and see how she deals with things up close. The weathered man, Clinton, said hesitantly, we are already here. What is there to observe? Halden's serious face showed a hint of a bitter smile. Sigh, the Alliance's rumors about her are too exaggerated. I am worried that she will harm Griffin. Clinton glanced at the young man standing beside the fire mages and lowered his voice. The other rumors may be false, but Viserys' death is absolutely true. A woman who can see her own brother being burned to death by her husband is terrifying. Halden also hesitated. Why don't little Griffin continue to hide his identity, and you pledge your loyalty to her as an old vassal? Forget it. Tyrion had been listening for a while. When he heard his old friend's bad idea, he couldn't hold it in anymore. You want her people, her army, and her dragon. You can't hide the truth about little Griffin forever. It is best to be honest with a powerful queen from the beginning. If she is as suspicious, greedy, and cruel as the rumors say, the consequences of hiding things will only be worse. Sigh, you are right. Clinton's frown deepened. A perfect king like Prince Riga is rare. I sincerely pray to the 7 gods that she can have 1/10 of her brother's kindness and wisdom. Tyrion's missing nose twisted into a pig's nostrils. Lord Clinton, you must not let Robert hear this. Otherwise, he will be so excited that he will lift the coffin lid. What did you say? Clinton was confused. The Dragon Queen who defeated more than 100,000 Guy's soldiers and forced the slave merchants of the world to form an alliance is not even 1/10 of Riga in your words. Then how extraordinary is Robert who wields the hammer? After all, Robert defeated Riga. The little demon laughed. You should pray with me that she has 1/10 of Riga's kindness. Otherwise, when your witty words anger her and she orders to cut off your deformed head to vent her anger, we will not disobey her over such a trivial matter. Clinton said coldly. The little demon held its head with both hands and laughed. Dispensable? No, at least it can say witty words. Clinton gave it a deep look and walked over to Donder. At this moment, the orange wine ship had already docked at Pier S-13. Inspector Donder had also registered the names, birthplaces, and bandit titles of the fire mages. Captain Neville, come with me, the customs inspector said to the small bearded captain who was watching the show. What did I do? Neville was so shocked that the mustache on the side of his lips stood up. No, you didn't do anything. Donder took his hand enthusiastically and explained with a smile as they walked to the gangplank. Captain Neville, you have brought so many high-tech talents to Astapor. The Queen will at least reward you with a green card. Hearing that he was going to be rewarded, the panic on Captain Neville's face immediately turned to surprise. He hurriedly asked, "What is a green card?" "A tax-free card. No matter how many goods you buy or sell in Astapor, they are all tax-free." Donder explained, If I bring a caravan, next time." Neville said with a shiver. Donder waved his hand and said proudly, "No more than 100 ships, tax-free." Neville was so excited that he almost fainted. He turned around and looked at the group of strange technicians again. He seemed to see 3 feet of golden light on their strange heads. "So, according to the Dragon Queen's taste, this is a talent. Next time, no matter what, I have to go to the pier to plunder another batch. Sir Inspector, please wait." Clinton struggled to pass a group of fire mages who were excitedly talking about the 1 million gold coin project and came to the side of the customs inspector in the green dragon t-shirt. He whispered, "I am an old friend of Sir Barristan Selmy. I wonder if you can pass on a message for me?" Donder was shocked and solemnly reminded, "Sir Barristan is the captain of Her Majesty's Kingsguard. Don't try to establish a relationship with him." Clinton said with certainty, "If you tell him the name John Clinton, he won't— Iron Judge, Iron Face Clean." Suddenly, loud cheers came from Pier S, 12 next door. "What's going on?" Clinton turned his head and saw a man who looked like a butcher walking down the gangplank with a determined and resolute expression under the cheers of thousands of people. Chapter 415. Iron Mask Judge. It's Myreen's Iron Mask Clan. Inspector Tanner looked back and exclaimed excitedly. Clan was wearing a gray linen t-shirt, gray loose silk pants, handcuffs, and shackles. He was escorted by 2 Unsullied as he walked slowly down the gangplank. As he walked slowly with a calm expression, he smiled and raised his hand to signal the cheering crowd. The chains on his wrists rattled. Although he was chained and dressed like a prisoner, his expression was not dispirited. He exuded an aura that was as deep as the abyss. The crude butcher's face faintly revealed a fearless and strong expression. He was like an honest and upright official who was imprisoned with a grievance, but was magnanimous. Clan Count. The little devil chewed on the name. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he said, hoarsely, "He's Count Clan the Butcher? I heard that he kills people like scything flax. He's cruel and bloodthirsty. His hands are stained with the blood of countless suffering guys, civilians. He is the #1 butcher under the Dragon Queen's command. Why does he look like a peerless minister with an awe-inspiring aura? He really has the demeanor of a famous official." Clinton's face was full of surprise. He murmured, "He reminds me of Duke Tywin, who resigned from the hand of the king out of anger. But he's less resentful than Tywin and more carefree and calm." "Sigh, rumors are harmful. The guise people of Volantis tried their best to smear the Dragon Queen, the mother of Dragon's Guards, the new, free people of Slaver's Bay, and a famous official, Count Clan, as a greedy and bloodthirsty devil." The fire mages also nodded in agreement. In fact, Clan's bearing made people admire and respect him. There was no trace of wretchedness or brutality on his face. The customs inspector said with a complicated expression, "The enemy's enemy is my hero. The guise people's insults and slander are just Count Clan's medals and praises. He is indeed very harsh to the guy's slave masters, but his actions are completely in accordance with the code. In the few months since he became the city lord of Myreen, he handled the case impartially and selflessly, and because he's too true, he can't tolerate sand in his eyes and won't let go of an evil person. He completely offended the guy's people, and was reported to the emperor by them. What happened? Tell me in detail. Tyrion leaned over and asked with interest. You, Inspector Tanner frowned at the ugly dwarf and asked Clinton, he's with you? He and that female midget are burlesque artistes that I bought from the Free City, Clinton said. Tanner's eyes suddenly became sharp as he said coldly, slaves are not allowed to exist in Slaves' Bay. Any slave that enters the bay will immediately regain their status as a free person, and you will be arrested for selling slaves, even if you know Sir Barristan. As he spoke, the two unsullied behind him drew their daggers and cautiously approached Clinton. The little devil's eyes lit up and clapped with a smile. Good. Long live the Dragon Queen. Long live freedom. We, the oppressed slaves, finally have a day to become masters. No wonder so many people in Volantis look forward to the stars and the moon, hoping that the Dragon Queen will attack soon. The dwarf is not a slave. Clinton took a step back and coldly glanced at the little devil who was gloating. Look, he has no tattoos on his face and no slave shackles on his hands and feet. Also, how can there be a slave with such a cheap mouth? You just said, buy. Inspector Tanner said. Buying their labor is hiring. Clinton argued. He began to regret. If he knew that Slave Bay had such low tolerance for slaves, he would rather say that the noseless dwarf was his stupid son than arrange the identity of a clown for him. Are you a slave or not? Don't worry, Slave Bay is a free harbor, and the Dragon Queen is a free girl. After crossing the Free Girl Strait and coming to Slave Bay, you are completely free. At this moment, they had already walked to the gangplank and came to the dock. There were sailors in linen shirts, dock workers, and merchants in silk shirts everywhere. Elephant carts and horse carriages were connected into 4 lines on both sides of the wide dock. They were the caravans that transported goods and the caravans that transported goods. Because they found a slave, the Fire Mage team led by Tanner also stopped by the orange wine ship. Free Girl and Free Girl Strait. What are they? Little Griffin was very sensitive to information about the Dragon Queen. You are from the Free City, right? You don't believe in the 7 gods? Tanner said. You believe in the 7 gods. The little devil was shocked. Tanner had already regarded the slave dwarf as one of his own. He was very kind and explained, Her Majesty the Queen believes in the 7 gods and reorganized the Grace Temple into the Great Church of the 7 Gods. Because of this, the new free people of Slave Bay all believe in the 7 gods. The Queen did not force everyone to change their faith, but we all think that the 7 gods are good, especially the goddess maiden, who symbolizes freedom. Finally, he added, so the free girl is that maiden. Clinton and the others suddenly realized. But the maiden symbolizes purity, not freedom. The little devil's mouth twitched, but he was inexplicably afraid of the Dragon Queen, who he was about to meet. Is that woman really only 16 years old? Politics, economics, military, and even religion, she displayed extraordinary talent in every field. In just 2 short years, she built a flawless country from scratch. The long island at the entrance of Slave Bay is called Free Girl Island. The strait between Free Girl Island and Asta Wavelength Arm is Free Girl Strait. The 3 cities of Meereen, Cayuan, and Astapor are on the east coast of Slave Bay. After defeating the Allied army and taking down Illyria and Tauros on the west coast of Slave Bay, the Queen will change the name of Slave Bay to Free Girl Bay. Tanner said. The inspector saw the little devil's serious expression and the worry in his eyes. He thought that the dwarf was struggling in his heart, wondering if he should report his master and regain his freedom. He said softly, Dwarf, don't worry. You have come to the paradise of freedom. On this land, you don't have to worry about your safety and your life after freedom. The Dragon Queen will distribute land and houses to you. You can get the same amount of money without farming. It's enough for you to buy a house and settle down in the city. The neighborhood committee will also arrange a job for you. You can be your own boss and continue to perform antics, not to mention supporting your dwarf wife. It's more than enough to raise 8 or 10 little dwarves. In short, any slave who comes to Slave Bay is equivalent to coming to heaven. Tanner was afraid that the dwarf would be like some cowardly technical slaves, thinking that they couldn't live without their master. He was eloquent, trying his best to comfort and encourage him. He himself was an example. Tanner was once a scholar in the Great Pyramid. At that time, his ideological awareness was not high enough. He thought that without a master, he wouldn't be able to live a comfortable life. He was unwilling to regain his freedom and even begged the Dragon Queen to sell him again. Later, the Dragon Queen accepted him as a scribe and raised him for a year. Then, when he worked at the customs, he discovered one thing. The cost of raising him by the Dragon Queen was far less than the salary he deserved for his labor. So, he mustered up his courage, and with a nervous heart, he timidly went to the Dragon Queen and asked to terminate the support contract with her. The Dragon Queen gladly agreed and signed a new labor contract with him. He was truly independent and free. He became a civil servant in Astapor. His life was prosperous, and he was 10,000 times happier than when he was a slave for the slave owner of Gith. He was truly enlightened and understood how precious freedom the Dragon Queen had brought to these slaves. When he saw the little demon who was suspected of being a slave, it was like seeing his weak self in the past. He began to preach crazily. "Are you a slave?" Clinton stared at Tyrion and said coldly. The little demon opened his big mouth and revealed an ugly wry smile. He shook his head and said, "It's funny. I really wish I were an ordinary slave now." Unfortunately, he was not ordinary. If he lied, when the Dragon Queen found out about Lannister's identity, not only would Clinton and the others not intercede, but they would also add fuel to the fire. Then he would most likely lose his deformed head. "Sigh, Inspector Donder, I'm really not a slave. Sir Clinton hired me, and—" The little demon turned around and glanced at Fenny, whose cheeks were red and eyes were watery. Fenny just looked at him and immediately lowered her head. Her face was even redder, and her blue eyes were even more watery. "Fenny and I are not husband and wife, and there won't be a little dwarf." The ugly dwarf without a nose hardened his heart and said calmly. Fenny's apple-like face immediately turned pale. "Since you are all performers performing for the Queen, then follow me." Donder greeted Clinton and the others with a wooden face. All of a sudden, he lost his previous eagerness. It seemed that if he was not a slave, the ugly dwarf status would be lowered by 2 levels. This slave bay is interesting. The Dragon Queen has also piqued my interest. The little demon looked at Donder's back and said excitedly, "I always thought that she was trying to buy people's hearts, or that it was just the kindness of a young girl, just like my wife Sansa." The little demon glanced at Fenny, who was beside him. He saw that she only pursed her lips, her eyes were not red and swollen, and there was no sadness in her eyes. He ignored her sadness. He was relieved. "What's wrong with your wife? What does she have to do with the Dragon Queen?" Little Griffin asked curiously. Tyrion smiled and said, "My wife Sansa is a kind beauty. She loves cats and dogs very much. But if there were really starving people who targeted her, she would immediately be like my sister, hoping that the Kingsguard and the Golden Robes would be brave enough to kill all the rioters. This is the kindness of a noble girl. It's so cheap that it's not even comparable to the kindness of a prostitute. So, I'm very surprised. Compared to us, the Dragon Queen is like a weirdo. I heard that the Dragon Queen has an ancestor called Saint Baylor. Maybe he was a devout believer of the 7 gods like her. said Pogba, one of the tile city's double absolutes. St. Baylor is brainless. He doesn't understand war and politics. He can't even solve a domestic rebellion. Look at the Dragon Queen. Look at this prosperous Astapor. The little demon squeezed into the crowd at the docks. He pointed at the endless stream of pedestrians and the shops with a dazzling array of goods on both sides of the street, and sighed. Can you imagine that all the major cities in the world are working together to form an unprecedented army of hundreds of thousands to surround this city? Look at the expressions of the residents of Astapor. Are there any signs of worry or fear? I have never seen such a confident and proud temperament anywhere else. Chapter 4:16. When Danny came to Astapor for the first time, the streets by the docks were empty. Other than their group, they didn't even meet a single foreign vendor. Even the local residents rarely wandered around the red brick streets. 2 years later, the old city walls with cracks were repaired. The weathered red brick floors on the streets were taken out and replaced with new bricks. The buildings in the city were also optimized. All the old and dilapidated houses were demolished and rebuilt. Red brick and black-tiled houses rose from the ground. 3 to 4-story buildings lined the streets. The residents also planted apples, persimmons, figs, loquats, and other fruit trees on the streets in front of their houses. It was clean, tidy, and had a natural harmonious beauty. If there weren't dozens of pyramids in between, one would almost think that they were in a small county town in the 80s or 90s. Tyrion, Clinton, and the others walked all the way and were amazed. The King's Landing is also near the river and the sea, but compared to Astapor, it's a big cesspool. The little devil's tone was complicated. The air in the city is very fresh. The hygiene is very good. The sewer system is almost comparable to the black walls of Volantis. The skinny man Pogba commented, Count Klein, it's Count Klein. Incorruptible Klein. The Great Pyramid was behind the city gate. After leaving the docks and walking along the streets at the base of the city wall, one would enter Astapor's north gate by walking half a kilometer to the east. Past the north gate was the People's Square, the punishment square, where the bodies of disobedient slaves were hung. Behind the square was the Chaoyang Palace, the Great Pyramid of the Dragon Queen. At this moment, the south end of the square, near the Chaoyang Palace, was crowded with people. They crowded together tightly and cheered for the Count of Shackles, who was surrounded. Yes, Klein arrived at the Chaoyang Palace before them. The moment he got off the carriage, he was surrounded by countless citizens who rushed over after hearing the news. Myrene has a Klein who can distinguish right from wrong, loyal from traitors, harpies coming to persecute, Megalosaurus and father by his side. He has a clear sky above his head, a belief in his heart, not cruel and bloodthirsty, but to defend freedom. Other than the citizens surrounding the Earl of the Shattered Shackles, there were 7 or 8 bards standing at the side, playing and singing. They recounted the story of how Klein had braved all dangers to solve the case of the harpy, the dragon mother, the freedom, and the people in Myrene, and how the hero had been wronged and imprisoned. In the mouths of singers, poets, and even commoners, Klein was upright and unafraid of death. He fought against the entire anti-singing group by himself. He was a very good person, a fighter to protect the freedom of Slave Bay, the #1 official of Slave Bay. He's the Lord of Justice. To think that Cleon has such high prestige, the little devil was dumbfounded. As the muscles on his face twitched, his black nostrils expanded, scaring the citizens of Astapor into taking a few steps back. Tyrion had seen too many similar expressions on other people's faces. After he lost his nose in the Battle of Blackwater River, everyone looked at him with either disdain, disgust, or fear. At first, he was bitter and depressed. Slowly, he became numb, and finally he got used to it. At this time, Tyrion did not seem to notice the crowds pointing and whispering. He walked to the leader, Donder, and asked curiously. That harpy group was formed by the Gith people, who were unwilling to submit to the rule of the Dragon Queen, of course, other than the original slave owners who would rebel. Donder said with certainty, but why did the Dragon Queen arrest Earl Klein for suppressing the rebellion? Clinton asked the Little Devil's question. It's not the Queen's arrest. This is the normal operation of the Grand Court. Knowing that the foreigners could not understand, Donder quickly explained the law of the Dragon Queen's separation of justice, the Grand Court, and administration, the guards, and the military police. Finally, he concluded the power of trial lies with the court, while the power of arrest and search lies with the guards. If the criminal is a noble, the Grand Court must be formed. Only the Minister of Government can lead the military police to search for evidence and arrest the criminal. In order to ensure the fairness of justice, the Queen can only play one role in the trial process. Was the Codex really written by the Dragon Queen herself? The Little Devil was fascinated. The legal system in the Codex was so standardized that it was refreshing to him. Donder was very dissatisfied with the Little Devil's suspicion and said stiffly, "You're just a comedian. What do you know about the law?" Any scholar who has a little understanding of the laws of various countries should know that our Codex is unique in the world. Although I haven't seen the complete Codex yet, I don't doubt its advanced nature. The Little Devil first complimented before asking his own question. The Dragon Queen is only 16 years old, and she was even younger when she wrote the Codex. No matter how talented she is, she doesn't have rich experience and doesn't understand the customs of various countries. How could she create such a perfect codex? The Queen hatched 3 dragons at the age of 14, led the tribe across the Red Wasteland at the age of 14, liberated Astapor at the age of 14, resolved to liberate the entire slave bay, completely destroy slavery, and change the whole world. How can an ordinary person do these things? Donder rolled his eyes and said, unhappily, The Little Devil thought for a while and was actually speechless. Alas, the Dragon Queen is so wise and powerful. How can any man in the world be worthy of her? Tyrion said as he glanced meaningfully at the silver-haired youth beside him. Little Griffin's face was gloomy, and he lowered his eyes without saying a word. Clinton saw this and felt very helpless. He had hoped that the Dragon Queen had 1/10 of Liga's compassion and wisdom, but now it seemed that she was so different. With a sigh, he changed the topic and said, since the judicial system is so perfect and Cleon is impartial, adhering to the Codex, why was he arrested? Dang, dang, dang. A group of Unsullied rushed out of the Great Pyramid and beat the gong to disperse the crowd. In the end, they even lined up in 2 rows and separated a passage for Cleon and the guards who were escorting him to enter the hall. The crowd of onlookers dispersed, and the figure of the Count of Shattered Shackles disappeared at the entrance of the palace. Donder once again led the Fire Mage and Clinton forward. As he walked, he shook his head and sighed. It's all Earl Leon's fault. He's too stubborn and selfless. In the case of the Harpies, he attacked too many people, and a small number of innocent people were implicated. How many people were wronged to be able to overthrow a respected count? The Little Devil said in surprise. I'm not sure, but a total of 60,000 people were imprisoned and 20,000 were sentenced to death. It's really 7 levels of hell. Tyrion's ugly face that was red from the sun instantly turned pale, and he howled, How many Gith are there in Meereen? I remember that the ratio of slaves to free people in Volantis is 4-1. I think the ratio in Slave Bay is even higher. How many people are there in Slave Bay? Did Cleon capture all the Gith people? This method is simple, and I guarantee that no bad guy can escape, but how can it be all? There are nearly 200,000 Gith in Meereen. Donder said. Tyrion looked up at Donder and said strangely, "Do you have any misunderstanding about being impartial?" Count Clayon fully abides by the code and has no personal feelings. Donder said solemnly, "How can there be so many Gith in Meereen?" Clinton asked in surprise. Donder explained. After the liberation of Slave Bay, the previous slave business naturally could not be done. The Queen then optimized and adjusted the economic structure of the 3 cities. Astapor developed manufacturing and heavy industry. The original capital of bed slaves, Cayuan, was converted into a granary, and the Gith who cultivated bed slaves all moved to Meereen, and Meereen developed handicrafts and light industries. Dany was a kind, and upright queen. Naturally, she could not directly say to the people, "Meereen is the battlefield I chose, and I want the disobedient Gith to be cannon fodder in Meereen." Of course, she was not completely lying, and optimizing the industrial chain was also one of her goals. "What is heavy industry and light industry?" Tyrion asked curiously. The Queen said that the departments that provide the means of production are called heavy industry, and the departments that produce the means of consumption are called light industry. The customs inspector scratched his head and said with a conflicted expression, "Don't ask me what means of production and means of consumption are. I don't really understand." In short, mining, smelting, forging ingots, glass-making, logging, and building ships are all considered heavy industry. As for light industry, everything except agriculture is considered light industry. It's easier to understand this way. Clinton and the pyromancers listened in a daze, but Tyrion was excited, his eyes sparkling. "But I see that most of the merchant ships come to Astapor, and very few go to Meereen." He asked again. Donder frowned and thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, "The industrial layout seems to have not been completed. Without a doubt, Meereen was originally the most prosperous, with the most craftsmen and craftsmen. But they were all slaves, and after being liberated as free people, they all moved to Astapor. Now, heavy industry and light industry are all in Astapor. Meereen mainly develops cash crops such as olives, soybeans, and peanuts, especially olives. The olive oil from Slaver's Bay is sold all over the world. There were also large olive forests in Cayuan Plain, but unfortunately they were all burned to the ground by the slave owners, and now we can only grow wheat, corn, turnips, and other food crops." "Wonderful, wonderful!" Tyrion exclaimed, clapping his hands. "What's wonderful?" Little Griffin looked at him as if he was crazy. The little devil was stunned, his ugly face twisted. "I don't know what's so wonderful about it, but this industrial layout has a strange beauty, very harmonious." Beauty? This time, Little Griffin completely thought he was crazy. Optimizing the industrial chain can double the production efficiency. Suddenly, a slightly immature female voice came from the side. Tyrion turned his head and saw a little black girl with a round face and a flat nose looking at him with her round golden eyes. It's the mayor." Donder respectfully walked to the little black girl, bowed, and said, "I am Donder Hope, Inspector of the Customs Commodity Inspection Department. Greetings to Lady Missandei." "Mayor?" Everyone was shocked. "The mayor is a female dwarf." Tyrion looked at Missandei with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It seemed that the Dragon Queen did not care about the origin of the people. But then again, even the ugly, demon-like fire wizards had a high salary of millions of gold coins, so it was very reasonable for a dwarf to be the mayor. If the Dragon Queen did not care about his identity as Lannister, with his wisdom, he wondered if he could become the hand of the king. In a short moment, countless thoughts flashed through Tyrion's mind. But the next moment, Donder slapped him on the back of the head and reprimanded, "Do you think that just because she's as tall as you, she must be a dwarf? Lady Missandei is only 11 years old." Chapter 417. Astapor, the top floor of the Great Pyramid, under the shade of a persimmon tree. The black dragon, green dragon, and gold dragon were sunbathing on the brick wall. The dragon queen was sitting on a deck chair by the pool, wearing a pair of aviator sunglasses produced by the Astapor Royal Glass Factory. She was wearing a light green sleeveless vest and apricot yellow silk pants with red daisies embroidered on them. Her fair arms, round belly button, and well-proportioned calves were all exposed. She even put her little feet into the pool and playfully stirred the clear water. She was so relaxed that she seemed to have forgotten about the Great Wall tens of thousands of miles away and the deviant ghosts under the Great Wall. Back in Astapor, she was surrounded by trustworthy, unsullied, and centaur maids. She no longer had to worry about being poisoned, ambushed, violated the guests' rights, or stabbed in the back. With her safety guaranteed, she felt much more relaxed physically and mentally. She never wore armor again. Moreover, the Westeros affairs had been arranged. Dragonstone Island had 3 giants who continuously mined dragon crystal ores and made dragon crystal weapons. Garth Hyder had already been contacted. He would complete the task of buying and transporting food. He would also help Dany fulfill the promise to the people of Hudgian County and the monks of Meribad. After all, Garth was also a White Knight. The White Knight system was really good. The 7 White Knights represented the 7 clones of the Queen. Even the most unqualified White Knight, the fat eunuch Bevos, had always been the representative of the Queen and led hundreds of thousands of farmers in Kaiyuan to carry out the Great Leap Forward. There was also the reserve White Knight, the Dark Star. He was responsible for leading the fleet to transport the barbarians and bringing the goods promised by the Dragon Queen to the Night Watchers. The White Knight captain, Barristan, would reorganize the royal fleet and receive the barbarian fleet from the Dark Star. He would also open up settlements for the barbarians on the islands and along the coast. Even Braavos was responsible for organizing the city-states of the western continent of Ursus to plant food. Dany felt that she had already fulfilled her responsibilities as the queen. She had fulfilled her responsibilities and no longer had any psychological burden. Why couldn't she live a leisurely life? Your Majesty, you have to make a decision for me. The Green Saintess, Grazda, knelt on the ground and cried for injustice. All right, she wasn't like Erlu, the king of empty talk. All she did was grind her teeth and replenish her mana. She had nothing to do. Dragon Queen had a large kingdom to take care of. Hey, get up and talk. Lee, help the Green Saintess up. Chi, bring a chair over. The queen pressed her aviator sunglasses to reveal her eyes and called out to the 2 centaur maids. Yep, Chi, who had been guarding Kai Yuan's Palace of Compassion and Peace, had also returned. After Dahe brought back the black girl Larissa, the tile steel sword, and other trophies, Dany ended her closed-door training. She announced that she was on a business trip to Braavos. In fact, he was hiding in the mountains in the south with Little Green and Little Gold to cultivate. After Big Black returned and ended its seclusion, Dany rode her dragon to Kaiyuan to participate in a Great Leap agricultural commune activity. When he came back yesterday, he brought Chi back. Now that the Megalosaurus had grown up and Dahe had learned how to meditate, he could easily carry 500 kilograms. Dany could run around with 2 centaur maids at the same time. If you have something to say it slowly. You're the Minister of State Affairs. Dany said to the Green Saintess, Your Majesty, you don't even know what the people in the city say about me. The old saintess' tears flowed down her face. She looked very pitiful. They say that Klein is a loyal minister who is impartial and impartial. I followed the rules of the code and went through the normal procedures to arrest him with the military police, but I became a scoundrel who sowed discord in front of you. I'm innocent. Old Grazda said in grievance. Sigh, you also know that I went to Bravos a few days ago. The Dragon Queen counted with her white fingers. A Sea King died. Almost all the guards and professors in the Iron Vault died. Purple Harbor was burned by Dahe. Sea King's palace was smashed into a lake by a meteor. Thousands of people died, and tens of millions of gold coins were involved. In the end, a deal of 150 million gold coins was negotiated. Then, I went to the Stone Steps archipelago and burned dozens of pirate leaders to death, becoming the strongest pirate king in the Narrow Sea. Then, I sent Sir Barristan to rob the Hathar family's fleet. 3 million gold royals, more than 100 ships, and tens of millions of gold royals. The Green Saintess expression was dull. The tears and grievances in her eyes turned into shock and confusion. Dany raised her chin at her and said with emotion, "You see, these are all big things. I really don't want to care about you and Klein. You should relax and think about the millions of troops in the Alliance. What problems can't they overcome?" After hearing the Dragon Queen's words, the Green Saintess suddenly felt that she was making a big fuss over nothing. It's just being misunderstood by the people, and Klein's rising reputation. No, I can't let that butcher go. Your Majesty, Klein violated the rules of the code and used his power for personal gain. He tried to control public opinion and influence the court's trial. The old woman said seriously, "What do you mean?" Dany pretended to be curious. When I was on the way to Meereen with the military police, Klein suddenly invited a large number of bards and singers to participate in the trial of the son of the Harpy case. Dany said, "What's wrong with that?" According to the code, when any city lord is trying a case, unless it involves the privacy of the plaintiff and the plaintiff requests to avoid the public, any free people have the right to supervise the trial. For example, in Astapor, go to the hall on the first floor and see how many people are watching every day. Like a rape case, the victim would definitely not want to make a big deal out of it. At that time, the trial would not be open to the public. In front of everyone, Klein explained the process of the trial in detail. He even took out the testimonies of the people involved in the case for everyone to see. In the end, he cried to the singers, poets, and theater performers that he was framed by a scoundrel. The old face of the Green Saintess wrinkled like a sun-dried eggplant, and she said angrily, "The scoundrel he was talking about was me. He said that I slandered you, that I was a sympathizer of the son of the Harpy, and that I was even the most hidden mastermind behind the scenes. He also said that I was plotting to overthrow your regime and that I intended to turn the free people back into slaves and eventually restore slavery and Guy's rule in Slave Bay." The old saintess did not have such thoughts, so she spoke very calmly. There was no panic on her face, only anger, the grievance and resentment of being wronged. Dany seemed to be indifferent, but in fact, from the beginning, she had been observing her from Blackie's perspective, not missing the slightest expression on the Green Saintess' face. Previously, Dany did have doubts about the Green Saintess. Letting Klein accuse the Green Saintess was to muddy the waters and make it easier for Mormont's intelligence system to investigate her. Dany wanted to know how deeply involved the Green Saintess was in the case of the son of the Harpy. She could not be blamed for being suspicious. The Green Saintess of Meereen had been confirmed as the spiritual leader of the son of the Harpy and one of the founders. The results of Mormont's investigation showed that the Green Saintess of Astapor sympathized with the Guys of Meereen purely because of her race, and was not really the son of the Harpy. At this time, her reaction in front of the Dragon Queen was also normal, without the slightest bit of guilt, only righteous anger. This made Dany breathe a sigh of relief. The Green Saintess, Grazda, was her old subject. After taking Astapor, Grazda had been doing her best to assist the Dragon Queen, not only helping her to appease the common people of Guise, but also firmly supporting her in the religious reform. Well, Grazda supported Danny's reorganization of the Temple of Divine Grace in Astapor into the new Church of the Seven Gods. The ancient beliefs of the Guys had long died with the Orthodox bloodline of Guys. The previous Temple of Divine Grace was more like a hospital and a garden of love. The two had been together for a long time and had established a deep friendship between monarch and subject. Danny did not want the old Saintess to have a bad ending. Your Excellency Green Saintess, obviously I will not believe Klein's nonsense. The people who accused Klein of excessive sentencing and cruelty were the people of Mireen. I was the one who arranged for you to take the military police to arrest Klein. You are not a treacherous subject. Danny comforted her gently. Your Majesty, I am very grateful that you trust me, but the people who were bewitched by Klein did not believe me. Grazda complained. After the singers and poets of Mireen heard Klein's analysis of the case and his accusation against me, in just half a month, the streets of Slavers Bay were circulating the story of impartial Klein, who knew right from wrong and judged the traitors. And I was that treacherous subject. Squeak! Blackie suddenly raised his neck and screamed. Danny glanced at him and said, "Go!" Squeak! Blackie spread his wings and screamed. Little Green and Little Gold also screamed. The three dragons jumped down from the pyramid and flew in the direction of the southern mountains. It's late. They are going to look for blood food, she explained to the Green Saintess. Then Danny said with certainty, the results of the trial in the Grand Court will only guide public opinion and will not be influenced by public opinion. It was her idea to let Klein make himself Scholar Bow, but she did not intend to let Klein escape the trial by relying on public opinion. The key was that Klein had detained 60,000 prisoners in the case of the Son of the Harpy, and 20,000 of them were on death row. He had almost caught all the middle class and above of the Guys clan. This was too shocking. Not to mention the Guys clan, even the free people would think of him as a butcher. Her idea was to let Scholar bow, and Scholar lie neutralize the pH value and let public opinion return to normal evaluation of Klein. Well, it was completely through legal procedures, without public opinion or coercion. According to the code, Klein's behavior would be tried one by one. He would definitely be found guilty. After all, he was Scholar lie. How could Scholar lie be a good person? But if the crime was not to death, there was a possibility of rescue. If Danny intended to get rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness, she would directly comply with public opinion and get rid of Klein. But she found that this fake Scholar lie was more useful than the real Scholar lie. First of all, Scholar lie was completely different from Lai Junshin. He strictly abided by the law and rarely violated the code formulated by Danny the shadow left in his heart from his early years. The incident of the Dragon Queen whipping him had always been deeply engraved in his mind. He was afraid of dragons, afraid of the Queen, afraid of violating the code. Secondly, Scholar lie had a high consciousness. He did not target the Guys clan because of money and power. It was purely his hatred for the slave owners that made him unable to tolerate any of the Son of the Harpy lurking around him. Among Danny's new freedman subordinates, there were very few who could compare to such a firm stance on singing songs. Finally, Scholar lie had a strong executive ability and would be of great use in the future. Mireen was just the beginning. In the future, the Dragon Queen would take down Queer's new guys, Volantis. Scholar lie had a promising future, and there was hope to be promoted to Scholar lie. Don't worry, I will call Missandei up later and let her represent me to announce to the people of the city that Her Excellency the Green Saintess is the minister of the council. She strictly abided by the law and arrested Klein. He is not a treacherous minister. Danny comforted the old guy's woman softly. Your Majesty, you were looking for me? Speaking of Missandei, Missandei came. Chapter 4:18. Your Majesty, there are two groups of people coming from the dock. One is a group of fire mages from Volantis. The other group of 7 has 2 midgets. The middle-aged man in the lead calls himself Sir John Clinton, an old friend of Sir Barristan. Ha! Fire mages from Volantis? Did they say their names? How many of them came? Danny laughed out loud. 54 people came, led by Mages Wood and Pogba. They call themselves the Volantis Double Masters. Ha ha ha! Danny held her stomach and laughed so hard that she could not breathe. Familiar name, familiar people, familiar style, familiar smell. You know them? Little Black asked curiously. Danny laughed on the recliner and said, Old acquaintances. Quickly call them up. I haven't seen them for a few months, and I miss them. And that John Clinton, since he's a knight and knows Sir Barristan. Bring him over to... Wait, Missandei, wait for a moment. Looking up at the sky, it was almost dusk. Danny stopped Missandei, who turned to leave, and waved to Ellie and Chi-Chi. Old friends don't show off when they meet. It's like walking in the night. Quickly go and get me some grains, eggs, bacon. After the centaur maid and Little Black left, Danny smiled and said to the green saintess, who looked confused, Those fire mages are not pure. At least half of them are spies of the Volantis. I have to show them what I can do and make them respect me like a god. Since they are spies, why do you want to see them? Can't you just lock them up? Sigh, I can't lock them up. It's not easy to trick them, and they are all useful. Danny waved her hand and smiled strangely. I'd better leave first. Green Saintess got up and left. In the past, the good Lord often held banquets in the garden at the top of the Great Pyramid. It could accommodate 200 or 300 guests. At this time, with more than 50 fire mages and less than 10 people in Clinton's group, it was not crowded. Oh gods! 7 layers of hell. As soon as they walked out of the stairwell, they saw Dragon Queen smiling at them from behind a long table under the shade of a tree. Their expressions changed drastically as they howled. Well, there were only 3 or 4 people who were wailing: the skinny Pogba, the old Blackwood, and the noseless Tyrion. Halden was shocked, but he didn't shout out loud. The others stood there in a daze. They were shocked by the Dragon Queen's youth and beauty, but also embarrassed and confused by their companion's loss of self-control. Queen, please spare my life. Old Greenwood knelt on the ground and groaned. Queen, please spare my life. The skinny Pogba followed closely behind, kneeling and begging for mercy. You guys, what's wrong? The other fire mages were confused. Get up, we're all old acquaintances. Danny waved her hand, and 2 Unsullied immediately went over to help the fire mage up. She smiled and said, I've already told you that there are millions of gold coins worth of projects waiting for you. Now that you've brought so many people, I can't be happier. Your Majesty, Old Greenwood's tanned face turned red as he said helplessly, I'm willing to serve you. Me too, Pogba hurriedly said. Danny nodded with a smile. Seeing the Dragon Queen's amiable attitude, Old Greenwood's panicked expression gradually calmed down. He continued, I'll do whatever you say. I'll definitely carry out the mission. Me too, Pogba said. Good. Dragon Queen smiled. The old black man clenched his teeth and said firmly, I swear to be loyal to you and will never have anything to do with Volantis again. Me too, Pogba hurriedly said. Very good. Dragon Queen grinned. Eliminating the possibility of being half-hearted and knowing that he must be the Dragon Queen's trusted subordinate based on his identity as an old acquaintance, Old Greenwood turned his cold gaze to the confused fire mages and said, Your Majesty, I'm willing to report the spy in the team to you. Me too, Pogba immediately followed. Spy. Where did the spy come from? Great Wizard Greenwood. What are you talking about? The fire mages were in an uproar. Some of them even had a drastic change in expression, and their eyes flickered. Very good, but there's no hurry. Danny waved to the crowd. Come and sit down. I'm free today, so I'm trying to cook dinner myself. It's better to come at the right time than early. Let's all have a taste of my cooking. The crowd didn't know what was going on, but they still obediently walked forward. Dragon Queen's long hair was tied behind her head with a butterfly knot. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and silk pants. It was a very simple and refreshing outfit. She was standing behind a thick wooden table that was 5 or 6 meters long. There were pots and pans on the table. Looking up, they saw that there were corn, rice, eggs, bacon, washed scallions, green vegetables, and so on. She really seemed to be cooking. Ellie, bring a few tables and chairs over for the masters, as well as Sir Clinton and Sir Tyrion. There's a little too many people. Danny glanced at the crowd. She lowered her head and took out a red copper bucket from under the table. Then she poured the corn from the big porcelain bowl into it. Your Majesty, did you recognize me that day? Sir Barristan was also in the merchant's house. The little devil touched his nose that was missing the tip. He was very surprised. You're so brave. You dared to enter the tiger's den and spy on the enemy. He complimented. Hee, what kind of tiger's den is Volantis? Danny glanced at the silver-haired, purple-eyed youth who was staring at her with a complicated expression. She was puzzled. In the 2 months that you were floating on the sea, I went to Lys and burned dozens of trading princes. I went to Dorne and saw your niece's nose cut off. My niece... The little devil was puzzled at first. After a moment, he said in shock, Marcella? Who hurt her? Your father died in the latrine pit. The princess of Dorne thought that she had found a good opportunity and was ready to support your niece to ascend the throne. Well, according to the customs of Dorne, your eldest nephew died, so your niece should ascend the throne. Then, Danny shrugged and said, You're also a veteran. You should know, since you're involved in the game of power. Even if you're passive, it's hard to escape unscathed. The little devil pursed his lips and frowned without saying a word. After being interrupted by Tyrion, the Dragon Queen did not continue to brag about her adventures in the Old Town, the King's Landing, the Great Wall, and Bravos. After a while, the Unsullied came back with stools and long tables. They quickly set up the tables and chairs by the pool and invited the guests to sit. The seats were determined according to their status. The higher the status, the closer to the Dragon Queen. The status of the fire mages had already been determined. The Volantis twin masters were the leaders. After all, the fire mages were in their organization. Everyone quickly sat down. On the other hand, Clinton's group, the actor Hugo, who originally had a low status, was pointed out by the Dragon Queen, and was even called Sir Tyrion. Then, a Sir should have the status of a Sir. At least, he should sit opposite Clinton. But the one with the highest status in their group was Little Griffin, not to mention being the chief. By right, he should be sitting beside the Dragon Queen. Sigh, Lord Griffin, I'll sit beside you. The little devil looked at the gloomy young man and sighed. He rejected the seat arranged by the Unsullied and walked to the seat behind. Clinton looked at the messy crowd around him and felt helpless. He could only introduce to the curious Dragon Queen, This is my adopted son, Little Griffin. Danny smiled as a greeting, but in her heart, she muttered, I don't even know who you are. How would I know who your adopted son is? The Prime Minister of Eris, Count John Clinton of the Vulture's Nest Castle, was naturally a well-known figure in the Westeros. Even Danny knew him. But in the public's knowledge, the Count of the Vulture's Nest Castle was long dead, and there were too many foreigners with the same name. Look, another John with the same name as the main character. It was normal that Danny did not recognize him. Dragon Queen held the bottom of the copper bucket with both hands and smiled at the fire mages. "Let's have some popcorn first, to whet your appetite." The fire mages looked at each other blankly. Everyone saw that the bucket was filled with raw corn. How could they eat it? Boom! Just as they were wondering, a crisp sound came from the bucket, followed by a red-yellow flame that rose 3 feet high. Gods, this is elemental combustion, the fire-gathering spell in fire control. Oldwood exclaimed, "What, this is fire gathering? Pure fire elemental combustion?" The fire mages were in disbelief. They all stood up, stood on their tiptoes, stretched their necks, and wanted to put their heads in the bucket to see. "It's really fire elemental. I can feel the magic waves as vast as the sea." Pogba swallowed and said with difficulty, "It's just a little trick of the fire mages." Danny smiled casually. Crackle, crackle. In just a few words, a series of popping sounds came from the copper bucket. Visible to the naked eye, the snow-white popcorn slowly piled up from the bottom, and some even jumped out of the bucket. "Ellie, distribute the popcorn to the guests." In less than half a minute, a bucket of popcorn exploded. Dragon Queen was very pleased with herself, but her expression was still so casual, and her tone was still so relaxed. "Calixie, don't you want to order?" The centaur maid carried the copper bucket and asked with a strange expression. "Distribute it to the guests." Danny waved her hand and bent down. She grabbed a handful of corn kernels from the sack under the table and held out her hand with a calm expression. "I can do this," she said. Crackle, crackle. The muffled sound of beans exploding came from her small white fist. When she opened her palm, the golden corn kernels had already turned into popcorn that was emitting white steam. In front of the guests, who were so shocked that their eyeballs were about to pop out and their jaws dropped, Dragon Queen stuffed the popcorn in her palm into her mouth, puffed up her cheeks, and chewed with crunching sounds. After swallowing the popcorn in her mouth, she grabbed a handful of raw corn kernels and put it in her mouth. "I can do this." Crackle, crackle. The corn kernels exploded in her mouth, causing her cheeks to puff up. Exhaling a mouthful of hot air, Dragon Queen directly chewed. Clang. Even Ji-Chi, who was arranging the dishes, was stunned. The porcelain bowl smashed on the table and shattered. "I can do this," Dragon Queen said again. As she spoke, she flicked her finger and a golden corn kernel flew into the air. Without any warning, only Oldwood, who had the most profound magic power, vaguely sensed the fluctuation of fire elements. Beep, beep. The corn kernels flew into the air and exploded. The popcorn fell and was caught by Dragon Queen with her mouth open. At this moment, Tyrion and the other Muggles felt as if 10,000 curses were running through their hearts. There were countless what the fuck in their minds. At this moment, all the fire mages were shocked speechless. They looked at Dragon Queen with reverence and fear. Only they who were fire mages understood the meaning of Dragon Queen's slightly ridiculous behavior just now. Only they, who were knowledgeable fire mages, understood the depth of her magic power and the height of her skills, which had long surpassed the limits of the imagination of ordinary people. What number one of the younger generation, what Volantis double master, what coerce number one fire mage. There was only one unified title in front of Dragon Queen: pleasure. She was not targeting anyone. She was just using practical actions to tell everyone. In front of me, you fire mages are all pleasure